Abandoned by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Abandoned. I really think you must be mad, my dear, to go for a country walk in such weather as this. You have had some very strange notions for the last 2 months. You dragged me to the seaside in spite of myself, when you have never once had such a whim during all the 44 years that we have been married. You chose Fécamp, which is a very dull town, without consulting me in the matter, and now you are seized with such a rage for walking, you who hardly ever stir out on foot, that you want to take a country walk on the hottest day of the year. Ask de Prevel to go with you, as he is ready to gratify all your whims. As for me, I am going back to have a nap. Madame de Cadour turned to her old friend and said, "Will you come with me, Monsieur de Preval?" He bowed with a smile and with all the gallantry of former years. "I will go wherever you go," he replied. "Very well, then, go and get a sunstroke," Monsieur de Cadour said, and he went back to the Hotel des Bains to lie down for an hour or two. As soon as they were alone, the old lady and her old companion set off, and she said to him in a low voice, squeezing his hand, "At last, at last!" "You are mad," he said in a whisper. "I assure you that you are mad. Think of the risk you are running. If that man—" She started. "Oh, Henry, do not say that man when you are speaking of him." "Very well," he said abruptly. "If our son guesses anything, if he has any suspicions, he will have you, he will have us both in his power. You have got on without seeing him for the last 40 years. What is the matter with you today?" They had been going up the long street that leads from the sea to the town, and now they turned to the right to go to Étretat. The white road stretched in front of him, then under a blaze of brilliant sunshine, so they went on slowly in the burning heat. She had taken her old friend's arm and was looking straight in front of her with a fixed and haunted gaze, and at last she said, "And so you have not seen him again, either?" "No, never." "Is it possible? My dear friend, do not let us begin that discussion again. I have a wife and children, and you have a husband, so we both of us have much to fear from other people's opinion." She did not reply. She was thinking of her long-past youth and of many sad things that had occurred. How well she recalled all the details of their early friendship, his smiles, the way he used to linger in order to watch her until she was indoors. What happy days they were, the only really delicious days she had ever enjoyed, and how quickly they were over. And then her discovery of the penalty she paid. What anguish! Of that journey to the south, that long journey, her sufferings, her constant terror, that secluded life in the small solitary house on the shores of the Mediterranean, at the bottom of a garden, which she did not venture to leave. How well she remembered those long days, which she spent lying under an orange tree, looking up at the round red fruit amid the green leaves. How she used to long to go out as far as the sea, whose fresh breezes came to her over the wall, and whose small waves she could hear lapping on the beach. She dreamed of its immense blue expanse sparkling under the sun, with the white sails of the small vessels, and a mountain on the horizon. But she did not dare to go outside the gate. Suppose anybody had recognized her? And those days of waiting, those last days of misery and expectation, the impending suffering, and then that terrible night. What misery she had endured, and what a night it was! How she had groaned and screamed! She could still see the pale face of her lover, who kissed her hand every moment, and the clean-shaven face of the doctor and the nurse's white cap. And what she felt when she heard the child's feeble cries, that wail, that first effort of a human voice. And the next day, the only day of her life on which she had seen and kissed her son, for from time to time she had never even caught a glimpse of him. And what a long, void existence hers had been since then, with the thought of that child always, always floating before her. She had never seen her son, that little creature that had been part of herself, even once since then. They had taken him away from her, carried him away and had hidden him. All she knew was that he had been brought up by some peasants in Normandy, that he had become a peasant himself, had married well, and that his father, whose name he did not know, had settled a handsome sum of money on him. How often during the last 40 years had she wished to go and see him and to embrace him. She could not imagine to herself that he had grown. She always thought of that small human atom which she had held in her arms and pressed to her bosom for a day. How often she had said to Monsieur de Preval, "I cannot bear it any longer. I must go and see him." But it always stopped her and kept her from going. She would be unable to restrain and to master herself. Their son would guess it and take advantage of her, blackmail her. She would be lost. "What is he like?" she said. "I do not know. I have not seen him again either. Is it possible to have a son and not to know him, to be afraid of him and to reject him as if he were a disgrace? It is horrible." They went along the dusty road, overcome by the scorching sun, and continually ascending that interminable hill. "One might take it for a punishment," she continued. "I have never had another child, and I could no longer resist the longing to see him, which has possessed me for 40 years. You men cannot understand that. You must remember that I shall not live much longer, and suppose I should never see him, never have seen him? Is it possible? How could I wait so long? I have thought about him every day since, and what a terrible existence mine has been. I have never awakened, never, do you understand, without my first thoughts being of him, of my child. How is he? Oh, how guilty I feel towards him. Ought one to fear what the world may say in a case like this? I ought to have left everything to go after him, to bring him up and to show my love for him. I should certainly have been much happier, but I did not dare. I was a coward. How I have suffered! Oh, how those poor abandoned children must hate their mothers!" She stopped suddenly, for she was choked by her sobs. The whole valley was deserted and silent in the dazzling light and the overwhelming heat, and only the grasshoppers uttered their shrill, continuous chirp among the sparse yellow grass on both sides of the road. "Sit down a little," he said. She allowed herself to be led to the side of the ditch and sank down with her face in her hands. Her white hair, which hung in curls on both sides of her face, had become tangled. She wept, overcome by profound grief, while he stood facing her, uneasy and not knowing what to say, and he merely murmured, "Come, take courage." She got up. "I will," she said, and wiping her eyes she began to walk again with the uncertain step of an elderly woman. A little farther on the road passed beneath a clump of trees, which hid a few houses, and they could distinguish the vibrating and regular blows of a blacksmith's hammer on the anvil, and presently they saw a wagon standing on the right side of the road in front of a low cottage, and two men shoeing a horse under a shed. Monsieur de Preval went up to them. "Where is Pierre Benedict's farm?" he asked. "Take the road to the left, close to the inn, and then go straight on. It is the third house past Poret's. There's a small spruce fir close to the gate. You cannot make a mistake." They turned to the left. She was walking very slowly now. Her legs threatened to give way, and her heart was beating so violently that she felt as if she should suffocate, while at every step she murmured, as if in prayer, "Oh, heaven, heaven!" Monsieur de Preval, who was also nervous and rather pale, said to her somewhat gruffly, "If you cannot manage to control your feelings, you will betray yourself at once. Do try and restrain yourself." "How can I?" she replied. "My child, when I think that I am going to see my child." They were going along one of those narrow country lanes between farmyards that are concealed beneath a double row of beech trees at either side of the ditches, and suddenly they found themselves in front of a gate, beside which there was a young spruce fir. "This is it," he said. She stopped suddenly and looked about her. The courtyard, which was planted with apple trees, was large and extended as far as the small thatched dwelling house. On the opposite side were a stable, the barn, the cow-house, and the poultry-house, while the gig, the wagon, and the manure cart were under a slated outhouse. 4 cows were grazing under the shade of the trees, and black hens were wandering all about the enclosure. All was perfectly still. The house door was open, but nobody was to be seen, and so they went in, when immediately a large black dog came out of a barrel that was standing under a pear tree, and began to bark furiously. There were 4 beehives on boards against the wall of the house. Monsieur de Préval stood outside and called out, "Is anybody at home?" Then a child appeared, a little girl of about 10, dressed in a chemise and a linen petticoat, with dirty bare legs and a timid and cunning look. She remained standing in the doorway, as if to prevent anyone going in. "What do you want?" she asked. "Is your father in?" "No." "Where is he?" "I don't know." "And your mother?" "Gone after the cows." "Will she be back soon?" "I don't know." Then suddenly the lady, as if she feared that her companion might force her to return, said quickly, "I shall not go without having seen him." "We will wait for him, my dear friend." As they turned away, they saw a peasant woman coming towards the house, carrying 2 tin pails, which appeared to be heavy and which glistened brightly in the sunlight. She limped with her right leg, and in her brown knitted jacket, that was faded by the sun and washed out by the rain, she looked like a poor, wretched, dirty servant. "Here is Mamma," the child said. When she got close to the house, she looked at the strangers angrily and suspiciously, and then she went in, as if she had not seen them. She looked old and had a hard, yellow, wrinkled face, one of those wooden faces that country people so often have. Monsieur d'Apreval called her back. "I beg your pardon, madam, but we came in to know whether you could sell us 2 glasses of milk." She was grumbling when she reappeared in the door after putting down her pails. "I don't sell milk," she replied. "We are very thirsty," he said, "and madam is very tired. Can we not get something to drink?" The peasant woman gave them an uneasy and cunning glance, and then she made up her mind. "As you are here, I will give you some," she said, going into the house, and almost immediately the child came out and brought 2 chairs, which she placed under an apple tree, and then the mother, in turn, brought out 2 bowls of foaming milk, which she gave to the visitors. She did not return to the house, however, but remained standing near them, as if to watch them and to find out for what purpose they had come there. "You have come from Fécamp?" she said. "Yes," Monsieur de Préval replied. "We are staying at Fécamp for the summer." And then, after a short silence, he continued, "Have you any fowls you could sell us every week?" The woman hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Yes, I think I have. I suppose you want young ones?" "Yes, of course." "What do you pay for them in the market?" D'Apreval, who had not the least idea, turned to his companion. "What are you paying for poultry in Fécamp, my dear lady?" 4 francs and 4 francs 50 centimes, she said, her eyes full of tears, while the farmer's wife, who was looking at her askance, asked, in much surprise, "Is the lady ill, as she is crying?" He didn't know what to say and replied with some hesitation, No, but she lost her watch as we came along, a very handsome watch, and that troubles her. If anybody should find it, please let us know." Mother Benedict did not reply, as she thought it a very equivocal sort of answer, but suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh, here is my husband." She was the only one who had seen him, as she was facing the gate. D'Apreval started, and Madame de Cador nearly fell as she turned round suddenly on her chair. A man bent nearly double and out of breath stood there 10 yards from them, dragging a cow at the end of a rope. Without taking any notice of the visitors, he said, "Confound it, what a brute!" And he went past them and disappeared in the cow-house. Her tears had dried quickly as she sat there startled, without a word, and with the one thought in her mind that this was her son, and d'Apreval, whom the same thought had struck very unpleasantly, said in an agitated voice, "Is this Monsieur Benedict?" "Who told you his name?" the wife asked, still rather suspiciously. "The blacksmith at the corner of the high road," he replied. And then they were all silent, with their eyes fixed on the door of the cow-house, which formed a sort of black hole in the wall of the building. Nothing could be seen inside, but they heard a vague noise, movements and footsteps, and the sound of hoofs, which were deadened by the straw on the floor, and soon the man reappeared in the door, wiping his forehead, and came toward the house with long, slow strides. He passed the strangers without seeming to notice them, and said to his wife, "Go and draw me a jug of cider. I am very thirsty." Then he went back into the house, while his wife went into the cellar and left the two Parisians alone. Let us go, Henri," Madame de Cadour said, nearly distracted with grief, and so d'Apreval took her by the arm, helped her to rise, and sustaining her with all his strength, for he felt that she was nearly fainting, he led her out, after throwing 5 francs on one of the chairs. As soon as they were outside the gate, she began to sob and said, shaking with grief, "Oh, is that what you have made of him?" He was very pale and replied coldly, "I did what I could. His farm is worth 80,000 francs, and that is more than most of the sons of the middle classes have." They returned slowly without speaking a word. She was still crying. The tears ran down her cheeks continually for a time, but by degrees they stopped, and they went back to Fécamp, where they found Monsieur de Cadour waiting dinner for them. As soon as he saw them, he began to laugh and exclaimed, "Oh, so my wife has had a sunstroke, and I am very glad of it. I really think she has lost her head for some time past." Neither of them replied, and when the husband asked them, rubbing his hands, "Well, I hope that at least you have had a pleasant walk," Monsieur d'Apreval replied, "A delightful walk, I assure you, perfectly delightful." End of Abandoned by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Madame Baptiste by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Madame Baptiste. The first thing I did was to look at the clock as I entered the waiting room of the station at Lubin, and I found that I had to wait 2 hours and 10 minutes for the Paris express. I had walked 20 miles and felt suddenly tired. Not seeing anything on the station walls to amuse me, I went outside and stood there racking my brains to think of something to do. The street was a kind of boulevard, planted with acacias, and on either side a row of houses of varying shape and different styles of architecture, houses such as one only sees in a small town, and ascended a slight hill, at the extreme end of which there were some trees, as though it ended in a park. From time to time a cat crossed the street and jumped over the gutters carefully. A cur sniffed at every tree and hunted for scraps from the kitchens, but I did not see a single human being, and I felt listless and disheartened. What could I do with myself? I was already thinking of the inevitable and interminable visit to the small cafe at the railway station, where I should have to sit over a glass of undrinkable beer and the illegible newspaper, when I saw a funeral procession coming out of a side street into the one in which I was, and the sight of the hearse was a relief to me. It would, at any rate, give me something to do for 10 minutes. Suddenly, however, my curiosity was aroused. The hearse was followed by 8 gentlemen, one of whom was weeping, while the others were chatting together, but there was no priest and I thought to myself, this is a non-religious funeral. And then I reflected that a town like Loubain must contain at least 100 free thinkers who would have made a point of making a manifestation. What could it be then? The rapid pace of the procession clearly proved that the body was to be buried without ceremony, and consequently without the intervention of the church. My idle curiosity framed the most complicated surmises, and as the hearse passed me, a strange idea struck me, which was to follow it with the 8 gentlemen. That would take up my time for an hour at least, and I accordingly walked with the others, with a sad look on my face, and, on seeing this, the 2 last turned round in surprise, and then spoke to each other in a low voice. No doubt they were asking each other whether I belonged to the town, and then they consulted the 2 in front of them, who stared at me in turn. This close scrutiny annoyed me, and to put an end to it I went up to them, and after bowing I said, "I beg your pardon, gentlemen, for interrupting your conversation, but seeing a civil funeral, I have followed it, although I did not know the deceased gentleman whom you are accompanying." "It was a woman," one of them said. I was much surprised at hearing this and asked, "But it is a civil funeral, is it not?" The other gentleman, who evidently wished to tell me all about it, then said, "Yes and no. The clergy have refused to allow us the use of the church." On hearing this I uttered a prolonged "ah" of astonishment. I could not understand it at all, but my obliging neighbour continued, "It is rather a long story. This young woman committed suicide, and that is the reason why she cannot be buried with any religious ceremony. The gentleman who is walking first and who is crying is her husband." I replied with some hesitation, "You surprise and interest me very much, monsieur. Shall I be indiscreet if I ask you to tell me the facts of the case? If I am troubling you, forget that I have said anything about the matter." The gentleman took my arm familiarly. "Not at all, not at all. Let us linger a little behind the others, and I will tell it you, though it is a very sad story. We have plenty of time before getting to the cemetery, the trees of which you see up yonder, for it is a stiff pull up this hill." And he began, "This young woman, Madame Paul Hameau, was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the neighbourhood, Monsieur Fontenelle. When she was a mere child of 11, she had a shocking adventure. A footman attacked her, and she nearly died. A terrible criminal case was the result, and the man was sentenced to penal servitude for life. The little girl grew up, stigmatized by disgrace, isolated, without any companions, and grown-up people would scarcely kiss her, for they thought that they would soil their lips if they touched her forehead, and she became a sort of monster, a phenomenon to all the town. People said to each other in a whisper, 'You know little Fontenelle,' and everybody turned away in the streets when she passed. Her parents could not even get a nurse to take her out for a walk, as the other servants held aloof from her, as if contact with her would poison everybody who came near her. It was pitiable to see the poor child go and play every afternoon. She remained quite by herself, standing by her maid and looking at the other children amusing themselves. Sometimes, yielding to an irresistible desire to mix with the other children, she advanced timidly, with nervous gestures, and mingled with the group with furtive steps, as if conscious of her own disgrace. And immediately the mothers, aunts, and nurses would come running from every seat and take the children entrusted to their care by the hand and drag them brutally away. Little Fontenelle remained isolated, wretched, without understanding what it meant, and then she began to cry, nearly heartbroken with grief, and then she used to run and hide her head in her nurse's lap, sobbing. As she grew up, it was worse still. They kept the girls from her as if she were stricken with the plague. Remember that she had nothing to learn, nothing, that she no longer had the right to the symbolic wreath of orange flowers, that almost before she could read she had penetrated that redoubtable mystery which mothers scarcely allow their daughters to guess at, trembling as they enlighten them on the night of their marriage. When she went through the streets, always accompanied by her governess, as if her parents feared some fresh, terrible adventure, with her eyes cast down under the load of that mysterious disgrace which she felt was always weighing upon her, the other girls, who were not nearly so innocent as people thought, whispered and giggled as they looked at her knowingly, and immediately turned their heads absently, if she happened to look at them. People scarcely greeted her, only a few men bowed to her, and the mothers pretended not to see her, while some young blackguards called her Madame Baptiste, after the name of the footman who had attacked her. Nobody knew the secret torture of her mind, for she hardly ever spoke and never laughed, and her parents themselves appeared uncomfortable in her presence, as if they bore her a constant grudge for some irreparable fault. An honest man would not willingly give his hand to a liberated convict, would he, even if that convict were his own son? And Monsieur and Madame Fontenelle looked on their daughter as they would have done on a son who had just been released from the hulks. She was pretty and pale, tall, slender, distinguished-looking, and she would have pleased me very much, monsieur, but for that unfortunate affair. Well, when a new sub-prefect was appointed here 18 months ago, he brought his private secretary with him. He was a queer sort of fellow who had lived in the Latin Quarter, it appears. He saw Mademoiselle Fontenelle and fell in love with her, and when told of what occurred, he merely said, "Bah! That is just a guarantee for the future, and I would rather it should have happened before I married her than afterward. I shall live tranquilly with that woman." He paid his addresses to her, asked for her hand and married her, and then, not being deficient in assurance, he paid wedding calls as if nothing had happened. Some people returned them, others did not, but at last the affair began to be forgotten, and she took her proper place in society. She adored her husband as if he had been a god, for, you must remember, he had restored her to honour and to social life, had braved public opinion, faced insults, and, in a word, performed such a courageous act as few men would undertake, and she felt the most exalted and tender love for him. When she became enceinte, and it was known, the most particular people and the greatest sticklers opened their doors to her, as if she had been definitely purified by maternity. It is strange, but so it is, and thus everything was going on as well as possible until the other day, which was the feast of the patron saint of our town. The prefect, surrounded by his staff and the authorities, presided at the musical competition, and when he had finished his speech the distribution of medals began, which Paul Hameau, his private secretary, handed to those who were entitled to them. As you know, there are always jealousies and rivalries, which make people forget all propriety. All the ladies of the town were there on the platform, and, in his turn, the bandmaster from the village of Mormillon came up. This band was only to receive a second-class medal, for one cannot give first-class medals to everybody, can one? But when the private secretary handed him his badge, the man threw it in his face and exclaimed, "You may keep your medal for Baptiste. You owe him a first-class one, also, just as you do me." There were a number of people there who began to laugh. The common herd are neither charitable nor refined, and every eye was turned towards the poor lady. Have you ever seen a woman going mad, monsieur? Well, we were present at the sight. She got up and fell back on her chair 3 times in succession, as if she wished to make her escape, but saw that she could not make her way through the crowd, and then another voice in the crowd exclaimed, "Ho, ho, Madame Baptiste!" And a great uproar, partly of laughter and partly of indignation, arose. The word was repeated over and over again. People stood on tiptoe to see the unhappy woman's face. Husbands lifted their wives up in their arms so that they might see her, and people asked, "Which is she? The one in blue?" The boys crowed like cocks, and laughter was heard all over the place. She did not move now on her state chair, but sat just as if she had been put there for the crowd to look at. She could not move, nor conceal herself, nor hide her face. Her eyelids blinked quickly, as if a vivid light were shining on them, and she breathed heavily, like a horse that is going up a steep hill, so that it almost broke one's heart to see her. Meanwhile, however, Monsieur Hameau had seized the ruffian by the throat, and they were rolling on the ground together, amid a scene of indescribable confusion, and the ceremony was interrupted. An hour later, as the Hameaus were returning home, the young woman, who had not uttered a word since the insult, but who was trembling as if all her nerves had been set in motion by springs, suddenly sprang over the parapet of the bridge and threw herself into the river before her husband could prevent her. The water is very deep under the arches, and it was 2 hours before her body was recovered. Of course, she was dead. The narrator stopped and then added, "It was perhaps the best thing she could do under the circumstances. There are some things which cannot be wiped out, and now you understand why the clergy refused to have her taken into church. Ah, if it had been a religious funeral, the whole town would have been present. But you can understand that her suicide added to the other affair, and made families abstain from attending her funeral. And then, it is not an easy matter here to attend a funeral which is performed without religious rites." We passed through the cemetery gates, and I waited, much moved by what I had heard, until the coffin had been lowered into the grave, before I went up to the poor fellow who was sobbing violently, to press his hand warmly. He looked at me in surprise through his tears, and then said, "Thank you, monsieur," and I was not sorry that I had followed the funeral. End of Madame Baptiste. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
A Bud of Spring by Gertrude Bean Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. A Bud of Spring. There was no mistaking the clanging bell which heralded the yearly advent of the scissors grinder. At the welcome sound, Mrs. Truax's voice issued sharply from the pantry. "Here, you, Clarabelle," she cried. "Take this carving knife and get the shears. Be quick now. The money's in the clock." Obedient, the slender, sweet-faced girl who had been washing dishes at the kitchen sink dried her hands and speedily departed upon her errand. Clarabelle, as she waited on the edge of the board sidewalk, was surprised to perceive, in place of the bent form of the familiar grinder, a figure, tall and well-built, which approached briskly at her call. The clothes of the stranger were a faded brown, but despite his shabby appearance, he conveyed an impression of cleanliness. His face was deeply tanned and his beard half-grown. Clarabelle concluded, however, that he must be quite young, and he was certainly very good-looking. As usual, the ringing of the bell had attracted several children. 2 dogs were in attendance, one of whom barked vociferously at the fellow's heels. The grinding of Mrs. Truax's utensils went merrily forward. Evidently, the stranger knew his business. Clarabelle's curiosity triumphed. "You're a new one," she ventured. The grinder held out the gleaming tool in self-defense. "Ain't that ground A number 1?" he demanded. "Oh, I didn't mean that," returned the girl, abashed. "I meant new to us. Here's your money." There was a clinking of other coin as the grinder dropped the dimes into his pocket. Clarabelle wondered if it were really possible that a young man could be satisfied to make a mere living in this way. Somehow, to her, it indicated a woeful lack of ambition. At this moment, the grinder cleared his throat apologetically. "You couldn't give a fellow a bite of dinner, could you?" he suggested. Clarabelle's sensitive face turned scarlet. So he was also a beggar. She was keenly mortified for him. Furthermore, she knew Mother Truax's manner of receiving tramps. "I'll see," she rejoined, without meeting his eyes, and fled into the house. Mrs. Truax considered the proposition. She eyed with shrewd calculation the woodpile visible from her kitchen window. "Fetch him in," she concluded. When the stranger entered the kitchen, Mrs. Truax was ready for him. "I'll give you a square meal," she declared, "if you'll pile wood good and brisk for half an hour after. You've ground and I've paid. Ain't no reason why I should throw in this dinner. You ain't sick and you ain't old. Will you pile?" "I'll pile," agreed the man. Then, in Clarabelle's tender heart, shame for him turned to pity. Surely this ready acquiescence must argue that the man could not earn enough with his grinding to buy his daily bread. There must be some inapparent weakness about the fellow, mental or physical, or he would not have chosen in his youth so listless or petty a vocation. She retired to the dining room, there to ponder the situation. After the stranger's hearty meal was over, Clarabelle was established by Mrs. Truax on the back stoop to time his work. The man had thrown aside his coat. The play of splendid neck and shoulder muscles was obvious through his flannel shirt. He was a fine specimen of masculine strength. Clarabelle's thoughts were increasingly busy. She was 18 years old today. It was plainly her duty to begin to live in earnest. The peculiar personality of this stranger unconsciously presented to her an immediate opportunity for home missionary work. When the half-hour was nearly done, she went across the yard and seated herself deliberately on the edge of the woodpile. After some hesitation, she addressed her charge, who, even at her approach, had not once looked up from the task he had undertaken. "Are you a fugitive from justice?" she asked. There was a convulsive movement of the man's broad shoulders, a sound stifled in his throat before he replied. "Am I what?" Clarabelle, graduate of a neighboring institute, simplified her language for the benefit of one evidently not so highly versed as herself in the English language. "Have you done anything wrong?" "Lots," admitted the man. "And you're hiding under the cover of this trade," concluded Clarabelle. "Was it so very wicked?" she pursued wistfully. "Isn't it possible for you to find employment more worthy of your splendid strength than grinding shears?" "It's an honest trade, miss, and my machine's paid for," answered the man with some defiance. "That may all be," returned Clarabelle gently, "but you look— "How do I look?" demanded the perspiring laborer in sudden exasperation. "Like the fool that I am, I suppose." There was a pained expression in Clarabelle's sweet blue eyes. "I was about to say that you look capable and deserving of better things than scissors grinding can offer you," she explained with injured dignity. She turned away, but the sound of the grinder's subdued voice arrested her. "Excuse my being rough, miss," he begged. "You're good and kind, but you ain't no idea what's brought me to this." Clarabelle was quick to forgive. "I only wanted to help you," she said. "You can go now. Your time's up. Maybe I'll be coming this way sometime again in better shape. Would you be glad?" "I should be very glad," returned Clarabelle. Her sweetly puzzled eyes met his. Slowly, at his admiring gaze, a conscious flush mounted in her cheeks. The young man started forward, then checked himself abruptly. "Oh, darn," he muttered. This time Clarabelle did not look back. She was both grieved and alarmed. She hurried into the house to watch from behind the parlor curtains the departure of this most unusual of scissors grinders. A half-hour later, Mrs. Truax rushed into Clarabelle's chamber, where the girl sat brushing her long light hair, wondering, meantime, with not a little humiliation, what it was in the stranger's eyes that had left her with a longing to look into them again. "One of 'em's gone," cried Mrs. Truax distractedly, "and he's took it. No one else has had the chance. That's to pay me for letting tramps into my house when I know better. You go and set Constable Gillen after 'em while I change my slippers. Be quick now." Clarabelle knew without question what was missing. Mrs. Truax, who had been but a poor servant before becoming the second wife of Clarabelle's father, valued none of her possessions so highly as the half-dozen silver teaspoons of fancy pattern, which she had purchased covetously, one by one. No other loss could have so agitated her. "Did you give him one to eat with?" asked Clarabelle as she twisted up her hair. "He helped himself. They was right before him. I was just such a forgetful fool as to leave him right there. He'll be getting away while you stand there haggling. Get after him now." Claribel's first impulse was to openly rebel. Her second thought was wiser. Should she refuse, Mother Truax would perform the errand herself, and that effectively. For the first time in all her docile life, the girl deliberately planned to oppose her stepmother. By seeming acquiescence, she might be able to protect the man, warning him before she dutifully informed the constable against him. Claribel almost ran down the street, questioning each child she met as to the whereabouts of the tall scissors grinder. Presently she came within hearing of his bell. She was not long in overtaking him then. Flushed and breathless with haste, her eyes unnaturally bright and utterly forgetful of the boldness of her act, she caught the fellow by the arm and checked the deafening din of his bell. "She's sending the constable after you," she cried. "She says you took her silver spoon. You can hire a team and get away. See, I've brought you $2. It was all I had. You can get the team at Slater's for $1.50. Hurry, please do hurry." There was a peculiar expression in the scissors grinder's eyes as he refused her money. He met her anxious gaze fairly, with the reassurance of his own. "I never took her spoon, and I won't run away," he declared. "I know you didn't," Claribel passionately assured him, "but she's awful. She'll have you arrested, and they'll lock you up, and it may cost you all you've got to get free." Claribel's knowledge of legal proceedings was slight. "'Twon't cost me a cent," asserted the grinder obstinately, "because I haven't the spoon. Anyway, what do you care?" And there was the look in his eyes again for which Claribel had longed, yet dared not fully meet. "I care because I want you someday to have a nobler occupation," answered the girl bravely. "To succeed, to become your own equal." "What a funny thing to say," broke off Claribel. "But it expresses just what I mean." The scissors grinder had opened his mouth to reply when Claribel emitted a sharp cry. "They're coming! She's found him herself. Oh, you ought to have gone! You ought to have gone!" Down the street came a rapidly moving buggy, which contained a man and a woman. Mrs. Truax was pointing excitedly. The constable was lashing his horse. The scissors grinder stood his ground. He only chided Claribel beneath his breath. "Don't take on so," he said, with a certain tenderness. "I'm all right." "Here's your man!" cried Mrs. Truax. "Claribel, what are you doing talking to him? You go straight along home. I'll settle this business." Constable Gillen laid a heavy hand on the young man's shoulder. "I guess you'll have to go along with me," he said, "unless you're willing to give up that spoon right here and now and get out of town before you do any more mischief." The young man accosted made no direct reply. He continued to address Claribel. "You go along as she says," he advised, adding in an undertone, "I haven't any silver spoon, I tell you." His tone carried comforting conviction, and Claribel did his bidding with surprising alacrity. In the guardroom, Constable Gillen searched the scissor grinder's clothing. Then he undid the compact bundle which was strapped to the man's machine. Afterward, he reported the result of his investigation to Mrs. Truax, who waited impatiently without. "There's no sign of a silver spoon," he stated, "but there's suspicious-looking articles about him. For instance, in his bundle I found 2 pieces of jewelry, a gold ring and an opal stud, besides 2 fine shirts and some real linen handkerchiefs. I rather guess I'll hold the fellow till morning. Meantime, we'll learn if anyone has missed these things and keep him from housebreaking tonight." It was at this moment that Claribel returned. She had searched everywhere at home for the missing spoon, instituting proceedings which had revolted her whole dainty self. She had fished the sink spout with a bent wire until her patience was exhausted. She had investigated the contents of the refuse can, in the vain hope that she herself had carelessly thrown out the teaspoon. But all to no purpose. Then she had again sought the scissors grinder, hoping to bring him some aid. Aside, she received his rapid dictation. "Send a telegram to Judge Van Horn of Brunswick," he urged. "Say, 'Come at once, in jail, innocent.' Sign it Jack. He'll fix it when he gets here, but it looks as if I'm doomed to spend the night in a cell." He chuckled sorely. Claribel hastened to do his bidding, but she was obliged to retire without the satisfaction of knowing whether a response of any kind reached the prisoner. Hopefully, she conjectured that Judge Van Horn was an influential man for whom the scissors grinder had some time worked, and through whose recommendation for honesty the young man would be set at liberty. Early the following morning, a judicial audience was granted the scissors grinder and his accuser. Claribel was also present. Judge Kern had but just asked the prisoner's name when into the courtroom, waving a silver spoon high above her head for all to see, rushed a portly woman. With utter contempt of court, she spoke in a loud voice. "Young man, you set down. You ain't no more guilty of taking this here spoon than you are of eating your shirt. They can try me if they wants to, but they ain't no business trying you." A smile of individual character appeared on the face of each person in attendance. Judge Kern spoke. "Allow this woman to tell her story," he ordered. "'Twas like unto this," explained Mrs. Hurst, voluble neighbor of Mrs. Truax. "You see, the anniversary of our sewing circle, Mrs. Truax, foundress, is coming due next week. I'd been delegated to buy her a present worth so much, and what to get I didn't know. So I happened in one day just to quiz her a bit, and my eye lit on them spoons she'd been a-polishing and was handling so lovingly. There weren't but half a dozen. I knowed how proud and fond she was of 'em, and my mind was made up in a minute. I waits till she's gone out of the room for something, and I goes to the holder and grabs one out and slips it inside my waist, just to match by, never thinking she'd be counting 'em again till next polishing time. So now the cat's out of the bag afore circle time, but I couldn't see no other way to clear this young feller. I rushed over here just as soon as I heard on it. Now I advise you to set the poor boy free. He looks honest." Just here another visitor intruded upon the occupants of the courtroom. Judge Van Horn nodded to Judge Kern, then proceeded to lay a friendly hand upon the shoulder of the prisoner. There was a twinkle in his eye. He had been a jolly boy himself once. "Don't you think you've had about enough of this masquerading, son?" he quizzed. "Maybe you'd make a better impression on the ladies present." And his quick glance rested significantly for an instant upon Clarabelle's charming face. "If you put on one of those white shirts and the black suit your mother sent along by me." "The boys dared me at college," confessed young Van Horn as he walked up the street with Clarabelle soon after his release. "I'd overstudied and was ordered off duty. An outdoor life and a new diet. That was the beginning. There are any amount of wagers upon me, but not one of them founded upon such implicit faith as you've shown in me. I say, you're a trump. I begged my dinner in order to see more of you. Out there by that woodpile, I'd have rather lost all my bets than to have gone on deceiving you. And that $2. The young man's eager look estimated regretfully the defensive innocence of the face upturned to his, which was in expression like nothing so much as a sweet wild rose. Then warm impulse took Jack Van Horn by the wits and raced him headlong. "I say, hurry and grow up, will you?" he urged tumultuously, and his eyes glistened. Clarabelle's eyes met his, and the look held. Her fair forehead flushed slowly. "Why, the idea! I grew up yesterday," she said, with simple dignity and complete conviction. End of A Bud of Spring by Gertrude Bean Hamilton. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
A Coup D'Etat by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. A Coup d'Etat by Guy de Maupassant. Paris had just heard of the disaster at Sedan. A republic had been declared. All France was wavering on the brink of this madness, which lasted until after the Commune. From one end of the country to the other, everybody was playing soldier. Cap makers became colonels, fulfilling the duties of generals. Revolvers and swords were displayed around big, peaceful stomachs wrapped in flaming red belts. Little tradesmen became warriors, commanding battalions of brawling volunteers, and swearing like pirates in order to give themselves some prestige. The sole fact of handling firearms crazed these people who up to that time had only handled scales and made them, without any reason, dangerous to all. Innocent people were shot to prove that they knew how to kill. In forests which had never seen a Prussian, stray dogs, grazing cows and browsing horses were killed. Each one thought himself called upon to play a great part in military affairs. The cafes of the smallest villages, full of uniformed tradesmen, looked like barracks or hospitals. The town of Canneville was still in ignorance of the maddening news from the army and the capital. Nevertheless, Great excitement had prevailed for the last month, the opposing parties finding themselves face to face. The mayor, Viscount de Varnetot, a thin little old man, a conservative, who had recently, from ambition, gone over to the Empire, had seen a determined opponent arise in Dr. Massarel, a big, full-blooded man, leader of the Republican Party of the neighbourhood, a high official in the local Masonic Lodge, president of the Agricultural Society and of the Firemen's Banquet, and the organizer of the rural militia which was to save the country. In 2 weeks he had managed to gather together 63 volunteers, fathers of families, prudent farmers and town merchants, and every morning he would drill them in the square in front of the town hall. When, perchance, the mayor would come to the municipal building, Commander Massara, girt with pistols, would pass proudly in front of his troop, his sword in his hand, and make all of them cry, "Long live the fatherland!" And it had been noticed that this cry excited the little Viscount, who probably saw in it a menace, a threat, as well as the odious memory of the Great Revolution. On the morning of the 5th of September, the doctor, in full uniform, his revolver on the table, was giving a consultation to an old couple, a farmer who had been suffering from varicose veins for the last 7 years, and had waited until his wife had them also before he would consult the doctor, when the postman brought in the paper. Monsieur Massarel opened it, grew pale, suddenly rose, and, lifting his hands to heaven in a gesture of exultation, began to shout at the top of his voice before the two frightened country folks. "Long live the Republic! Long live the Republic! Long live the Republic!" Then he fell back in his chair, weak from emotion. And as the peasant resumed, "It started with the ants, which began to run up and down my legs." Dr. Massarel exclaimed, "Shut up! I haven't got time to bother with your nonsense. The Republic has been proclaimed. The Emperor has been taken prisoner. France is saved. Long live the Republic!" Running to the door, he howled, "Celeste! Quick, Celeste!" The servant, frightened, hastened in. He was trying to talk so rapidly that he could only stammer. My boots, my sword, my cartridge box, and the Spanish dagger, which is on my night table. Hasten!" As the persistent peasant, taking advantage of a moment's silence, continued, "I seem to get big lumps which hurt me when I walk." The physician, exasperated, roared, "Shut up and get out! If you had washed your feet it would not have happened." Then, grabbing him by the collar, he yelled at him, "Can't you understand that we are a republic, you brass-plated idiot?" But professional sentiment soon calmed him, and he pushed the bewildered couple out, saying, "Come back tomorrow, my friends. I haven't any time today." As he equipped himself from head to foot, he gave a series of important orders to his servant. "Run over to Lieutenant Picard and to Second Lieutenant Pommel and tell them that I am expecting them here immediately. Also send me Torcheboeuf with his drum. Quick, quick!" When Celeste had gone out, he sat down and thought over the situation and the difficulties which he would have to surmount. The three men arrived together in their working clothes. The commandant, who expected to see them in uniform, felt a little shocked. "Don't you people know anything? The Emperor has been taken prisoner. The Republic has been proclaimed. We must act. My position is delicate, I might even say dangerous." He reflected for a few moments before his bewildered subordinates, and then he continued, "We must act and not hesitate. Minutes count as hours in times like these. All depends on the promptness of our decision. You, Picard, go to the curé and order him to ring the alarm bell in order to get together the people to whom I am going to announce the news. You, Torchenboeuf, beat the tattoo throughout the whole neighbourhood as far as the hamlets of Grisley and Salmer, in order to assemble the militia in the public square. You, Pommel, get your uniform on quickly, just the coat and cap. We are going to the town hall to demand Monsieur de Varnetot to surrender his power to me. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Now carry out those orders quickly. I will go over to your house with you, Pommel, since we shall act together." 5 minutes later the commandant and his subordinates, armed to the teeth, appeared on the square, just as the little Viscount de Vernetot, his legs encased in gaiters, as for a hunting party, his gun on his shoulder, was coming down the other street at double-quick time, followed by his 3 green-coated guards, their swords at their sides and their guns swung over their shoulders. While the doctor stopped, bewildered, the 4 men entered the town hall and closed the door behind them. "They have outstripped us," muttered the physician. "We must now wait for reinforcements. There is nothing to do for the present." Lieutenant Picard now appeared on the scene. "The priest refuses to obey," he said. "He has even locked himself in the church with the sexton and the beadle." On the other side of the square, opposite the white, tightly closed town hall, stood the church, silent and dark, with its massive oak door studded with iron. But just as the perplexed inhabitants were sticking their heads out of the windows or coming out on their doorstep, the drum suddenly began to be heard, and Torcheboeuf appeared, furiously beating the tattoo. He crossed the square running and disappeared along the road leading to the fields. The commandant drew his sword and advanced alone to halfway between the 2 buildings behind which the enemy had entrenched itself, and, waving his sword over his head, he roared with all his might, "Long live the Republic! Death to traitors!" Then he returned to his officers. The butcher, the baker, and the druggist, much disturbed, were anxiously pulling down their shades and closing their shops. The grocer alone kept open. However, the militia were arriving by degrees, each man in a different uniform, but all wearing a black cap with gold braid, the cap being the principal part of the outfit. They were armed with old rusty guns, the old guns which had hung for 30 years on the kitchen wall, and they looked a good deal like an army of tramps. When he had about 30 men about him, the commandant, in a few words, outlined the situation to them. Then, turning to his staff, "Let us act," he said. The villagers were gathering together and talking the matter over. The doctor quickly decided on a plan of campaign. "Lieutenant Picard, you will advance under the windows of this town hall and summon Monsieur de Varnetot in the name of the Republic to hand the keys over to me." But the lieutenant, a master mason, refused. "You're smart, you are. I don't care to get killed, thank you. Those people in there shoot straight. Don't you forget it. Do your errands yourself." The commandant grew very red. "I command you to go in the name of discipline." The lieutenant rebelled. "I'm not going to have my beauty spoiled without knowing why." All the notables gathered in a group nearby began to laugh. One of them cried, "You are right, Picard. This isn't the right time." The doctor then muttered, "Cowards," and leaving his sword and his revolver in the hands of a soldier, he advanced slowly, his eye fastened on the windows. expecting any minute to see a gun trained on him. When he was within a few feet of the building, the doors at both ends, leading into the two schools, opened, and a flood of children ran out, boys from one side, girls from the other, and began to play around the doctor in the big empty square, screeching and screaming, and making so much noise that he could not make himself heard. As soon as the last child was out of the building, the two doors closed again. Most of the youngsters finally dispersed, and the commandant called in a loud voice, "Monsieur de Varnetot!" A window on the first floor opened, and Monsieur de Varnetot appeared. The commandant continued, "Monsieur, you know that great events have just taken place which have changed the entire aspect of the government. The one which you represented no longer exists. The one which I represent is taking control. Under these painful but decisive circumstances, I come, in the name of the new republic, to ask you to turn over to me the office which you held under the former government." Monsieur de Varnetot answered, "Doctor, I am the mayor of Canterville, duly appointed, and I shall remain mayor of Canterville until I have been dismissed by a decree from my superiors. As mayor, I am in my place in the town hall, and here I stay. Anyhow, just try to get me out." He closed the window. The commandant returned to his troop, but before giving any information, eyeing Lieutenant Picard from head to foot, he exclaimed, "You're a great one, you are. You're a fine specimen of manhood. You're a disgrace to the army. I degrade you." "I don't give a—" He turned away and mingled with a group of townspeople. Then the doctor hesitated. What could he do? Attack? But would his men obey orders? And then, did he have the right to do so? An idea struck him. He ran to the telegraph office opposite the town hall and sent off 3 telegrams: to the new Republican government in Paris, to the new prefect of the Seine-Inférieure at Rouen, to the new Republican sub-prefect at Dieppe. He explained the situation, pointed out the danger which the town would run if it should remain in the hands of the royalist mayor, offered his faithful services, asked for orders, and signed, putting all his titles after his name. Then he returned to his battalion, and drawing 10 francs from his pocket, he cried, "Here, my friends, go eat and drink. Only leave me a detachment of 10 men to guard against anybody's leaving the town hall." But ex-Lieutenant Picard, who had been talking with the watchmaker, heard him. He began to laugh and exclaimed, "Ha, by Jove, if they come out, it'll give you a chance to get in. Otherwise I can see you standing out there for the rest of your life." The doctor did not reply, and he went to luncheon. In the afternoon he disposed his men about the town as though they were in immediate danger of an ambush. Several times he passed in front of the town hall and of the church without noticing anything suspicious. The 2 buildings looked as though empty. The butcher, the baker, and the druggist once more opened up their stores. Everybody was talking about the affair. If the Emperor were a prisoner, there must have been some kind of treason. They did not know exactly which of the republics had returned to power. Night fell. Toward 9 o'clock, the doctor, alone, noiselessly approached the entrance of the public building, persuaded that the enemy must have gone to bed, and, as he was preparing to batter down the door with a pickaxe, a deep voice of a sentry suddenly called, "Who goes there?" And Monsieur Masserel retreated as fast as his legs could carry him. Day broke without any change in the situation. Armed militia occupied the square, All the citizens had gathered around this troop, awaiting developments. Even the neighbouring villagers had come to look on. Then the doctor, seeing that his reputation was at stake, resolved to put an end to the matter in one way or another, and he was about to take some measures, undoubtedly energetic ones, when the door of the telegraph station opened and a little servant of the postmistress appeared, holding in her hands 2 papers. First she went to the commandant and gave him one of the dispatches. Then she crossed the empty square, confused at seeing the eyes of everyone on her, and lowering her head and running along with little quick steps, she went and knocked softly at the door of the barricaded house, as though ignorant of the fact that those behind it were armed. The door opened wide enough to let a man's hand reach out and receive the message, and the young girl returned blushing, ready to cry at being thus stared at by the whole countryside. In a clear voice the doctor cried, "Silence, if you please." When the populace had quieted down, he continued proudly, "Here is the communication which I have received from the government." And lifting the telegram he read, "Former mayor dismissed. Inform him immediately. More orders following. For the sub-prefect, Sapin, councillor." He was triumphant. His heart was throbbing with joy and his hands were trembling. But Picard, his former subordinate, cried to him from a neighbouring group, "That's all right, but supposing the others don't come out, what good is the telegram going to do you?" Monsieur Masserel grew pale. He had not thought of that. If the others did not come out, he would now have to take some decisive step. It was not only his right, but his duty. He looked anxiously at the town hall, hoping to see the door open and his adversary give in. The door remained closed. What could he do? The crowd was growing and closing around the militia. They were laughing. One thought especially tortured the doctor. If he attacked, he would have to march at the head of his men, and as, with him dead, all strife would cease, it was at him and him only that Monsieur de Varnetot and his 3 guards would aim. And they were good shots, very good shots, as Picard had just said. But an idea struck him, and, turning to Pommel, he ordered, "Run quickly to the druggist and ask him to lend me a towel and a stick." The lieutenant hastened. He would make a flag of truce, a white flag, at the sight of which the royalist heart of the mayor would perhaps rejoice. Pommel returned with the cloth and a broomstick. With some twine they completed the flag, and Monsieur Masserel, grasping it in both hands and holding it in front of him, again advanced in the direction of the town hall. When he was opposite the door, he once more called, "Monsieur de Varnetot." The door suddenly opened, and Monsieur de Varnetot and his 3 guards appeared on the threshold. Instinctively the doctor stepped back. Then he bowed courteously to his enemy, and, choking with emotion, he announced, "I have come, monsieur, to make you acquainted with the orders which I have received." The nobleman, without returning the bow, answered, "I resign, monsieur, but understand that it is neither through fear of nor obedience to the odious government which has usurped the power." And, emphasizing every word, he declared, "I do not wish to appear for a single day to serve the Republic. That's all." Masserel, stunned, answered nothing, and Monsieur de Varnetot, walking quickly, disappeared round the corner of the square, still followed by his escort. The doctor, puffed up with pride, returned to the crowd. As soon as he was near enough to make himself heard, he cried, "Hurrah, hurrah! Victory crowns the Republic everywhere." There was no outburst of joy. The doctor continued, "We are free. You are free. Independent. Be proud." The motionless villagers were looking at him without any signs of triumph shining in their eyes. He looked at them, indignant at their indifference, thinking of what he could say or do in order to make an impression, to electrify this calm peasantry, to fulfill his mission as a leader. He had an inspiration, and, turning to Pommel, he ordered, "Lieutenant, go get me the bust of the ex-emperor which is in the meeting-room of the municipal council, and bring it here with a chair." The man presently reappeared, carrying on his right shoulder the plaster Bonaparte, and holding in his left hand a cane-seated chair. Monsieur Masserel went towards him, took the chair, placed the white bust on it, then, stepping back a few steps, he addressed it in a loud voice. "Tyrant, tyrant, you have fallen down in the mud. The dying fatherland was in its death throes under your oppression. Vengeful destiny has struck you. Defeat and shame have pursued you. You fall conquered, a prisoner of the Prussians, and from the ruins of your crumbling empire the young and glorious Republic arises, lifting from the ground your broken sword." He waited for applause. Not a sound greeted his listening ear. The peasants, nonplussed, kept silent, and the white, placid, well-groomed statue seemed to look at Mr. Masserel with its plaster smile, ineffaceable and sarcastic. Thus they stood face to face, Napoleon on his chair, the physician standing 3 feet away. Anger seized the commandant. What could he do to move this crowd and definitely win over public opinion? He happened to carry his hand to his stomach, and he felt, under his red belt, the butt of his revolver. Not another inspiration, not another word came to his mind. Then he drew his weapon, stepped back a few steps, and shot the former monarch. The bullet made a little black hole, like a spot, in his forehead. No sensation was created. Monsieur Masserel shot a second time, and made a second hole, then a third time. Then, without stopping, he shot off the 3 remaining shots. Napoleon's forehead was blown away in a white powder, but his eyes, nose and pointed moustache remained intact. Then, in exasperation, the doctor kicked the chair over, and placing one foot on what remained of the bust in the position of a conqueror, he turned to the amazed public and yelled, "Thus may all traitors die!" As no enthusiasm was as yet visible, the spectators appearing to be dumb with astonishment, the commandant cried to the militia, "You may go home now," and he himself walked rapidly, almost ran, towards his house. As soon as he appeared, the servant told him that some patients had been waiting in his office for over 3 hours. He hastened in. They were the same 2 peasants as a few days before, who had returned at daybreak, obstinate and patient. The old man immediately began his explanation. "It began with ants, which seemed to be crawling up and down my legs." End of A Coup D'Etat by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The Dispenser of Holy Water by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The Dispenser of Holy Water. He lived formerly in a little house beside the high road outside the village. He had set up in business as a wheelwright after marrying the daughter of a farmer of the neighbourhood, and as they were both industrious, they managed to save up a nice little fortune. But they had no children, and this caused them great sorrow. Finally a son was born, whom they named Jean. They both loved and petted him, enfolding him with their affection, and were unwilling to let him be out of their sight. When he was 5 years old, some mountebanks passed through the country and set up their tent in the town hall square. John, who had seen them pass by, made his escape from the house, and after his father had made a long search for him, he found him among the learned goats and trick dogs, uttering shouts of laughter and sitting on the knees of an old clown. 3 days later, just as they were sitting down to dinner, the wheelwright and his wife noticed that their son was not in the house. They looked for him in the garden, and as they did not find him, his father went out into the road and shouted at the top of his voice, "John!" Night came on. A brown vapour arose, making distant objects look still farther away and giving them a dismal, weird appearance. 3 tall pines close at hand seemed to be weeping. Still there was no reply, but the air appeared to be full of indistinct sighing. The father listened for some time, thinking he had heard a sound first in one direction, then in another, and, almost beside himself, he ran out into the night, calling incessantly, "Jean! Jean!" He ran along thus until daybreak, filling the darkness with his shouts, terrifying stray animals, torn by a terrible anguish, and fearing that he was losing his mind. His wife, seated on the stone step of their home, sobbed until morning. They did not find their son. They both aged rapidly in their inconsolable sorrow. Finally they sold their house and set out to search together. They inquired of the shepherds on the hillsides, of the tradesmen passing by, of the peasants in the villages, and of the authorities in the towns. But their boy had been lost a long time and no one knew anything about him. He had probably forgotten his own name by this time, and also the name of his village, and his parents wept in silence, having lost hope. Before long their money came to an end, and they worked out by the day in the farms and inns, doing the most menial work, eating what was left from the tables, sleeping on the ground and suffering from cold. Then, as they became enfeebled by hard work, no one would employ them any longer, and they were forced to beg along the high roads. They accosted passers-by in an entreating voice and with sad, discouraged faces. They begged a morsel of bread from the harvesters who were dining around a tree in the fields at noon, and they ate in silence seated on the edge of a ditch. An innkeeper to whom they had told their story said to them one day, "I know someone who had lost their daughter, and they found her in Paris." They at once set out for Paris. When they entered the great city, they were bewildered by its size and by the crowds that they saw. But they knew that Jean must be in the midst of all these people, though they did not know how to set about looking for him. Then they feared that they might not recognize him, for he was only 5 years old when they last saw him. They visited every place, went through all the streets, stopping whenever they saw a group of people, hoping for some providential meeting, some extraordinary luck, some compassionate fate. They frequently walked at haphazard straight ahead, leaning one against the other, looking so sad and poverty-stricken that people would give them alms without their asking. They spent every Sunday at the doors of the churches, watching the crowds entering and leaving, trying to distinguish among the faces one that might be familiar. Several times they thought they recognized him, but always found that they had made a mistake. In the vestibule of one of the churches which they visited the most frequently, there was an old dispenser of holy water who had become their friend. He also had a very sad history, and their sympathy for him had established a bond of close friendship between them. It ended by them all three living together in a poor lodging on the top floor of a large house situated at some distance, quite on the outskirts of the city, and the wheelwright would sometimes take his new friend's place at the church whenever the latter was ill. Winter came, a very severe winter. The poor holy water sprinkler died, and the parish priest appointed the wheelwright, whose misfortunes had come to his knowledge, to replace him. He went every morning and sat in the same place, on the same chair, wearing away the old stone pillar by continually leaning against it. He would gaze steadily at every man who entered the church, and look forward to Sunday with as much impatience as a schoolboy, for on that day the church was filled with people from morning till night. He became very old, growing weaker each day from the dampness of the church, and his hope oozed away gradually. He now knew by sight all the people who came to the services. He knew their hours, their manners, could distinguish their step on the stone pavement. His interest had become so contracted that the entrance of a stranger in the church was for him a great event. One day 2 ladies came in. One was old, the other young, a mother and daughter probably. Behind them came a man who was following them. He bowed to them as they came out, and after offering them some holy water, he took the arm of the elder lady. That must be the fiancée of the younger one, thought the wheelwright, and until evening he kept trying to recall where he had formerly seen a young man who resembled this one. But the one he was thinking of must be an old man by this time, for it seemed as if he had known him down home in his youth. The same man frequently came again to walk home with the ladies, and this vague, distant, familiar resemblance, which he could not place, worried the old man so much that he made his wife come with him to see if she could help his impaired memory. One evening, as it was growing dusk, the 3 strangers entered together. When they had passed, the old man said, "Well, do you know him?" His wife anxiously tried to ransack her memory. Suddenly she said in a low tone, "Yes, yes, but he is darker, taller, stouter, and is dressed like a gentleman. But, father, all the same, it is your face when you were young." The old man started violently. It was true. He looked like himself and also like his brother who was dead, and like his father whom he remembered while he was yet young. The old couple was so affected that they could not speak. The 3 persons came out and were about to leave the church. The man touched his finger to the holy water sprinkler. The old man, whose hand was trembling so that he was fairly sprinkling the ground with holy water, exclaimed, "Jean!" The young man stopped and looked at him. He repeated in a lower tone, "Jean." The 2 women looked at them without understanding. He then said for the 3rd time, sobbing as he did so, "Jean." The man stooped down with his face close to the old man's, and as a memory of his childhood dawned on him, he replied, "Papa Pierre, Maman Jeanne." He had forgotten everything, his father's surname and the name of his native place, but he always remembered those 2 words that he had so often repeated, "Papa Pierre, Maman Jeanne." He sank to the floor, his face on the old man's knees, and he wept, kissing now his father and then his mother, while they were almost breathless from intense joy. The 2 ladies also wept, understanding as they did that some great happiness had come to pass. Then they all went to the young man's house, and he told them his history. The circus people had carried him off. For 3 years he travelled with them in various countries. Then the troupe disbanded, and one day an old lady in a chateau had paid to have him stay with her because she liked his appearance. As he was intelligent, he was sent to school, then to college, and the old lady, having no children, had left him all her money. He, for his part, had tried to find his parents, but as he could remember only the 2 names, Papa Pierre, Maman Jeanne, he had been unable to do so. Now he was about to be married, and he introduced his fiancée, who was very good and very pretty. When the 2 old people had told their story in their turn, he kissed them once more. They sat up very late that night, not daring to retire, lest the happiness they had so long sought should escape them again while they were asleep. But misfortune had lost its hold on them, and they were happy for the rest of their lives. End of The Dispenser of Holy Water by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
Dream Life and Real Life, A Little African Story by Olive Schreiner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dream Life and Real Life, A Little African Story. Little Janita sat alone beside a milk bush. Before her and behind her stretched the plain, covered with red sand and thorny karoo bushes. and here and there a milk bush, looking like a bundle of pale green rods tied together. Not a tree was to be seen anywhere except on the banks of the river, and that was far away, and the sun beat on her head. Round her fed the Angora goats she was herding, pretty things, especially the little ones, with white silky curls that touched the ground. But Janita sat crying. If an angel should gather up in his cup all the tears that have been shed, I think the bitterest would be those of children. By and by she was so tired, and the sun was so hot, she laid her head against the milk bush and dropped asleep. She dreamed a beautiful dream. She thought that when she went back to the farmhouse in the evening, the walls were covered with vines and roses, and the kraals were not made of red stone, but of lilac trees full of blossom. And the fat old boer smiled at her, and the stick he held across the door for the goats to jump over was a lily rod with 7 blossoms at the end. When she went to the house, her mistress gave her a whole roaster cake for her supper, and the mistress's daughter had stuck a rose in the cake, and her mistress's son-in-law said, "Thank you," when she pulled off his boots, and did not kick her. It was a beautiful dream. While she lay thus dreaming, one of the little kids came and licked her on the cheek because of the salt from her dried-up tears. And in her dream she was not a poor indentured child any more, living with boors. It was her father who kissed her. He said he had only been asleep. That day when he lay down under the thorn bush, he had not really died. He felt her hair and said it was grown long and silky, and he said they would go back to Denmark now. He asked her why her feet were bare and what the marks on her back were. Then he put her head on his shoulder and picked her up and carried her away, away. She laughed. She could feel her face against the brown beard. His arms were so strong. As she lay there dreaming, with the ants running over her naked feet and with her brown curls lying in the sand, a Hottentot came up to her. He was dressed in ragged yellow trousers and a dirty shirt and torn jacket. He had a red handkerchief round his head and a felt hat above that. His nose was flat, his eyes like slits, and the wool on his head was gathered into little round balls. He came to the milk bush and looked at the little girl lying in the hot sun. Then he walked off and caught one of the fattest little Angora goats and held its mouth fast as he stuck it under his arm. He looked back to see that she was still sleeping and jumped down into one of the slates. He walked down the bed of the slate a little way and came to an overhanging bank, under which, sitting on the red sand, were 2 men. One was a tiny, ragged old bushman, 4 feet high. The other was an English navvy in a dark blue blouse. They cut the kid's throat with the navvy's long knife and covered up the blood with sand and buried the entrails and skin. Then they talked and quarrelled a little, and then they talked quietly again. The Hottentot man put a leg of the kid under his coat and left the rest of the meat for the 2 in the slate and walked away. When little Janita awoke, it was almost sunset. She sat up very frightened, but her goats were all about her. She began to drive them home. "I do not think there are any lost," she said. Dirk, the Hottentot, had brought his flock home already and stood at the kraal door with his ragged yellow trousers. The fat old boer put his stick across the door and let Janita's goats jump over one by one. He counted them. When the last jumped over, "Have you been to sleep today?" he said. "There is one missing." Then little Janita knew what was coming, and she said in a low voice, "No." And then she felt in her heart that deadly sickness that you feel when you tell a lie. And again she said, "Yes." "Do you think you will have any supper this evening?" said the boer. "No," said Janita. "What do you think you will have?" "I don't know," said Janita. "Give me your whip," said the boer to Dirk, the Hottentot. The moon was all but full that night. Oh, but its light was beautiful. The little girl crept to the door of the outhouse where she slept and looked at it. When you are hungry and very, very sore, you do not cry. She leaned her chin on one hand and looked with her great dove's eyes. The other hand was cut open, so she wrapped it in her pinafore. She looked across the plain at the sand and the low karoo bushes with the moonlight on them. Presently there came slowly from far away a wild springbuck. It came close to the house and stood looking at it in wonder while the moonlight glinted on its horns and in its great eyes. It stood wondering at the red brick walls, and the girl watched it. Then suddenly, as if it scorned it all, it curved its beautiful back and turned, and away it fled over the bushes and sand like a sheeny streak of white lightning. She stood up to watch it. So free, so free! Away, away! She watched till she could see it no more on the wide plain. Her heart swelled, larger, larger, larger. She uttered a low cry, and without waiting, pausing, thinking, she followed on its track. Away, away, away! I also, she said. I also. When at last her legs began to tremble under her, and she stopped to breathe, the house was a speck behind her. She dropped on the earth and held her panting sides. She began to think now. If she stayed on the plain, they would trace her footsteps in the morning and catch her. But if she waded in the water in the bed of the river, they would not be able to find her footmarks, and she would hide there where the rocks and the kopjes were. So she stood up and walked towards the river. The water in the river was low, just a line of silver in the broad bed of sand, here and there broadening into a pool. She stepped into it and bathed her feet in the delicious cold water. Up and up the stream she walked, where it rattled over the pebbles, and past where the farmhouse lay, and where the rocks were large, she leapt from one to the other. The night wind in her face made her strong. She laughed. She had never felt such night wind before. So the night smells to the wild bucks, because they are free. A free thing feels as a chained thing never can. At last she came to a place where the willows grew on each side of the river and trailed their long branches on the sandy bed. She could not tell why, she could not tell the reason, but a feeling of fear came over her. On the left bank rose a chain of kopjes and a precipice of rocks. Between the precipice and the river bank there was a narrow path covered by the fragments of fallen rock. And upon the summit of the precipice a kippersol tree grew, whose palm-like leaves were clearly cut out against the night sky. The rocks cast a deep shadow, and the willow trees on either side of the river. She paused, looked up and about her, and then ran on, fearful. "What was I afraid of? How foolish I have been," she said, when she came to a place where the trees were not so close together, and she stood still and looked back and shivered. At last her steps grew wearier and wearier. She was very sleepy now, she could scarcely lift her feet. She stepped out of the river bed. She only saw that the rocks about her were wild, as though many little kopjes had been broken up and strewn upon the ground, lay down at the foot of an aloe, and fell asleep. But in the morning she saw what a glorious place it was. The rocks were piled on one another and tossed this way and that. Prickly pears grew among them, and there were no less than 6 kippersol trees scattered here and there among the broken kopjes. In the rocks there were hundreds of homes for the conies, and from the crevices wild asparagus hung down. She ran to the river, bathed in the clear cold water, and tossed it over her head. She sang aloud. All the songs she knew were sad, so she could not sing them now. She was glad, she was so free, but she sang the notes without the words, as the cockavits do. Singing and jumping all the way, she went back and took a sharp stone and cut at the root of a kippersol and got out a large piece, as long as her arm, and sat to chew it. 2 conies came out on the rock above her head and peeped at her. She held them out a piece, but they did not want it, and ran away. It was very delicious to her. Kippersol is like raw quince when it is very green, but she liked it. When good food is thrown at you by other people, strange to say, it is very bitter, but whatever you find yourself is sweet. When she had finished, she dug out another piece and went to look for a pantry to put it in. At the top of a heap of rocks, up where she clambered, she found that some large stones stood apart but met at the top, making a room. "Oh, this is my little home," she said. At the top and all around it was closed, only in the front it was open. There was a beautiful shelf in the wall for the kippersol, and she scrambled down again. She brought a great bunch of prickly pear and stuck it in a crevice before the door, and hung wild asparagus over it till it looked as though it grew there. No one could see that there was a room there, for she left only a tiny opening and hung a branch of feathery asparagus over it. Then she crept in to see how it looked. There was a glorious, soft green light. Then she went out and picked some of those purple little ground flowers, you know them, those that keep their faces close to the ground, but when you turn them up and look at them there are deep blue eyes looking into yours. She took them with a little earth and put them in the crevices between the rocks, and so the room was quite furnished. Afterwards she went down to the river and brought her arms full of willow and made a lovely bed, and because the weather was very hot, she lay down to rest upon it. She went to sleep soon, and slept long, for she was very weak. Late in the afternoon she was awakened by a few cold drops falling on her face. She sat up. A great and fierce thunderstorm had been raging, and a few of the cool drops had fallen through the crevice in the rocks. She pushed the asparagus branch aside and looked out, with her little hands folded about her knees. She heard the thunder rolling, and saw the red torrents rush among the stones on their way to the river. She heard the roar of the river as it now rolled, angry and red, bearing away stumps and trees on its muddy water. She listened and smiled, and pressed closer to the rock that took care of her. She pressed the palm of her hand against it. When you have no one to love you, you love the dumb things very much. When the sun set, it cleared up. Then the little girl ate some kippersol and lay down again to sleep. She thought there was nothing so nice as to sleep. When one has had no food but kippersol juice for 2 days, one doesn't feel strong. It is so nice here, she thought as she went to sleep. I will stay here always. Afterwards the moon rose. The sky was very clear now. There was not a cloud anywhere, and the moon shone in through the bushes in the door and made a lattice-work of light on her face. She was dreaming a beautiful dream. The loveliest dreams of all are dreamed when you are hungry. She thought she was walking in a beautiful place, holding her father's hand, and they both had crowns on their heads, crowns of wild asparagus. The people whom they passed smiled and kissed her. Some gave her flowers and some gave her food, and the sunlight was everywhere. She dreamed the same dream over and over, and it grew more and more beautiful, till suddenly it seemed as though she was standing quite alone. She looked up. On one side of her was the high precipice, on the other was the river with the willow trees drooping their branches into the water, and the moonlight was over all. Up against the night sky the pointed leaves of the kippersol trees were clearly marked, and the rocks and the willow trees cast dark shadows. In her sleep she shivered, and half awoke. "Ah, I am not there, I am here," she said, and she crept closer to the rock and kissed it, and went to sleep again. It must have been about 3 o'clock, for the moon had begun to sink towards the western sky, when she woke with a violent start. She sat up and pressed her hand against her heart. "Who can it be? A coney must surely have run across my feet and frightened me," she said, and she turned to lie down again, but soon she sat up. Outside there was the distinct sound of thorns crackling in a fire. She crept to the door and made an opening in the branches with her fingers. A large fire was blazing in the shadow at the foot of the rocks. A little bushman sat over some burning coals that had been raked from it, cooking meat. Stretched on the ground was an Englishman, dressed in a blouse, and with a heavy, sullen face. On the stone beside him was Dirk, the Hottentot, sharpening a bowie knife. She held her breath. Not a coney in all the rocks was so still. "They can never find me here," she said. And she knelt and listened to every word they said. She could hear it all. "You may have all the money," said the bushman, "but I want the cask of brandy. I will set the roof alight in 6 places, for a Dutchman burnt my mother once alive in a hut with 3 children. "You are sure there is no one else on the farm?" said the navvy. "No, I have told you till I am tired," said Dirk. "The 2 Kaffirs have gone with the son to town, and the maids have gone to a dance. There is only the old man and the 2 women left." "But suppose," said the navvy, "he should have his gun at his bedside and loaded?" "He never has," said Dirk. "It hangs in the passage, and the cartridges too. He never thought when he bought it what work it was for." "I only wish the little white girl was there still," said Dirk. "But she is drowned. We traced her footmarks to the great pool that has no bottom." She listened to every word, and they talked on. Afterwards the little bushman, who crouched over the fire, sat up suddenly listening. "Ha! What is that?" he said. "A bushman is like a dog. His ear is so fine he knows a jackal's tread from a wild dog's." "I heard nothing," said the navvy. "I heard," said the Hottentot, "but it was only a coney in the rocks." No coney, said the bushman. "See, what is that there moving in the shade round the point?" "Nothing, you idiot," said the navvy. "Finish your meat. We must start now." There were 2 roads to the homestead. One went along the open plain, and was by far the shortest, but you might be seen half a mile off. The other ran along the river bank, where there were rocks and holes and willow trees to hide among, and all down the river bank ran a little figure. The river was swollen by the storm full to its banks, and the willow trees dipped their half-drowned branches into its water. Wherever there was a gap between them, you could see it flow, red and muddy, with the stumps upon it, but the little figure ran on, never looking, never thinking, panting, panting. There where the rocks were the thickest, there where on the open space the moonlight shone, there where the prickly pears were tangled and the rocks cast shadows, on it ran, the little hands clenched, the little heart beating, the eyes fixed always ahead. It was not far to run now, only the narrow path between the high rocks and the river. At last she came to the end of it and stood for an instant. Before her lay the plain and the red farmhouse, so near that if persons had been walking there you might have seen them in the moonlight. She clasped her hands. "Yes, I will tell them," she said. "I am almost there." She ran forward again, then hesitated. She shaded her eyes from the moonlight and looked. Between her and the farmhouse there were 3 figures moving over the low bushes. In the sheeny moonlight you could see how they moved on, slowly and furtively. The short one, and the one in light clothes, and the one in dark. "I cannot help them now," she cried, and sank down on the ground with her little hands clasped before her. "Awake, awake," said the farmer's wife. "I hear a strange noise, something calling, calling, calling." The man rose and went to the window. "I hear it also," he said. "Surely some jackals at the sheep. I will load my gun and go and see." "It sounds to me like the cry of no jackal," said the woman, and when he was gone she awoke her daughter. "Come, let us go and make a fire. I can sleep no more," she said. "I have heard a strange thing tonight. Your father said it was a jackal's cry, but no jackal cries so. It was a child's voice, and it cried, 'Master, master, wake.'" The women looked at each other. Then they went to the kitchen and made a great fire, and they sang psalms all the while. At last the man came back, and they asked him, "What have you seen?" "Nothing," he said, "but the sheep asleep in their kraals and the moonlight on the walls. And yet it did seem to me," he added, "that far away near the krantz by the river I saw 3 figures moving, and afterwards, it might have been fancy, I thought I heard the cry again, but since that all has been still there." Next day a navvy had returned to the railway works. "Where have you been so long?" his comrades asked. "He keeps looking over his shoulder," said one, "as though he thought he should see something there." "When he drank his grog today," said another, "he let it fall and looked round." Next day a small old bushman and a Hottentot in ragged yellow trousers were at a wayside canteen. When the bushman had had brandy he began to tell how something, he did not say whether it was a man, woman or child, had lifted up its hands and cried for mercy, had kissed a white man's hands and cried to him to help it. Then the Hottentot took the bushman by the throat and dragged him out. Next night the moon rose up and mounted the quiet sky. She was full now and looked in at the little home, at the purple flowers stuck about the room and the kippersol on the shelf. Her light fell on the willow trees and on the high rocks and on a little new-made heap of earth and round stones. 3 men knew what was under it, and no one else ever will. Lillykloof, South Africa. End of Dream Life and Real Life, A Little African Story, by Olive Schreiner. Recording by Rachel May Ferriman, Cape Town.
A Duel by Guy de Maupassant. Translated by Albert M. C. McMaster, A. E. Henderson, M. M. E. Quesada, and others. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Duel. The war was over. The Germans occupied France. The whole country was pulsating like a conquered wrestler beneath the knee of his victorious opponent. The first trains from Paris, distracted, starving, despairing Paris, were making their way to the new frontiers, slowly passing through the country districts and the villages. The passengers gazed through the windows at the ravaged fields and burned hamlets. Prussian soldiers in their black helmets with brass spikes were smoking their pipes astride their chairs in front of the houses which were still left standing. Others were working or talking, just as if they were members of the families. As you passed through the different towns, you saw entire regiments drilling in the squares, and in spite of the rumble of the carriage wheels, you could every moment hear the hoarse words of command. M. Dubious, who during the entire siege had served as one of the National Guard in Paris, was going to join his wife and daughter, whom he prudently sent away to Switzerland before the invasion. Famine and hardship had not diminished his big paunch, so characteristic of the rich, peace-loving merchant. He had gone through the terrible events of the past year with sorrowful resignation and bitter complaint at the savagery of men. Now that he was journeying to the frontier at the close of the war, he saw the Prussians for the first time. Although he had done his duty on the ramparts and mounted guard on many a cold night, he stared with mingled fear and anger at those bearded armed men, installed all over French soil as if they were at home, and he felt in his soul a kind of fever of impotent patriotism. At the same time, also the great need of that new instinct of prudence, which since then has never left us. In the same railway carriage were two Englishmen, who had come to the country as sightseers, and were gazing about them with looks of quiet curiosity. They were both also stout, and kept chatting in their own language, sometimes referring to their guidebook, and reading aloud the names of the places indicated. Suddenly, the train stopped at a little village station, and a Prussian officer jumped up with a great clatter of his saber on the double footboard of the railway carriage. He was tall, wore a tight-fitting uniform, and had whiskers up to his eyes. His red hair seemed to be on fire, and his long mustache, of a paler hue, stuck out on both sides of his face, which it seemed to cut in two. The Englishmen at once began staring at him, with smiles of newly awakened interest, while M. Dubious made a show of reading a newspaper. He sat concealed in his corner, like a thief in the presence of a gendarme. The train started again. The Englishmen went on chatting and looking out for the exact scene of different battles, and all of a sudden, as one of them stretched out his arm towards the horizon, as he pointed out a village, the Prussian officer remarked in French, extending his long legs and lolling backward, "I killed a dozen Frenchmen in that village, and took more than 100 prisoners." The Englishman, quite interested, immediately asked, "Ha! And what is the name of this village?" The Prussian replied, "Faussburg." He added, "We caught those French scoundrels by the ears." And he glanced towards M. Dubious, laughing conceitedly into his mustache. The train rolled on, still passing through hamlets occupied by the victorious army. German soldiers could be seen along the roads, on the edges of fields, standing in front of gates or chatting outside cafes. They covered the soil like African locusts. The officer said with a wave of his hand, "If I'd been in command, I'd taken Paris. Burned everything, killed everybody. No more France." The Englishman, through politeness, replied simply, "Ah, yes." He went on, "In 20 years of Europe, all of it will belong to us. Prussia is more than a match for all of them." The Englishmen, getting uneasy, no longer replied. Their faces, which had become impassive, seemed made of wax behind their long whiskers. Then the Prussian officer began to laugh, and still, lolling back, he began to sneer. He sneered at the downfall of France, insulted the prostrate enemy. He sneered at Austria, which had been recently conquered. He sneered at the valiant but fruitless defense of the departments. He sneered at the Garde Mobile and at the useless artillery. He announced that Bismarck was going to build a city of iron with a captured cannon, and suddenly he placed his boots against the thigh of M. Dubious, who turned away his eyes, reddening to the roots of his hair. The Englishmen seemed to have become indifferent to all that was going on, as if they were suddenly shut up in their own island, far from the din of the world. The officer took out his pipe, and looking fixedly at the Frenchman said, "You haven't any tobacco, have you?" M. Dubious replied, "No, monsieur." The German resumed, "You might go and buy some for me when the train stops." And he began laughing afresh as he added, "I'll give you the price of a drink." The train whistled and slackened its pace. They passed a station that had been burned down, and then they stopped altogether. The German opened the carriage door, and, catching M. Dubious by the arm, said, "Go and do what I told you. Quick! Quick!" A Prussian detachment occupied the station. Other soldiers were standing behind wooden gratings, looking on. The engine was getting up steam before starting again. Then M. Dubious hurriedly jumped on the platform, and, in spite of the warnings of the station master, dashed into the adjoining compartment. He was alone. He tore open his waistcoat. His heart was beating so rapidly, and, gasping for breath, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead. The train drew up at another station, and suddenly the officer appeared at the carriage door and jumped in, followed close behind by two Englishmen, who were impelled by curiosity. The German sat facing the Frenchman, and, laughing still, said, "You did not want to do what I asked you?" M. Dubious replied, "No, monsieur." The train had just left the station. The officer said, "I'll cut off your mustache to fill my pipe with." And he put out his hand towards the Frenchman's face. The Englishmen stared at them, retaining their previous impressive manner. The German had already pulled out a few hairs, and was still tugging at the mustache, when M. Dubious, with a backstroke of his hand, flung aside the officer's arm, and seizing him by the collar, threw him down on the seat. Then, excited to a pitch of fury, his temples swollen and his eyes glaring, he kept throttling the officer with one hand, while the other clenched. He began to strike him violent blows in the face. The Prussian struggled, tried to draw his sword, to clinch with his adversary, who was on top of him, but M. Dubious crushed him with his enormous weight, and kept punching him. Without taking a breath, or knowing where his blows fell, blood flowed down the face of the German, who, choking and rattling in his throat, spat out his broken teeth and vainly strove to shake off this infuriated man who was killing him. The Englishmen had got on their feet, and came closer in order to see better. They remained standing, full of mirth and curiosity, ready to bet for or against either combatant. Suddenly, M. Dubious, exhausted by his violent efforts, rose and resumed his seat without uttering a word. The Prussian did not attack him, for the savage assault had terrified and astonished the officer, as well as causing him suffering. When he was able to breathe freely, he said, "Unless you give me satisfaction with pistols, I will kill you." M. Dubious replied, "Whenever you like, I'm quite ready." the German said. Here is the town of Strasbourg. I'll get 2 officers to be my seconds, and there will be time before the train leaves the station. M. Dubious, who was puffing as hard as the engine, said to the Englishman, Will you be my seconds? They both answered together, Oh, yes. And the train stopped. In a minute, the Prussian had found 2 comrades who brought pistols, and they made their way towards the ramparts. The Englishmen were continually looking at their watches, shuffling their feet and hurrying on with the preparations, uneasy lest they should be too late for the train. M. Dubious had never fired a pistol in his life. They made him stand 20 paces away from his enemy. He was asked, Are you ready? While he was answering, Yes, monsieur, he noticed that one of the Englishmen had opened his umbrella in order to keep off the rays of the sun. A voice gave the signal. Fire! M. Dubious fired at random without delay, and he was amazed to see the Prussian opposite him stagger, lift up his arms, and fall forward, dead. He had killed the officer. One of the Englishmen exclaimed, Ah! He was quivering with delight, with satisfied curiosity and joyous impatience. The other, who still kept his watch in his hand, seized M. Dubious's arm and hurried him in double quick time towards the station, his fellow countryman marking time as he ran beside them, with closed fist, his elbows at his sides. 1, 2, 1, 2. And all 3, running abreast rapidly, made their way to the station like 3 grotesque figures in a comic newspaper. The train was on the point of starting. They sprang into their carriage. Then the Englishmen, taking off their travelling caps, waved them 3 times over their heads, exclaiming, Hip, 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 hurrah! And gravely, one after the other, they extended their right hands to M. Dubious, then went back and sat down in their own corner. End of A Duel by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Elisandro Beltran, Los Angeles.
Forgiveness by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Forgiveness. She had been brought up in one of those families who live entirely to themselves, apart from all the rest of the world. Such families know nothing of political events, although they are discussed at table, for changes in the government take place at such a distance from them that they are spoken of as one speaks of a historical event, such as the death of Louis XVI or the landing of Napoleon. Customs are modified in course of time. Fashions succeed one another, but such variations are taken no account of in the placid family circle where traditional usages prevail year after year. And if some scandalous episode or other occurs in the neighbourhood, the disreputable story dies a natural death when it reaches the threshold of the house. The father and mother may, perhaps, exchange a few words on the subject when alone together some evening, but they speak in hushed tones, for even walls have ears. The father says, with bated breath, "You've heard of that terrible affair in the Retold family?" And the mother answers, "Who would have dreamed of such a thing? It's dreadful." The children suspected nothing and arrive in their turn at years of discretion, with eyes and mind blindfolded, ignorant of the real side of life, not knowing that people do not think as they speak, and do not speak as they act, or aware that they should live at war or at all events in a state of armed peace with the rest of mankind, not suspecting the fact that the simple are always deceived, the sincere made sport of, the good maltreated. Some go on till the day of their death in this blind probity and loyalty and honour, so pure-minded that nothing can open their eyes. Others, undeceived, but without fully understanding, make mistakes, are dismayed, and become desperate, believing themselves the playthings of a cruel fate, the wretched victims of adverse circumstances, and exceptionally wicked men. The Savinals married their daughter Bertha at the age of 18. She wedded a young Parisian, George Baron by name, who had dealings on the stock exchange. He was handsome, well-mannered, and apparently all that could be desired. But in the depths of his heart he somewhat despised his old-fashioned parents-in-law, whom he spoke of among his intimates as "my dear old fossils." He belonged to a good family, and the girl was rich. They settled down in Paris. She became one of the provincial Parisians whose name is Legion. She remained in complete ignorance of the great city, of its social side, its pleasures, and its customs, just as she remained ignorant also of life, its perfidy, and its mysteries. Devoted to her house, she knew scarcely anything beyond her own street, and when she ventured into another part of Paris, it seemed to her that she had accomplished a long and arduous journey into some unknown, unexplored city. She would then say to her husband in the evening, "I have been through the boulevards today." 2 or 3 times a year her husband took her to the theatre. These were events she remembered of which never grew dim. They provided subjects of conversation for long afterwards. Sometimes 3 months afterwards she would suddenly burst into laughter and exclaim, "Do you remember that actor dressed up as a general who crowed like a cock?" Her friends were limited to 2 families related to her own. She spoke of them as the Martinets and the Michelins. Her husband lived as he pleased, coming home when it suited him, sometimes not until dawn, alleging business, but not putting himself out overmuch to account for his movements, well aware that no suspicion would ever enter his wife's guileless soul. But one morning she received an anonymous letter. She was thunderstruck. Too simple-minded to understand the infamy of unsigned information, and to despise the letter, the writer of which declared himself inspired by interest in her happiness, hatred of evil, and love of truth. This missive told her that her husband had had, for 2 years past, a sweetheart, a young widow named Madame Rosette, with whom he spent all his evenings. Bertha knew neither how to dissemble her grief nor how to spy on her husband. When he came in for lunch, she threw the letter down before him, burst into tears, and fled to her room. He had time to take in the situation and prepare his reply. He knocked at his wife's door. She opened it at once, but dared not look at him. He smiled, sat down, drew her to his knee, and in a tone of light raillery began, "My dear child, as a matter of fact, I have a friend named Madame Rosette, whom I have known for the last 10 years, and of whom I have a very high opinion. I may add that I know scores of other people whose names I have never mentioned to you, seeing that you do not care for society or fresh acquaintances, or functions of any sort. But to make short work of such vile accusations as this, I want you to put on your things after lunch, and we'll go together and call on this lady, who will very soon become a friend of yours too, I am quite sure." She embraced her husband warmly, and moved by that feminine spirit of curiosity which will not be lulled once it is aroused, consented to go and see this unknown widow, of whom she was, in spite of everything, just the least bit jealous. She felt instinctively that to know a danger is to be already armed against it. She entered a small, tastefully furnished flat on the 4th floor of an attractive house. After waiting 5 minutes, in a drawing-room rendered somewhat dark by its many curtains and hangings, a door opened, and a very dark, short, rather plump young woman appeared, surprised and smiling. George introduced them. "My wife, Madame Julie Rosette." The young widow uttered a half-suppressed cry of astonishment and joy, and ran forward with hands outstretched. She had not hoped, she said, to have this pleasure, knowing that Madame Baron never saw anyone, but she was delighted to make her acquaintance. She was so fond of George, she said George in a familiar, sisterly sort of way, that she had been most anxious to know his young wife and to make friends with her too. By the end of a month the two new friends were inseparable. They saw each other every day, sometimes twice a day, and dined together every evening, sometimes at one house, sometimes at the other. George no longer deserted his home, no longer talked of pressing business. He adored his own fireside, he said. When, after a time, a flat in the house where Madame Rosette lived became vacant, Madame Baron hastened to take it, in order to be near her friend and spend even more time with her than hitherto. And for 2 whole years their friendship was without a cloud, a friendship of heart and mind, absolute, tender, devoted. Bertha could hardly speak without bringing in Julie's name. To her, Madame Rosette represented perfection. She was utterly happy, calm and contented. But Madame Rosette fell ill. Bertha hardly left her side. She spent her nights with her, distracted with grief. Even her husband seemed inconsolable. One morning the doctor, after leaving the invalid's bedside, took George and his wife aside and told him that he considered Julie's condition very grave. As soon as he had gone, the grief-stricken husband and wife sat down opposite each other and gave way to tears. That night they both sat up with the patient. Bertha tenderly kissed her friend from time to time, while George stood at the foot of the bed, his eyes gazing steadfastly at the invalid's face. The next day she was worse, but toward evening she declared she felt better and insisted that her friend should go back to their own apartment to dinner. They were sitting sadly in the dining-room, scarcely even attempting to eat, when the maid gave George a note. He opened it, turned pale as death, and, rising from the table, said to his wife in a constrained voice, "Wait for me. I must leave you a moment. I shall be back in 10 minutes. Don't go away on any account." And he hurried to his room to get his hat. Bertha waited for him, a prey to fresh anxiety, but, docile in everything, she would not go back to her friend till he returned. At length, as he did not reappear, it occurred to her to visit his room and see if he had taken his gloves. This would show whether or not he had had a call to make. She saw them at the first glance. Beside them lay a crumpled paper, evidently thrown down in haste. She recognized it at once as the note George had received, and a burning temptation, the first that had ever assailed her, urged her to read it and discover the cause of her husband's abrupt departure. Her rebellious conscience protested, but a devouring and fearful curiosity prevailed. She seized the paper, smoothed it out, recognized the tremulous pencilled writing of Julie's, and read, "Come alone and kiss me, my poor dear. I am dying." At first she did not understand, the idea of Julie's death being her uppermost thought. But all at once the true meaning of what she read burst in a flash upon her. This pencilled note threw a lurid light upon her whole existence, revealed the whole infamous truth, all the treachery and perfidy of which she had been the victim. She understood the long years of deceit, the way in which she had been made their puppet. She saw them again, sitting side by side in the evening, reading by lamplight out of the same book, glancing at each other at the end of each page. and her poor, indignant, suffering, bleeding heart was cast into the depths of a despair which knew no bounds. Footsteps drew near. She fled and shut herself in her own room. Presently her husband called her. "Come quickly, Madame Rosette is dying." Bertha appeared at her door and with trembling lips replied, "Go back to her alone. She does not need me." He looked at her stupidly, dazed with grief, and repeated, "Come at once. She's dying, I tell you." Bertha answered, "You would rather it were I." Then at last he understood, and returned alone to the dying woman's bedside. He mourned her openly, shamelessly, indifferent to the sorrow of the wife who no longer spoke to him, no longer looked at him, who passed her life in solitude, heads round with disgust, with indignant anger, and praying night and day to God. They still lived in the same house, however, and sat opposite each other at table, in silence and despair. Gradually his sorrow grew less acute, but she did not forgive him. And so their life went on, hard and bitter for them both. For a whole year they remained as complete strangers to each other, as if they had never met. Bertha nearly lost her reason. At last one morning she went out very early and returned about 8 o'clock, bearing in her hands an enormous bouquet of white roses, and she sent word to her husband that she wanted to speak to him. He came, anxious and uneasy. "We are going out together," she said. "Please carry these flowers. They are too heavy for me." A carriage took them to the gate of the cemetery, where they alighted. Then, her eyes filling with tears, she said to George, "Take me to her grave." He trembled and could not understand her motive, but he led the way, still carrying the flowers. At last he stopped before a white marble slab, to which he pointed without a word. She took the bouquet from him and, kneeling down, placed it on the grave. Then she offered up a silent, heartfelt prayer. Behind her stood her husband, overcome by recollections of the past. She rose and held out her hands to him. "If you wish it, we will be friends," she said. End of Forgiveness by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
For American Indian Tales Retold, 1918. Introduction. The Lost Giant. The Feathered Bridegroom. Mandamin of the Maze. Awanee and the Giant. By Violet Moore Higgins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. For American Indian Tales Retold. Introduction. Among the Indians who used to roam over our western prairies in such vast numbers, storytelling was of the greatest importance. From the opening of spring through the summer, and far into the fall, the men and older boys of the tribe were out each day hunting the deer in the hills and the buffalo on the plains, or spearing fish in the streams. The women and girls, meantime, were occupied with their household duties about the teepees. But at last came the long winter months, when game was scarce and the old trails were covered with a blanket of snow. Then the Indians would retreat to the snug wigwams, and there await the coming of spring again. They had no books to read, or newspapers and magazines with which to while away those long winter days, and life would have been dull indeed had it not been for their ability to tell stories to each other. They never lacked material out of which to build these tales. Each bird and beast, each herb and flower, in fact, every living thing that ran or crawled or flew about their native forest, was known to the Indians. They studied the habits of the wild creatures to an extent that we might well follow. Then there were other forces that entered into their lives and stories. In the flash of lightning from a dark cloud, In the roll of thunder, in the rush of wind, or in the roar of waters tumbling over a cliff into the river below, they heard the voice of the Great Spirit, unseen but powerful. And so all their legends were woven around these things, and were full of strange incidents that had happened to them on their hunting trips. Many included adventures that had been related by their fathers and grandfathers around the winter campfires years and years before. Let us imagine that we, too, are curled up comfortably on a deerskin in a chief's tepee close beside the glowing campfire, whose flames cast a ruddy light on the circle of dark faces all about it, especially on that of the chief, who, pipe in hand, is just about to relate some of those old legends of the American Indians. V.M.H. The Lost Giant. Once upon a time, far back in the days when the elk, the moose, and the buffalo roamed over the hills and plains of North America, and little Indian children could call all the animals by name, there lived among one of the northern tribes a very unhappy little boy named Wawasato. His mother had been a chieftain's daughter, but she had died when the boy was a mere baby. His father had taken another wife, Wapiti, the elk, so called by reason of her large, ugly head. Washwato's father was dead now, too, and the little boy lived alone with his stepmother, who had no love for him and treated him very badly. He was too small to hunt and fish for his own food, and often Wapiti refused to share hers with him, giving him only a few bones to gnaw. One day she rolled up her belongings into a bundle, and without a word to Washwato went away. 2 days passed without a sign of her return. Then the little boy, hungry and frightened, sat down before his tent and cried bitterly. As he sat there, sobbing and crying, he felt the earth quiver beneath him, and looking up he saw through his tears a giant Indian who towered up to the very tree-tops. "Why are you crying?" asked the giant in a voice like distant thunder. "Because I am all alone," answered Washwato. "My stepmother has been gone 2 days, and I have no food." "You are the stepson of Wapiti?" asked the giant. The little boy nodded, and the giant continued, "Then she will never come back. She has gone to another tribe. Come home with me." And he swung the child aloft on his big, broad shoulder. Away they went to the giant's wigwam, and there Washwato lived happily for many moons. But one night the giant had a dream, in which the spirit of Washwato's father appeared to him, and told him to return the boy to his stepmother. The dream was so vivid that it troubled him, and he began to break camp the next morning, and prepare for a march. But when Washwato heard what his friend proposed to do, he cried and clung to the giant, and begged him not to go, but the big man was still worried over his dream, and insisted upon going. "But I will not leave you unless I find a tribe which will be kind to you," he said at last, as they were starting, and with that promise Washwato had to be satisfied. The giant swung the boy to his shoulder and set out. After 4 days' travel they reached a strange camp, and here they found Wapiti. She was furiously angry when she saw the boy, but a fear of the giant kept her silent. When he had told her his dream, she too felt uneasy, and pretended to welcome Washwato. But when the giant left him with his stepmother and prepared to leave, the child sobbed and cried so hard, and pleaded so earnestly with his friend to stay and live near him, that the big man paused. "I will stay if the tribe will have me," he said at last, and no one dared refuse. When they had given their consent, the giant said, "I will work for the tribe, I will hunt and fish and fight. But one thing you must promise me. Never give me otter's flesh to eat, or I will go away and never return." So the tribe promised, and little Washwato was happy. The giant taught him to hunt and fish, so that never again would he have to starve if Wapiti should desert him. The little boy soon had many friends. He was so merry and bright, his aim with an arrow was so true, and he was such a brave little warrior, that all the tribe loved him. All but Wapiti. She still hated the boy, and she hated the giant even more, for she felt that had it not been for him, she would long ago have been rid of the unwelcome child. In her heart she was always trying to make some plan whereby she might be freed from both of them. One day a hunter brought in a freshly killed deer for the giant, who was very fond of roast venison, and Wapiti at last had her chance. She prepared a splendid roast, but here and there among the deer meat she made a tiny slit with a sharp knife, and slid in pieces of otter flesh. The giant returned from fishing with a ravenous appetite, and sat down to the meal with a relish. But the first bite revealed the trickery of Wapiti, and with a furious glare at her, the giant leaped to his feet, strode from the camp, and never was seen again by the tribe. Soon the warriors returned, and when they learned what had happened, Wapiti had no further chance to carry out her cruel plans against Washwatto, for they drove her from the camp with stones and arrows, and said if ever she returned, her life would be forfeited. Then they adopted her stepson as the child of the tribe. Poor little Washwatto! Though he was among friends, he grieved continually for the loss of his dear giant, as did all the tribe, though not as bitterly. He could not be tempted with even the daintiest foods, and he did not care to play any more. The Indians made him splendid bows and arrows, and the medicine man carved a rattle for him out of a buffalo bone, but nothing seemed to make him happy. As winter came on, he grew thinner and paler and sadder every day, and shivered at the slightest breeze. At last his friends could bear it no longer, and begged him to tell them what, next to having the giant back again, would make him happiest. He answered at once, "Take me where the summer is. If I could see flowers in the woods, and could shoot at the birds with my bow and arrows again, I believe I could be happy." "Then we will hunt for the summer land, O little Washwatto," they cried, and set out the next day at sunrise. For many days they traveled toward the south, and at last, on the shores of a great lake, they came upon a strange tepee. It was that of a hostile tribe, however, and so Washwatto's friends hid themselves in the rushes by the water's edge, and called on the beaver to help them. "What you seek is indeed here," said the wise old animal, when they had told him their story, "and I will help you." Accordingly he asked the moose to swim to the middle of the lake, and in the meantime he began gnawing busily at the canoe paddles of the hostile tribe, not enough to saw them off entirely, but merely to weaken them. Suddenly there was a shout from the tepee. Someone had seen the moose, and all were eager to chase him. The enemies of Washwatto and his friends ran to the shore, leaped into their canoes, and put out after the moose. When they were well out into the middle of the lake, the beaver led Washwatto and his friends into the tepee by a hidden tent flap, so that they might not be seen from the water outside. From the very top of the highest tent pole there hung a great leather bag. As soon as he saw it, Washwatto began to smile, a little at first, and then more and more, and at last, laughing aloud, he caught up his little bow and arrow and aimed straight at the hanging pouch. As the dart pierced the leather, the wigwam was suddenly filled with the twittering of birds, and in another instant they came flying out of the bag and out of the tepee, thousands of them, robins, woodpeckers, swallows, orioles, jays, wrens, bluebirds, and many others. For summer had been tied up in the leather pouch, there to hang quietly until another year. The Indians on the lake had by this time discovered that there were intruders in their camp, and that Summer, placed in their keeping, had been set free. Desperately they began to head for shore, but now, under the strain, all the paddles broke, and the Indians were left floating on the lake, screaming with helpless rage, while the moose swam away to cover. Now it began to be summer everywhere. The snow and ice melted away. The brook, which had been locked up under layers of ice, began to gurgle and laugh again. The green leaves came out on the trees, and even the flowers began to spring up in the woods. Washwatto was perfectly happy. He grew plump and rosy, and he laughed with joy as he shot his arrows and threw the harpoons for fish. But the beaver and the moose came presently to think that perhaps they had meddled with things that were not their affair, and that, if the Great Spirit had intended it to be summer all the time, he would not have tied it up in a bag part of the year. So they decided to correct their mistake. But when at last they had fixed upon a plan, they found they could not agree upon the length of time summer should be allowed out of its prison. So they called all the animals together and asked for their advice. Every one had a different idea. Some advised a month, some 10, some 11. At last up jumped an old frog, and holding out his webbed foot with its 4 toes so that all might see it, he croaked in his deep voice, "Have 4, have 4, have 4," over and over again, until he drowned out the voices of the others. His persistence so wearied them that at last they gave in to him, and decided on 4, as he wished. So now there are but 4 months of summer in the Northland, and little Washwato is perfectly happy during those days. Then he smiles all the time, as he works and plays. That is why the sunshine is so pleasant, and why the brooks seem to gurgle with joy in the summer-time. But when the winter days come, and the cold rains of autumn fall, those are the tears of Washwato, sitting by the fire, and weeping for his lost friend, the giant. The Feathered Bridegroom. Long, long ago, before the coming of the white man to the shores of America, there lived, far up in the north country, near the banks of a broad river, a squaw named Speckled Eagle, with her little son Running Buffalo, and her beautiful daughter Deerfoot, a maiden of 15. Speckled Eagle was the widow of a great warrior, and she determined that her daughter should never marry until there came to woo her some mighty chieftain of a powerful tribe. Many a young brave came to the tepee, for Deerfoot was as good as she was lovely. Many a one would have wed her, but none were ever rich or noble enough to please Speckled Eagle. But one day, as the family sat before its tent, weaving mats of sweet grass, a white canoe came gliding down the broad river, and in it there sat a handsome stranger. He was clad all in white, in garments made of deerskin, sewed over with beads and shells, and trimmed with ermine tails. Speckled Eagle looked at him eagerly. Ah, if only he were coming to woo Deerfoot! As she watched, the stranger gave a few skillful strokes of his paddle, then sent his canoe out of the current and brought it gliding toward the shore before Speckled Eagle's lodge. In another moment he was stepping out upon the pebbly shore. All aflutter with excitement, Speckled Eagle went hurrying down to meet him, not forgetting in her haste to snatch up a bundle of bark which hung in the tepee. When she had greeted the strange brave and bade him welcome to her lodge, she spread pieces of the bark before him on the ground from the landing to the tepee to do him honor. When he had reached the campfire, she begged him to rest on a soft pile of skins, while she and her daughter prepared a feast for him. Everyone in her camp was delighted with the handsome stranger. All but one old dog, which growled and showed his teeth from the moment the unknown brave stepped ashore. The man trembled at the dog's angry snarls, and said he would not eat a bit of the feast until that ugly animal was taken away. Anxious to please her noble guest, Speckled Eagle led the old dog out into the bushes and killed him, though she dared not tell Deerfoot what she had done, for the girl was fond of the faithful dog. Soon the stranger made it known that he was a chieftain from the far north, who had made a temporary camp down the river, a few miles below Speckled Eagle's tepee. Furthermore, he said that he wished to wed the lovely Deerfoot. The girl was so charmed by his handsome face, his well-built figure, and splendid carriage, that she consented at once. Speckled Eagle was more than satisfied to have so fine a son-in-law. So a great wedding feast was held, and Deerfoot married the strange brave that night. On the following morning, when Speckled Eagle was ready to make a fire, she went out into the bushes to get some dry faggots. There lay the body of the old dog she had killed, pecked full of holes as if a great bird had feasted on it. The soft earth round about was marked by strange three-toed prints. A sudden fear came to Speckled Eagle's heart. She hurried back to the camp and asked all present to take off their moccasins or shoes. All did as she bade, all but the stranger. "I'll never take off my shoes," he said haughtily. "It is a custom of my tribe." "But see the beautiful moccasins I've made for you," insisted Speckled Eagle. For many moons she had worked on them, intending them to be a wedding gift for her noble son-in-law whenever he should appear. They were of the softest leather, heavily beaded and worked in quills of the porcupine, and the stranger's eyes began to glisten as he looked at them. Like a flash he whipped off his own moccasins and put on the new ones before Speckled Eagle could see his feet. But the little brother's eyes were sharp. "Mother!" he cried in terror. "He has feet like a bird! He has only 3 toes!" At this the stranger grew angry, and looked at the little boy so fiercely that he said no more, but Speckled Eagle was strangely troubled, and felt that all was not right. When they had breakfast, the stranger ordered his bride to follow him to his camp, far down the river, where he had many beautiful gifts for her. Deerfoot did not want to go. The incident of the moccasins had frightened her, but her husband promised her that they should return by sundown, so at last she climbed into the stern of his canoe, while the stranger took his place at the bow, and they paddled away downstream. Deerfoot looked back at the camp as long as she could see it, and watched Speckled Eagle and the little brother, Running Buffalo, waving to her from the shore. But at last a turn of the river hid them from view. For several hours Deerfoot and her husband went on down the river with the current, he paddling, she giving an occasional stroke, where the stream did not run as fast as usual. About noonday it began to rain, a shower at first, then a downpour. As the rain continued to fall harder and harder, the bride suddenly noticed that the water was washing away her husband's splendid white coat, and beneath it she could see black feathers and a long black tail. Then she knew what evil had befallen her. She had married a crow, the bird of wickedness, whose tricky ways oft deceived the Indians. Deerfoot was very much frightened, but she began to plan her escape at once. With her small, deft hands she tied the long black tail to the crossbar of the canoe, using a leather thong from her moccasins. "What are you doing?" asked the crow, as he felt her fingers among his feathers. "Smoothing down your beautiful coat, and sewing on some of the beads that have become loosened," she replied. "Ah, I see you are industrious, as a good wife should be," he answered, with a sly grin, but without turning. All the long afternoon they floated down the river, and as it drew on toward sunset, the canoe glided along into a rushy, reed-covered marsh where the wild ducks made their nests. As the canoe slipped among the grasses, dozens of frightened birds rose in great flocks and flew across the marshes. "These shores are full of duck eggs, husband," said Deerfoot, as she watched the circling birds. Seized by a sudden idea, she cried, "Let me land here for a moment, and I will soon find a dozen for your supper." Now the crow was hungry, and the prospect of a dozen roasted duck eggs pleased him immensely. "You are a good wife," he said, "but make haste, we still have far to go," and he ran the canoe close to the shore. Before the keel had even grated on the pebbles, like the swift-footed deer for whom she was named, the Indian maid had sprung ashore and darted up the bank into the forest. She was soon out of sight, speeding like an arrow through the woods, back to her mother, her brother, and her home. The crow gave a harsh cry, which resembled a caw, as he saw her go, and began screaming at the top of his voice, "Stop! Stop! I'll bring you back and punish you for this!" But he could not free himself to follow her. Deerfoot had fastened his tail too securely to the crossbar for him to loosen it easily. It took him nearly an hour to untie the last knot, for it was no easy task to reach around behind his back, and by the sense of touch alone pick out countless knots tied in wet leather. By the time the crow had untied all the thongs that held him, Deerfoot was far away in the forest. So he sunk his canoe, resumed his bird shape once more, and flew off, screeching as he went, "Again I have tricked my enemy, man." Mandamin of the Maize. In the history of the Pilgrims and their early struggles on the bleak shores of New England, it is told how they were taught by the friendly Indians, Samoset and Squanto, to plant Indian corn, which soon became one of the principal articles of food on their tables; and even now, after nearly 300 years, there is scarcely any food we think of as more truly American than cornmeal mush or piping hot corn cakes. But long, long ago, before the feet of white men ever trode the forest of the New World, as America was called in those days, and while Indians in vast numbers roamed over the land, there was a time when Indian corn or maize was unknown even to the red men. Their food consisted almost entirely of meat, the fleet-footed deer and wild turkey, and fish from the little trout streams. Sometimes a handful of sweet berries was found, which added zest to the meal. Life ran on smoothly in the summer-time, for then the Indians lived well, but when the long snowy New England winter set in, it was quite a different matter. The streams froze over, the birds flew south, and the deer retreated farther into the depths of the forest. Sometimes, when there had been an unusually large number of deer killed in the fall, the Indian women cut up the flesh into strips and dried it in the warm, bright autumn sunshine. This dried meat was then stored away for the long winter. But the supply seldom lasted until spring, and the people had to face days of famine and suffering during which many of them died. Now it chanced in those days that there lived a little Indian boy named Wasso. He was the son of a chieftain, and like his father, he had a kind and gentle heart. The chieftain never forgot to give thanks to the Great Spirit for every catch of fish and for every nimble deer his sharp arrows killed. When times of famine fell upon the tribe, he shared with them until he had no more left to give, and he was constantly trying to discover ways in which he might help his people. Little Wasso, growing from babyhood into boyhood in this kindly atmosphere, began to think very seriously of the welfare of his tribe, over whom he would some day rule as a chieftain. Often he dreamed strange dreams. He would imagine that he was walking through a dense forest, where the briars and brambles stung him and brought out a rash on his tender skin. But then at his very feet would spring up a cluster of bright berries, or some green herb, and a voice seemed to urge him to crush the plant and lay it on the red spot. He obeyed, and was instantly healed. So, too, in a dream, was the bite of a poisonous snake cured. The strangest part of all was that on the following day these things all happened exactly as in his vision. Wasso also found the herb he needed growing near him, and thus was saved from many a misfortune. He told his father of these things, and the chieftain called together the older men of the tribe, and related to them all that had happened. They believed his dreams were messages from the Great Spirit, and from that time each particular herb of which the child had dreamed was carefully gathered and stored away for use as medicine. All the old men declared that Wasso would some day become a great chieftain. At last, for little Wasso, came the time when an Indian boy goes away from his family and fasts and calls on the Great Spirit to show him a vision of his future life and teach him how to live wisely and well. So the chieftain built a little wigwam for Wasso at some distance from the others, and the boy went to it and began the solemn rites. That first night in his tent alone, he dreamed that the Great Spirit sent a new gift to his people, a food by means of which it would be easier for them to live, and which would provide against days of famine. This gift was called mandamin, and was to grow out of the black soil. But the manner in which he should find it was not revealed to Wasso, and after he awoke he could think of nothing else but the mysterious gift. He fasted for 3 days in his lonely tent, sleeping at night on a bed of skins. The third day, weak from lack of food, He looked out of his doorway at sunset and saw a splendid young brave flying down from the sky. He was clad all in green and yellow, and a tuft of green plumes nodded on his head. "I am come, O little chieftain who loves his people, from the Great Spirit," said the stranger. "He looks with favor upon you and your father the chieftain, because you contend not with arrows and spears, but seek only the good of your people. I have great news for you, news of a wonderful gift from the Great Spirit. But first you must wrestle with me, as it is only by overcoming me that you may learn the secret." Now Wasso was so faint and weak that he swayed as he stood, but without hesitation he began to wrestle with the mysterious stranger. It was an unequal struggle, however, and soon the boy lay on his back, panting for breath. "I will come again tomorrow," said the stranger, and vanished. The next day, at the same hour, the young brave appeared at Wasso's tent, and again they wrestled. Once more Wasso was vanquished, but the stranger only smiled his kind, friendly smile, and said, "Be brave, little Wasso. You have another chance tomorrow, but your last, remember." On the third day Wasso was so weak that he could scarcely stand, but he said to himself that he must win in order to learn the great secret for his people. And so much did his strong will help his weak body that at last he overthrew the young brave in green. "Well done, little chieftain," said the stranger, as he arose from the ground, where Wasso had thrown him in the struggle, and dusted off his garments. "Tomorrow, at set of sun, I will come again for the last time. If I am vanquished, I shall die. You must then strip off my garments, clear a spot of earth free from all stones, weeds, and roots, soften the earth, and bury me in that spot. Then come often to my grave, and see if perchance I have returned to life once more. But let no weeds grow over me. Promise that you will do all as I tell you, and then you shall know the secret of the Great Spirit." Wasso promised, though with tears in his eyes. He had grown to love the handsome stranger with whom he had wrestled on 3 days at sunset, and the thought of his death saddened the boy, but he gave him his word. The next morning the chieftain came to his son's tent with food. "You have proved yourself a man, my son," he said. "A longer fast may do you harm." But Wasso answered, "Wait only, O my father, until evening, and when the sun goes down I shall return to your fireside." So the chieftain went home alone. At sunset the strange brave returned, and appeared once more at Wasso's tent. For the last time they fought. Steadily Wasso gained, and finally the stranger sank weakly to his knees. He rose again, and once more Wasso put forth all his strength, and threw his foe to earth. The stranger murmured faintly, "Your promise, remember," and spoke no more. Gently, tenderly, with tears streaming down his cheeks, Wasso obeyed the instructions. Drawing off the beautiful green and yellow garments, he buried his strange friend in the soft black soil. Then he returned to his father's home. But every day he visited the lonely grave far away at the edge of the forest. Carefully he pulled away the weeds, and in the dry season he carried water in gourds to keep the earth soft and moist. Then one day, to his joy, he saw that the green plumes of the stranger's headdress were pushing through the soil. His friend was coming back to him. All this time Wasso had kept these things a secret, but as the summer drew to a close he led his father to the distant grave. He told the chieftain the strange story, and when he had finished, pointed to where there arose from the center of the stranger's grave a plant whose like had never been seen before by the chieftain. As tall as a man it stood, straight and green, with broad shining leaves waving in the autumn breeze, topped by silky bright brown hair and nodding green plumes. From either side grew long green husks full of pearly white grains, sweet and juicy to the taste. "It is my friend come back to me," cried Wasso. "It is Mandoin, the Indian corn. It is the gift of the Great Spirit, and so long as we renew it from year to year, and watch and tend it, we need never fear the famine." That night, round the grave of Mandoin, the members of the tribe held a feast, and thanked the Great Spirit for his goodness. Awanee and the Giant. Years and years ago, when there were no white men in all the great land we now call North America, and the Indians were free to roam the woods, living by the fish they speared and the deer they shot, men knew very little about the world in which they lived. They did not understand why we have day and night, sun and moon, summer and winter, and so they made up all sorts of pretty stories about these strange facts. When the last leaves of autumn had fallen, and the Indians were glad to huddle around the fires in their wigwams, little Indian boys and girls would ask their elders, "Why does it grow colder? Will it ever be warm again?" and dozens of other questions. And here is the tale that the old men of one tribe always told the little folks in answer. Long ago there lived a great hunter, Awanee, a tall young brave. No one in all his tribe could shoot an arrow so far or so straight as could Awanee. When he was still a very young man, his fame had spread even beyond his own land to other tribes. He kept 2 great pet wolves as hunting dogs, huge, fierce animals that were the terror of the tribe. And well they might be, too, for they were under a spell. When Awanee was deep in the forest and saw a deer near him, he had only to say, "Up, wolves!" and in an instant they were as big as bears and had pounced upon the deer. Then he would say, "Down, wolves!" and once more they would be their own proper size. In a few years the deer in the forest, on the edge of which Awanee and his grandmother lived in a small wigwam, had grown so clever and wary that they kept themselves hidden away all the day and roamed only at night. Presently Awanee began to long for other forests, where the deer were not so shy. At last, one day, he brought in from the hunt a half-dozen fine deer. "Dry that meat in the sun," he said to his grandmother, "and you will have food in plenty until I return. I am going on a journey to other hunting grounds where game is bigger and more plentiful." Then he slung his snowshoes over his shoulder, for it was nearing the cold days, caught up his bow and arrows and his hunting knife, and strode off toward the north. As he journeyed, he saw many a fine deer and moose. Some he shot, others he let go unharmed, for he was always seeking bigger game. Ever the wind grew more cold and cutting, the grass and leaves began to wither and disappear, and soon there was a covering of ice on the water and a blanket of snow on the ground. But Awanee put on his snowshoes and went skimming away, until at last he came to a huge wigwam almost buried in the drifts of snow. There was a thread of smoke curling up from the top, and Awanee, who had begun to feel cold and weary, lifted the tent flap and walked in. There was but one person in the wigwam, a very old giant, with deep wrinkles in his face, and snow-white hair and beard. When he spoke, his great voice sounded like the howling of the north wind in the pine trees. "Oh, young brave!" he cried, "who are you? Whence come you? What do you want in my wigwam?" "I am Awanee," answered the young man proudly, "mightiest hunter of my tribe. I have killed all the game worthy of my bow, and now seek new quarry, bigger and fleeter. But tell me your name, old man." "Winter!" roared the white-haired giant in such a fierce tone that Awanee began to feel afraid of him. "I rule the kingdom of cold. I bring the snow and ice. My breath kills all it touches. But sit down if you are not afraid of me. I bid you welcome." Awanee was ashamed to show his fear after the boasting remark he had made at first, so he sat down by the giant's fire, took a bit of moose meat from a leather pouch at his side, and began to eat it. While the old man related tales of great hunts and battles of his younger days, and told of the wonderful deeds the frost giants had wrought at his bidding. Awanee was amazed at these stories, which made him feel that perhaps after all he was not as great a hunter as he had believed. Presently, in spite of the glowing fire beside him, the young brave began to feel very chilly. His teeth chattered, and he tried to jump up and run about to warm himself. But he could not move. Something seemed to hold him hand and foot. His head fell forward, and he rolled over on the ground, fast asleep. The giant laughed until he fairly shook the forest, and the echoes went rolling along like giant thunder. "You'll have a good sleep, my boy, before you hunt again," he laughed, as he strode out of the wigwam, chuckling. He had spoken the truth indeed, for it was 6 months before the charm was over and young Ahwahnee awoke. When at last he stretched his limbs and opened his eyes, the old man, who was sitting beside him, burst into roars of laughter, and told him of the joke he had played. Ahwahnee was furious, but he kept his anger to himself. Courteously he thanked the giant for his welcome and for the interesting stories, and bade him good-bye. But as he set out for the Southland, he was saying in his heart, "The day will come when I will mock you, old man." He traveled on for many weeks. Gradually the snow melted away, grass and flowers began to appear, and when he reached the Southland, thousands of birds were twittering and singing in the trees. People were singing, too, and there in the Southland, singing and dancing around their beloved Queen of Summer. At first Ahwahnee laughed when he saw her, for she was only a mite of a creature, scarcely as tall as Ahwahnee's foot, with long black hair waving about her shoulders and dark eyes flashing fire. But as he looked at her, an idea leaped into his mind, and grew into a great plan to fool the giant Winter. Carefully the young brave carried out his scheme. First he went deep into the heart of the forest and killed a deer. Then he skinned it carefully, and made its hide into long, thin strips, which he rolled into a tight ball. Returning to the place where the men of the Southland were singing and dancing about their little Queen of Summer, Ahwahnee waited his time. In a moment, when they were not on guard, he caught up the tiny figure, tucked her out of sight in a fold of his blanket, and went striding away into the forest. As he fled, he took care to unwind some 10 or more turns of the deerskin string ball, and let the loose ends dangle several yards behind him. Ahwahnee was very fleet of foot, and, too, he had taken the men of the South so entirely unawares that before they had planned how to rescue their stolen queen, the thief was already deep in the forest and quite out of sight. But presently they came upon the deer strings, and, winding it up as they went, began to follow where it led. In the meantime, Ahwahnee had traveled far and reached at last the wigwam of the giant Winter. As before, the old man welcomed him pleasantly and bade him enter, for he meant to exert his spell over the young hunter once more. "Sit by my fire and rest," he roared in his great voice. "You must be weary after your long hunt. I will tell you tales of the giants while you refresh your tired limbs." "Ah, no," cried Ahwahnee. "This time, O giant, I will tell the tales to you." And he smiled knowingly and began to speak. As he talked, a strange thing happened to the giant. His head nodded, his voice grew weak, he shook all over, and tears began to run from his eyes, for little by little Ahwahnee had been drawing the folds of his blanket away from the little Queen of Summer, and she had been watching the old man with bright black eyes. At last she stepped out boldly on Ahwahnee's knee and smiled at Winter. Under that smile he grew weaker and weaker, until at last he fell to the floor of the wigwam and melted away until nothing was left of him but a pool of water, from which came a hoarse, moaning cry. Ahwahnee and the little queen turned away from him and stepped outdoors. A great change had come over the scene. The snow had gone, the grass was fresh and green, the ice had melted away, and the brooks were trying to sing even louder than the happy birds. Everything was as beautiful as the Southland itself, even more so, for there was a cool, sweet fragrance in the air that had come from the pure snow as it melted. Soon Ahwahnee and the little queen found themselves surrounded by the men of the Southland, and they were rejoiced to see their beloved ruler once more, safe and unharmed. When Awanni told them why he had borrowed their little queen, they were quite ready to forgive him. Indeed, they found the Northland so beautiful they longed to make it their home, but Awanni warned them that the Summer Queen's power would last but 6 months. At the end of that time the old giant Winter would rise from the pool of water, resume his former shape, and with his breath freeze all the country over which he ruled. So from that time on the men of the Southland came each year to the frozen realm of the old giant Winter, bringing their little Queen of Summer, and with her approach the old man was forced to take a 6 months' nap. And so it has been, even to this day. While the giant sleeps, the world is bright and sunshiny, the flowers and the birds sing. But when he awakens, he freezes the rivers and covers the earth with a blanket of snow. End of 4 American Indian Tales Retold by Violet Moore Higgins.
Grisley's Reception by William Sanford. From Weird Tales, April 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Grisley's Reception by William Sanford. Joe Grisley, convicted wife-slayer, and more beast than man, was making his escape from a life sentence in prison. He had served a little more than a year, and hardly for a moment during all that time was his mind free from the thought of escape. Then the knowledge that perhaps he was to escape came to him suddenly, when one day a woman, associate of his in bygone days, came to the cells and began to pass out small cakes to the prisoners. She was accompanied by the warden, who seemed quite free from any suspicion of who she really was, a woman of the underworld. Although Grisley did not know it, the visitor, who had once been his woman and wanted him again for her mate, had been working for his escape for some time. Posing as one interested in the welfare of prisoners, she had made many visits to the prison with cakes, fruit, and magazines, until at last she had gained the utter confidence of the warden, and the edibles were not probed into for possible tools of escape, and she was allowed to distribute them to the prisoners herself. It was after her third personal visit to the cells that Grisley, eagerly breaking open his cake for that which he knew he would sometime find, drew forth a tiny saw with an edge that would bite into the hardest steel, an edge out into steel itself as hard as criminal ingenuity could produce. The visits of the woman continued. Other saws came to Grisley that he might always work with keen tools. He concealed these tiny instruments in the mattress of his bed when danger was near. He worked only when he was doubly positive that he would not be detected. He covered up his efforts with soap, over which he rubbed dust. The work on the bars of his window passed day by day unnoticed. The work was slow, for the bars were tough, and even those saws in which so much skill had been needed bit only little by little into the hard steel. It was a full month before Grisley had completed the work. The bars of the window on one side had been sawed completely through, flush to the wall. On the other side they had been sawed almost through, so that Grisley knew he could bend them back when the time came to escape. And now, with the prison clock tolling the hour of 2 in the morning, and with the knowledge, conveyed by a note in one of the cakes, that the woman would be waiting not far from the outer wall of the prison with an automobile, Grisley was ready. He knew the woman would be there. He had given her the sign that it would be about 2 o'clock in the morning, had given it to her when she had called late the previous afternoon, the sign she had been waiting for ever since he had got the note. Grisley had tied all his bed-clothing together, and into the crook of an almost severed bar which he had bent, he had fastened one end of his line. He knew they would stand the strain. The line would be about 30 feet. There would still be about 20 feet to the ground, but Grisley was an old hand at long drops. He knew he would land safely. He knew something else, too, and it had filled him with joy, a joy that still pulsed through his body. Something was wrong with the electric lights about the prison yard. They were out, and the yard was in blackness, but he knew it would only be a matter of a few minutes before they would be on again. There would be quick work to locate the trouble and remedy it. Meanwhile, Grisley wanted to land in that yard and scale the prison wall. He was confident that he could. He had several times escaped from prison when sentenced for minor charges. Standing on top of the bed on which he had stood while working all those weary hours with the tiny saws, he doubled himself up like a jackknife and worked his lithe little body, feet first, through the opening. It was a tight squeeze. Had he been a trifle larger, he could not have made it. Grasping his line firmly, he began to descend. The bars had not allowed Grisley to see directly under his window, but his line of vision began some 30 feet out from the prison wall. Workmen had been laying an asphalt surface about the prison, replacing the gravel that had extended out to where the grass began. Grisley had seen the men at work, and the odor of the scented asphalt had been wafting into his cell all the previous day. Now, as he descended, it came up to him more strongly. It was a pleasant odor to his nostril. It breathed of the outdoors and freedom. Down, down, down he went. Only a few more feet of line remained. He reached the end, stiffened his body for the drop, and looked below. It was still as dark as pitch, but any moment the guard might appear with his lantern. 1 second more he held on, then closed his eyes and let go. The automobile with the woman of the underworld at the wheel waited in vain for Grisley, the wife-murderer. He did not scale the prison wall. He did not even reach it. He landed feet first in a 5-foot vat of melted asphalt. The fire in the box below the vat had long since gone out, and the asphalt in the vat had thickened. It was getting thicker all the time, and try as he would, Grisley could not draw himself out of it. The impetus from the 20-foot drop had been sufficient to sink him into the bottom. And it was there that the guard found him a short time later, up to his shoulders in the slowly hardening asphalt. The warden, when he arrived, was angry enough to order a fire built in the box below the vat to soften up the asphalt for Grisley to get out. He added that this would save the workmen the trouble of getting the asphalt melted into liquid form again when they arrived to resume work. But Grisley begged so piteously when he heard the suggestion that the warden finally ordered that he be dug out with spades. The end of Grisley's Reception by William Sanford. His Own Funeral by Melba Russell McCallum. From Argosy Magazine, July 10th, 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. His Own Funeral by Melba Russell McCallum. In Paintown, a scrap of gossip was eagerly snapped up and munched over and over, that no particle of flavor might escape. What wonder, then, that it was almost too much for mental digestion that Mort Greaves' wife ran away with the city fellow. The town buzzed and buzzed. The still works, as they called the chemical plant, buzzed too. Both Mort Greaves and the city fellow, whose name was Canfield, were employed at the still works. Mort had operated one of the big stills for years. Canfield had blown in nonchalantly 6 months before, with impudent good looks and gaily colored silk socks. His quick wit had soon won him good pay, but his airs had never made him a favorite with the men. The morning after the tragedy, Mort appeared at his post as usual, only more grim and oddly silent. "He's been at the drink again," opined old Caspar Judd, who washed stock pots, "and a Greaves can't stand a drink. It makes a brute of Greaves, does drink." "Well, who's to blame him?" spoke up Mrs. Buttery, who cleaned young Payne's office every morning. "With Linda serving him that-a-way?" Caspar merely shrugged, but an acid voice took up the argument. "Trust a female to condemn her own sex. Mort had no cause to lose Linda, not a mite." No one liked sour old Zook very well, but he usually hit the nail on the head. "He could have kept her easy enough if he'd been a mind to, but he was peeved on account of getting stung with a gold brick from that there mine agent, and being peeved, he set to drinking Saturday nights. And you can guess what kind of Sabbath Linda put in after them Saturday night sprees. For, like Caspar said, no Greaves can't stand drinking. He must have give the girl a swell time of it, but he was always smart enough to sober up by Monday, till now, so young Payne wouldn't catch on." Mrs. Buttery persisted virtuously. "She took him for better and worse. She should have stuck anyways." "Fiddlesticks," commented Ed Zook. "I don't blame her. Only thing I'm afraid of, she'll find she's jumped from the frying pan into the fire." Yeah, that's what beats me," agreed Peter Wimble, the foreman, mildly. "What can a nice girl like Linda see in that cigarette-lipped, silk-socked dude, barring all thought of right and wrong?" Suddenly, the talk subsided. Young Payne made his usual crisp entrance, cool, well-groomed, curt. He gave his orders for the day to Wimble, and before he left he shot a frowning glance in Mort Greaves' direction. Presently, before the talk began again, Mort Greaves was seen to leave his still in the far end of the room. Slowly he approached the group. There was an ominous something about him that made them catch their breath. "Cackle away, old hens," he said quietly. "Hash it all over good." Nothing more happened, but they all agreed that there was danger ahead. They discussed their pros and cons more guardedly. The next day was just the same, only more tense. If anything, Mort was more grim, blacker of brow. His silence was positively menacing. Young Payne looked worried. He was short-handed, and Mort's was a more important post, not easy to fill. Head shook portentously. The third day. No one could mistake Mort's condition now. He was obviously intoxicated at his still. Mouths gaped. It was just a question of time now before young Payne's wrath would fall. Then, at 10 o'clock, while they were all trembling over what young Payne would do, the door opened quietly and the city fellow stepped in. He wore his old insolent grin and proceeded to unroll his coveralls. He had come back to work. But somehow the moment passed, as moments do. Mort turned a sickly green, but did not move from his still. More tenseness. Canfield swaggered up to Wimble for orders. Wimble hesitated. He knew how badly young Payne needed men. They were behind on their orders. He set Canfield to work. And again the day went on. But there was very little talk now. They did not dare talk. God, Canfield back, and Mort drunk at his still? The directness of the prospect plumbed their imagination. To tell the truth, no one was more surprised at Mort Greaves' quietude than Mort himself. He was not too drunk to wonder why he did not kill Canfield at once, and done with it. It would be easy to make away with the puppy. 3 running steps, and he could fling himself at Canfield's throat. With the clear part of his brain, he measured out the distance many times that day. Canfield was puny. He was a giant. It would be so easy. Too easy, in fact. Maybe that was the reason he desisted. But there was really another reason. Although drunk, Mort was already the victim of remorse. He knew in his addled mind that he had been a brute to Linda. He knew that he had driven her to what she had done. And he realized now, when it was too late, how much he cared for her. Why, her little finger was dearer to him than all the world besides. Therefore, it was a fool's reasoning, of course, but how else can a man reason with his veins full of cheap whiskey? Therefore, he would begin his atonement by not thwarting her now. If she wanted Canfield, she should have him. I ain't a-gonna start nothing, he resolved doggedly. I've been mean enough to her already. That night he drank again, deeply, seeking relief from memory. But relief did not come. He kept thinking of how he had tracked mud through their pretty cottage, and had gone to bed with muddy boots on. Of the mean things he had said, of how once he had struck her and left a blue mark on her round, white arm. God, couldn't a man drink enough to forget those things? It seemed not. And all the time he never swerved from his strange resolution not to lay a finger on Canfield. The 4th day, the city fellow began to whistle at his work. He even spoke, cautiously, it was true, of his girl. He intimated that life was rosy for her now. No one replied. That afternoon, young Payne discharged Mort. You know I don't employ drinking men, Greaves, he said coldly. I've stood this longer than I should. Get your time at the office. Mort nodded dully and shut off the still. You hear me? Snapped Payne. I'm going, muttered Mort. But he did not go. Young Payne's attention was called away, and Mort still puttered around his still. Although he could not read the gauge correctly now, he hated to leave it. An hour before closing time, Whipple told Canfield to clean out a drum, in preparation for the morrow. The drum had recently held a chemical which gave off an explosive gas. It was very hard to make out through the bunghole whether it was thoroughly cleaned or not. Canfield drew a match from his pocket. Old Casper saw the act. Stop, you fool, he shouted. Whipple did his duty. He made a dash for Canfield and tried to knock the match down. But the city man sprang away like a cat. Ah, hell, he sneered. You babies make me sick. And before anyone could interfere again, he struck the match. No one took any chances now. Whipple, Zook, old Casper, all deadly pale, fled in wild haste. They knew what would happen. Mort Greaves knew too, but he did not move. He was feeling dully sorrowful about his dismissal. He loved the big, thundering still that he had tended so long and so well. He patted it sentimentally, and a tear rolled down his cheek. There was just one consolation about being fired, he considered. He would now be free to drink all the time. And surely, if one drank all the time, all the liquor in the world, one could find forgetfulness. Nonchalantly, Canfield held the match to the bunghole and peered in. Mort watched him in a detached sort of way. Then, the explosion. Mort was flung into a corner. He heard Canfield shriek, God, my eyes! At once, flames broke out. Stockpots of inflammables were excellent food for flames. Blinking, Mort watched the scene. He was becoming sober by leaps and jumps, and he knew that he would presently be a dead man if he didn't do something, and do it quickly. Already the smoke was stifling. He sprang up and beat his fists against the flimsy office partition beside him. It gave way, and he gulped a great breath of fresh air and started headlong for safety. Then Canfield screamed again. "I'm pinned in here! My God, I'm dying like a dog!" Mort halted. Nature had made him brave and simple-minded. He had once rescued a boy from drowning and a woman from being scalded. Moreover, instinct is the quickest thing on earth, whether it be the instinct of self-preservation or to save the life of another. Afterward, however, Mort liked to believe that it was his resolution not to start nothing that sent him back to get Canfield, although it can hardly be called starting something to decline to risk almost certain death. Anyway, whatever it was, he faced the Hades again, swiftly found Canfield, wrenched him free, picked him up. But when he got back to the office, it was all blazing. There was no escape. He yelled like a mad bull and carried Canfield over to a trapdoor near his own still, and together they plunged down into a small, unlighted cellar. Still acting on instinct, he laid Canfield down gently. "Why didn't you kill me and have done with it?" whimpered Canfield. "You've got me where you want me, ain't you? My eye is gone, my leg's almost cut in two. I shan't fight back." "Shut up," growled Mort. "We'll both get out quick enough when the stills fall through." Then he muttered to himself the formula which had guided him the past 2 days. "I ain't gonna start nothing 'cause she loves him." He sat down, hugging his knees, waiting. 11th hour repentance came over Canfield. "I done you a dirty trick," he moaned. Mort turned fiercely. In the darkness, his fingers sought and found Canfield's thin neck. He let them rest upon it musingly. Why not? Canfield ought to die. Canfield was gasping and calling monotonously upon the deity. Suddenly, Mort withdrew his hand. "I ain't a-gonna start nothing," he said aloud. "I got to tell you something." Canfield's voice was faint. "You ought to know that—" Mort bent forward to hear. "That she left." The sentence was not finished. There was a crash, a cave-in. Something heavy fell across Mort's legs, numbing them. His hands were free, however, and he felt about. A huge object lay where Canfield had been. He recognized it as his own still, and Canfield was under it. But even in the fresh horror, he wondered about that unfinished sentence. What was it Linda had left? That seemed more important than all the havoc. He was accurately resentful because the still had not waited a few seconds longer before snuffing out Canfield's life. A piece of iron rolled down on his arm, imprisoning it securely. But after a time, he managed to free himself by wriggling out of his coat. The crackling above continued. Gradually, by some fresh arrangement of debris, the weight was lifted from his legs. And now the pain was terrific. What was it Linda had left? He fainted. It was night when he came to. The crackling had ceased. Water, blessed water, was trickling into his face. He heard voices, but he could not muster a sound from his own throat. "Greaves! Mort Greaves! Canfield!" they called. If only some of the water would trickle into his mouth, maybe he could answer. He tried to cup some of it in his hands. He was too weak. A voice, Wimple's, said solemnly, Well, boys, they're gone, I guess. Women were there, too. He caught a thin tremble of their voices. Maybe Linda, looking for Canfield. Then someone said, "We might as well go home. You can't help the poor lads none." Everything grew still. Their footsteps soon died away up the dirt road. He lay half fainting for a long time. A very little strength came to his limbs. With great exertion he began to crawl about. He found that he was literally in a cage made of broken machinery and debris, safe enough as long as he kept quiet. But the least jar might bring some great weight down upon him, as his still had tumbled on Canfield. He perspired coldly at the thought. What was it Linda had left? Again he fainted. It seemed a long time afterward that he awoke again and remembered his cage. But it was still night. Good God, I can't crawl around in a circle forever, he thought, and pulled recklessly at the heat-distorted pipe. To his surprise, nothing disastrous happened. He pulled some more, working like mad. Ah, he was free, under the stars, breathing sweet air. He went down in a heap. But soon he began to crawl again. He tried to get up and walk, but that was impossible. He could only crawl a few feet at a time, but he kept on. At dawn he found himself in the woods near the still works. Trees, clean and cool, lulled him with soft sounds. Moss and grass invited his racked frame. He tried to call, but his voice was still gone. He tried to think, to plan. Too hard. There was a little brook there, and he dipped his hands into it, sucking the water eagerly. Then he slept. Real slumber. At dusk he awoke, with a half scream. Rest had restored his voice. He could think now, too. But that was no comfort, for all he could think of was, Linda! Linda! He beat the ground with his fist crazily. If only he, and not Canfield, had perished. For she wanted Canfield. He took a long draught of water and started to crawl again. He tried to formulate a plan, to have a definite objective. But that was still too exhausting. So he just kept on, crawling, resting, dozing, all through the night. At length he came out of the woods, and painfully made his way across the road. Then, after a sleeping spell that must have been longer than usual, blinding sunlight smote him squarely in the eyes, through an opening in some shrubbery. He looked about curiously. He was lying close beside a white building, effectively screened by thick shrubbery. A fugitive could not have found a better place. He was no fugitive, but he was thankful that there were no curious eyes to behold his weakness. What was this white building, anyhow? It couldn't be a farmhouse, for nobody moved about in it, and the schoolhouse was red brick. Why, it was the church! Of course! Strange, and funny, too. He and Linda had been married here. Musing unhappily, he fell asleep again. This time, a pleasing sound awakened him. Singing, in the church. A hymn, too. Must be Sunday, he muttered. He raised himself on one elbow. A string of buggies lined the roadside, and a slim blue automobile. That was queer. Young Payne never went to church, but no one but young Payne had a slim blue car. Merciful heaven! There was a hearse. Who's dead? He muttered. The hymn ended, and the voice of the old preacher, the same that had married him, droned gently out of the open window. Dear friends, I am called upon this day to perform a sad duty. two of our brethren have departed the vale. You all know the tragic fate of George Canfield and Morton Greaves." Mort began to tremble violently. His own funeral. Have they got me in a box, for sure? He wondered. He crept along until he was under the window. Then, by terrible effort, he raised himself upright. There was a thick vine over the window, so no one could see him. But he made out the interior clearly. There were a lot of people, and there were 2 coffins. "They have got me," Mort whispered. "I must have went along with Canfield." He never doubted it, nor did it seem so very strange. Leisurely, the elder launched into his sermon. "Of our brother George Canfield I know but little. It is neither my desire nor my duty to go into that little." He means about Linda, thought Mort. "Let us therefore not judge him. Let us, with charity in our hearts, consign him to the Almighty Judge. But our other brother, Morton Greaves, was well known to us all, and well beloved." The elder's voice shook. Mort continued to stand clinging to the sill. It seemed somehow vaguely worthwhile to stand at one's own funeral. He watched the scene with interest. There was Mrs. Buttery, there was Peter Wimble, and Caspar Judd, all crying. And yes, sir, there was Ed Zook crying too. Mort had no near relatives, but there were rows and rows of neighbors. And young Payne, aloof and elegant and strangely haggard. Linda was not there. He was glad of that. "Friends, this is a mighty hard funeral sermon to preach." The old minister smiled his sweet, wise smile. The audience stirred understandingly. "But I have come to the conclusion that there is no use winking at facts. I could stand here and sing only praises of Morton Greaves, but the last months of his life were not deserving of praises." Mort's jaw sagged in astonishment. He had been in a sort of detached sympathy with the tears and the sadness. But this plain talk, was it usual at funerals, he wondered? He didn't like it. "Up to 6 months ago, our brother was a fine young man, a loving husband, a good neighbor, a loyal citizen. He was thrifty and ambitious. He was respected. His home was a happy home. What then changed this respected young man? What brutalized his fine young manhood? Disappointment, friends. Disappointment over the loss of a few paltry $100. "Huh," muttered Mort. "The parson never saw $100 all at once in his life." 6 months ago, Morton Greaves was defrauded of his savings. It was a blow, a hard blow, but it was a test sent by the Lord. And did he stand up under the test? No, he broke down like a child over a broken toy. And he turned to the one thing no member of his family could ever touch with safety: drink. You know the rest, friends. And all because he could not meet the petty trial like a man. Petty trial? Losing all that money? Thought Mort indignantly. The preacher went on after his own lights. And at length Mort also was consigned to the Almighty. Gosh, muttered Mort. If that Almighty Judge hands it out any plainer, I don't know what'll become of me. There was a prayer, another hymn, and the processional filed out. Mort sank. I wonder, have they got me in that box? He honestly did not know. He seemed to be alive. He ached as if he were alive. The pain in his legs was very much alive. But so much had happened lately, he couldn't be sure. He watched the procession move up to the cemetery a few rods distant. Suddenly, a fit of rage possessed him. "Hell of a lot the Parsons knows," he said savagely. "If I am alive and ever get on my legs again, I'm going to drink and drink till the stuff's all gone. Ambitious, thrifty, loving husband, hell!" He did not know he was making his last resistance to the preacher's indictment. The prolonged effort of standing had used up his small store of strength. He lay down exhausted, his anger spent, and watched the burial. There was a sneer on his lips, but in his heart he was not sneering. In his heart he felt solemn. Then he slept. It was evening when he opened his eyes. A sound, a terrible sound, came to him. Sobbing, dry and racked. His first thought was, "Ain't the funeral done yet?" Then it occurred to him that nothing about the funeral had been so terrible as this sobbing. It tore his heart. What could it be? It seemed to come from the cemetery. Then suddenly he knew, and closed his eyes. "She's grieving for him." "Darling, darling," Linda's agonized voice came through the shadows. "Mort, darling." He started. She had said Mort. "Mort, forgive." "Linda." It was a feeble cry, but it brought her. She did not seem greatly surprised to find him there. Perhaps she too had gone through waters too deep to allow a small thing like surprise. She leaned over him tenderly, held his blackened head against her breast. "Oh, God!" she whispered awesomely. And she carried him in her strong young arms. He had lost weight amazingly, across the meadow to their cottage. Dawn found Mort bathed between clean sheets, almost content physically. He watched Linda as she worked about the room. How pretty she was, how tender her movements. How he loved her. If only she hadn't gone away. If only, for he tried to be just, he had not driven her away. How happy they might be. If only. She smiled to see him awake, but she did not quite meet his eyes. "You feeling better?" she asked with an anxious, low tone. "Heaps." They fell silent again. "Say, who did they have in that there box?" he demanded suddenly. "I don't guess it was me, after all." "Oh, that!" She seemed to welcome any distraction from the main issue. "Why, you see, they couldn't find hide nor hair of you, 'cept your coat. So they thought as how you must be either all burned up or blowed up." She shivered. "And it didn't seem right to be giving him Christian burial and not you. So they thought as how they'd bury your coat anyways. It seems kind of funny now, don't it?" There was a hysterical and tremulous note in her utterance. Mort laughed a little weakly. "It is sort of funny," he said. Linda continued to busy herself about the room. "Young Payne's going to build up again," she said presently. "Granny Peebles heard it so in town yesterday. You'll get your place back." Still, she did not look at him. Mort did not reply. "God, girl," he burst out at last, "look at me." She faced him, breathing fast. "You don't mean you're Karen after—" she whispered. "Karen, come here, girl." She flew to him, flung herself down beside the pillow, held him close. "Oh, thank God! I can tell you now," she said, crying for joy. "Now I know you care. Even thinking that I—" "Hush, Linda. Never speak of it again." "But I must. I got to tell you that I left him before we got to the station. I've been up at Granny Peebles all the time, Mort. It was like him to pretend I went along." Mort was piecing fragments. He understood now what Canfield had tried to tell him. A sense of peace and happiness came over him. Chastened, steady happiness. He knew that he should not swerve when the next test came. A warm forenoon sunshine splashed the neat chamber brightly. It warmed their sober, thoughtful faces. It warmed the pink rose on the wall. It warmed Linda's round, white arm that hovered near him on the coverlet, the arm with the blue mark, now fast fading, thank God. I won't say it ain't spooky, attending your own funeral, but it's the best thing that ever happened to me, said Mort. Linda nodded, smiling. The end of His Own Funeral by Melba Russell McCallum.
Honesty by Silas Xavier Floyd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jacqueline Burrell Walton. Honesty. Early in the morning, 2 little boys came to the marketplace. They arranged their little stands and spread out their wares and sat down to wait for customers. One sold watermelons and fruit, and the other sold fish and oysters. The hours passed on, and both were doing well. By and by, Sammy had only 1 melon left on his stand. A gentleman came along and said, "What a fine large melon! I think I will buy that one. What do you ask for it, my boy?" "How much for a melon?" "This is my last melon, sir, and though it looks fair, there is an unsound spot on the other side," said the boy, turning the melon over. "So there is," said the man. "I don't believe I'll take it. But," he added, looking straight at the boy, "is it very good business for you to point out the defects of your goods to customers?" "Perhaps not, sir," said the boy with becoming modesty, "but it is better than being dishonest. You are right, my boy. Always speak the truth, and you will find favor with God and man. I shall not forget your little stand in the future." Then, turning to the other boy's stand, the man asked, "Are those fresh oysters?" "Yes, sir," said Freddie. "These are fresh this morning, just arrived." The gentleman bought them and went away. "Sammy," said Freddie, "you never will learn any sense. What did you want to show that man that spot on the melon for? He never would have looked at it until he got home. I got an eye to business myself. You see how I got rid of those stale oysters, sold them for just the same price as fresh oysters." "Freddie," said the other boy, "I wouldn't tell a lie, or act one either, for twice the money we have both earned today. Besides, I have gained a customer, and you have lost one." And it turned out just as Sammy said. The next day, the gentleman bought a large supply of fruit from Sammy, but he never spent another penny at Freddie's stand. It continued that way through all the summer. At the close of the season, he took Sammy into his store, and after a while gave him a share in his business. End of Honesty by Silas Xavier Floyd. Recording by Jacqueline Burrell Walton. The King and the Bees by James Baldwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jacqueline Burrell Walton. The King and the Bees. One day King Solomon was sitting on his throne, and his great men were standing around him. Suddenly the door was thrown open, and the Queen of Sheba came in. "O King," she said, "in my own country, far, far away, I have heard much about your power and glory, but much more about your wisdom. Men have told me that there is no riddle so cunning that you cannot solve it. Is this true?" "It is as you say, O Queen," answered Solomon. "Well, I have here a puzzle which I think will test your wisdom. Shall I show it to you? Most certainly, O Queen. Then she held up in each hand a beautiful wreath of flowers. The wreaths were so nearly alike that none of those who were with the king could point out any difference. One of these wreaths, said the queen, is made of flowers plucked from your garden. The other is made of artificial flowers, shaped and colored by a skillful artist. Now tell me, O king, which is the true and which is the false? The king for once was puzzled. He stroked his chin. He looked at the wreaths from every side. He frowned. He bit his lips. Which is the true? The queen again asked. Still the king did not answer. I have heard that you are the wisest man in the world, she said, and surely this simple thing ought not to puzzle you. The king moved uneasily on his golden throne. His officers and great men shook their heads. Some would have smiled if they had dared. Look at the flowers carefully, said the queen, and let us have your answer. Then the king remembered something. He remembered that close by his window there was a climbing vine filled with beautiful sweet flowers. He remembered that he had seen many bees flying among these flowers and gathering honey from them. So he said, Open the window. It was opened. The queen was standing quite near to it with the two wreaths still in her hands. All eyes were turned to see why the king had said, Open the window. The next moment, two bees flew eagerly in. Then came another and another. All flew to the flowers in the queen's right hand. Not one of the bees so much as looked at those in her left hand. O Queen of Sheba, the bees have given you my answer. Then said Solomon. And the queen said, You are wise, King Solomon. You gather knowledge from the little things which common men pass by unnoticed. King Solomon lived 3,000 years ago. He built a great temple in Jerusalem and was famous for his wisdom. End of The King and the Bees by James Baldwin. Recording by Jacqueline, Burrell, Walton.
A Leaf from Life's Notebook by Lillian Bennett Thompson. From Live Stories, May 1919. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Leaf from Life's Notebook by Lillian Bennett Thompson. Like a statue he stood there, silent, motionless, while the traffic surged and roared behind him, and a steady stream of pedestrians poured by in front. He was very tall, over 6 feet, with a pair of enormous shoulders and long, powerful-looking arms. On the palms of his huge hands were great yellow calluses, showing in striking contrast to the whiteness of the skin. It seemed strange that one who had so evidently performed heavy manual labor should leave skin so white and smooth. His face, with its rugged, irregular features, might have been carved out of stone, so expressionless it was. His back was braced against a lamp-post, and in one hand he held a slender sheath of lead pencils. His hat was pulled well down over his forehead. He seemed to be locked fixedly at the ground, but the eyes beneath the lowered lids were sightless, and the skin about the empty sockets, skin pasty white with that waxy hospital pallor, was thickly sprinkled, almost pitted, with powder marks. It was as if he wore a blue-black mask over the upper part of his face. Occasionally, someone in the busy, hurrying throng would stop and press a coin into his hand, and then he would hold out the pencils and murmur, 2 for 5. but no one ever took one. It was not the pencils they wanted, nor did they dream that the vendor would have given much had they bought his wares. How could they know of the storm of shame and humiliation that raged in his soul? How suspect that every penny bestowed in kindly charity inflicted a deeper hurt than had the blast at the powder mill, which had robbed him of his sight? Charity. That was it. He was nothing now but a beggar, a parasite, subsisting upon the bounty of others. He whose splendid strength had been his one pride, he who was tireless, whose iron muscles had rejoiced in the performance of mighty feats, was as helpless as a little child. Oh, the degradation of it! And yet he must live. He must have food and clothes and a roof to shelter him. Even now he could hardly realize that there could be no more light for him, that this thick, impenetrable darkness must endure forever. In the hospital, when they had told him that he would be blind, he had still hoped against hope. Surely, when the bandages were taken from his eyes, he would be able to see. It could not be possible that his sight was quite gone. It would come back gradually. It was only when day had followed day, and week had followed week, that his bewildered mind finally grasped the appalling truth. Blind, totally blind, forever. Hopeless, despairing, he had wanted to die, had tried to die. But the strength that had been his pride and joy mocked him now. He was too vitally alive to die. He must live on. And since he could not work, he must beg. And so he stood there while the traffic surged and roared behind him, and a steady stream of pedestrians poured in front of him. Stood there motionless, silent, with a stolid, impassive face, and a heart full of bitter, gnawing pain. The end of A Leaf from Life's Notebook by Lillian Bennett Thompson.
Mother Sauvage by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Mother Sauvage. 15 years had passed since I was at Burrell. I returned there in the autumn to shoot with my friend Serval, who had at last rebuilt his chateau, which the Prussians had destroyed. I loved that district. It is one of those delightful spots which have a sensuous charm for the eyes. You love it with a physical love. We, whom the country enchants, keep tender memories of certain springs, certain woods, certain pools, certain hills, seen very often, which have stirred us like joyful events. Sometimes our thoughts turn back to a corner in a forest, or the end of a bank, or an orchard filled with flowers, seen but a single time on some bright day, yet remaining in our hearts like the image of certain women met in the street on a spring morning in their light, gauzy dresses, leaving in soul and body an unsatisfied desire which is not to be forgotten, a feeling that you have just passed by happiness. At Burrell, I loved the whole countryside, dotted with little woods and crossed by brooks, which sparkled in the sun and looked like veins carrying blood to the earth. You fished in them for crawfish, trout and eels. Divine happiness. You could bathe in places, and you often found snipe among the high grass, which grew along the borders of these small watercourses. I was stepping along light as a goat, watching my two dogs running ahead of me. Serval, 100 metres to my right, was beating a field of lucerne. I turned round by the thicket which forms the boundary of the wood of Cendres, and I saw a cottage in ruins. Suddenly I remembered it as I had seen it the last time in 1869, neat, covered with vines, with chickens before the door. What is sadder than a dead house, with its skeleton standing bare and sinister? I also recalled that inside its doors, after a very tiring day, the good woman had given me a glass of wine to drink, and that Sauvage had told me the history of its people. The father, an old poacher, had been killed by the gendarmes. The son, whom I had once seen, was a tall, dry fellow, who also passed for a fierce slayer of game. People called them les Sauvages. Was that a name or a nickname? I called to Serval. He came up with his long strides like a crane. I asked him, "What's become of those people?" This was his story. When the war was declared, the son Sauvage, who was then 33 years old, enlisted, leaving his mother alone in the house. People did not pity the old woman very much because she had money. They knew it. She remained entirely alone in that isolated dwelling, so far from the village, on the edge of the wood. She was not afraid, however, being of the same strain as the menfolk, a hardy old woman, tall and thin, who seldom laughed and with whom one never jested. The women of the fields laugh but little in any case. That is men's business. But they themselves have sad and narrowed hearts, leading a melancholy, gloomy life. The peasants imbibe a little noisy merriment at the tavern, but their helpmates always have grave, stern countenances. The muscles of their faces have never learned emotions of laughter. Mother Sauvage continued her ordinary existence in her cottage, which was soon covered by the snows. She came to the village once a week to get bread and a little meat. Then she returned to her house. As there was talk of wolves, she went out with a gun upon her shoulder, her son's gun, rusty and with the butt warm by the rubbing of the hand. And she was a strange sight, the tall Sauvage, a little bent, going with slow strides over the snow, the muzzle of the piece extending beyond the black headdress, which confined her head and imprisoned her white hair, which no one had ever seen. One day a Prussian force arrived. It was billeted upon the inhabitants according to the property and resources of each. 4 were allocated to the old woman, who was known to be rich. They were 4 great fellows with fair complexion, blonde beards and blue eyes, who had not grown thin in spite of the fatigue which they had endured already, and who also, though in a conquered country, had remained kind and gentle. Alone with this aged woman, they showed themselves full of consideration, sparing her, as much as they could, all expense and fatigue. They could be seen, all 4 of them, making their toilet at the well, in their shirt-sleeves, in the grey dawn, splashing with great swishes of water their pink-white northern skin, while la mère Sauvage went and came, preparing their soup. They would be seen cleaning the kitchen, rubbing the tiles, splitting wood, peeling potatoes, doing up all the housework like 4 good sons around their mother. But the old woman thought always of her own son, so tall and thin, with his hooked nose and his brown eyes, and his heavy moustache, which made a roll of black hair upon his lip. She asked every day of each of the soldiers who were installed beside her hearth, "Do you know where the French marching regiment No. 23 was sent? My boy is in it." They invariably answered, "No, we don't know a thing at all." And understanding her pain and her uneasiness, they who had mothers too, there at home, they rendered her 1,000 little services. She loved them well, moreover, her 4 enemies, since the peasantry have no patriotic hatred. That belongs to the upper class alone. The humble, those who pay them most because they are poor and because every new burden crushes them down, those who are killed in masses, who make the true cannons pray because they are so many, those, in fine, who suffer most cruelly the atrocious miseries of war because they are the feeblest and offer least resistance. They hardly understand at all those bellicose ardours, that excitable sense of honour, or those pretended political combinations which in 6 months exhaust 2 nations, the conqueror with the conquered. They said in the district, in speaking of the Germans of la mer Sauvage, "There are 4 who have found a soft place." Now, one morning, when the old woman was alone in the house, she observed, far off on the plain, a man coming towards her dwelling. Soon she recognized him. It was the postman to distribute the letters. He gave her a folded paper, and she drew out of her case the spectacles which she used for sewing. Then she read, "Madame Sauvage, this letter is to tell you sad news. Your boy Victor was killed yesterday by a shell which almost cut him in 2. I was nearby as we stood next each other in the company, and he told me about you and asked me to let you know on the same day if anything happened to him. I took his watch, which was in his pocket, to bring it back to you when the war is done. Césaire Rivaux, soldier of the 2nd class, March, Regiment No. 23. The letter was dated 3 weeks back. She did not cry at all. She remained motionless, so overcome and stupefied that she did not even suffer as yet. She thought, "There's Victor killed now." Then, little by little, the tears came to her eyes, and the sorrow filled her heart. Her thoughts came one by one, dreadful, torturing. She would never kiss him again. Her child, her big boy, never again. The gendarmes had killed the father. The Prussians had killed the son. He had been cut in 2 by a cannonball. She seemed to see the thing, the horrible thing, the head falling, the eyes open, while he chewed the corner of his big moustache, as he always did in moments of anger. What had they done with his body afterward? If they had only let her have her boy back, as they had brought back her husband, with the bullet in the middle of the forehead. But she heard a noise of voices. It was the Prussians returning from the village. She hid her letter very quickly in her pocket, and she received them quietly, with her ordinary face, having had time to wipe her eyes. They were laughing, all 4, delighted, for they had brought with them a fine rabbit, stolen doubtless, and they made signs to the old woman that there was to be something good to eat. She set herself to work at once to prepare breakfast, but when it came to killing the rabbit, her heart failed her. And yet it was not the first. One of the soldiers struck it down with a blow of his fist behind the ears. The beast, once dead, she skinned the red body, but the sight of the blood which she was touching, and which covered her hands, and which she felt cooling and coagulating, made her tremble from head to foot, and she kept seeing her big boy cut in 2, like this still palpitating animal. She sat down at table with the Prussians, but she could not eat, not even a mouthful. They devoured the rabbit without bothering themselves about her. She looked at them sideways, without speaking, her face so impassive that they perceived nothing. All of a sudden she said, "I don't even know your names, and here's a whole month that we've been together." They understood, not without difficulty, what she wanted, and told their names. That was not sufficient. She had them written for her on a paper, with the addresses of their families, and, resting her spectacles on her great nose, she contemplated that strange handwriting, then folded the sheet and put it in her pocket, on top of the letter which told her of the death of her son. When the meal was ended, she said to the men, "I am going to work for you," and she began to carry up hay into the loft where they slept. They were astonished at her taking all this trouble. She explained to them that thus they would not be so cold, and they helped her. They heaped the stacks of hay as high as the straw roof, and in that manner they made a sort of great chamber with 4 walls of fodder, warm and perfumed, where they should sleep splendidly. At dinner one of them was worried to see that la mère Sauvage still ate nothing. She told him that she had pains in her stomach. Then she kindled a good fire to warm herself, and the 4 Germans ascended to their lodging-place by the ladder which served them every night for this purpose. As soon as they closed the trap-door, the old woman removed the ladder, then opened the outside door noiselessly, and went back to look for more bundles of straw, with which she filled her kitchen. She went barefoot in the snow, so softly that no sound was heard. From time to time she listened to the sonorous and unequal snoring of the 4 soldiers, who were fast asleep. When she judged her preparations to be sufficient, she threw one of the bundles into the fireplace, and when it was alight she scattered it over all the others. Then she went outside again and looked. In a few seconds the whole interior of the cottage was illuminated with a brilliant light, and became a frightful brazier, a gigantic fiery furnace, whose glare streamed out of the narrow window and threw a glittering beam upon the snow. Then a great cry issued from the top of the house. It was a clamour of men shouting heart-rending calls of anguish and of terror. Finally, the trap-door having given way, a whirlwind of fire shot up into the loft, pierced the straw roof, rose to the sky like the immense flame of a torch, and all the cottage flared. Nothing more was heard therein but the crackling of the fire, the crackling of the walls, the falling of the rafters. Suddenly the roof fell in, and the burning carcass of the dwelling hurled a great plume of sparks into the air amid a cloud of smoke. The country, all white, lit up by the fire, shone like a cloth of silver tinted with red. A bell far off began to toll. The old Sauvage stood before her ruined dwelling, armed with her gun, her son's gun, for fear one of those men might escape. When she saw that it was ended, she threw her weapon into the brazier. A loud report followed. People were coming, the peasants, the Prussians. They found the woman seated on the trunk of a tree, calm and satisfied. A German officer, but speaking French like a son of France, demanded, "Where are your soldiers?" She reached her bony arm toward the red heap of fire, which was almost out, and answered with a strong voice, "There." They crowded round her. The Prussian asked, "How did it take fire?" "It was I who set it on fire." They did not believe her. They thought that the sudden disaster had made her crazy. While all pressed round and listened, she told the story from beginning to end, from the arrival of the letter to the last shriek of the men who were burned with her house, and never omitted a detail. When she had finished, she drew 2 pieces of paper from her pocket, and, in order to distinguish them by the last gleams of the fire, she again adjusted her spectacles. Then she said, showing one, That is the death of Victor." Showing the other, she added, indicating the red ruins with a bend of the head, "Here are the names, so that you can write home." She quietly held a sheet of paper out to the officer, who held her by the shoulders, and she continued, "You must write how it happened, and you must say to their mothers that it was I who did that, Victoire Simon, La Sauvage. Do not forget." The officer shouted some orders in German. They seized her. They threw her against the walls of her house, still hot. Then 12 men drew quickly up before her at 20 paces. She did not move. She understood. She waited. An order rang out, followed instantly by a long report. A belated shot went off by itself after the others. The old woman did not fall. She sank as though they had cut off her legs. The Prussian officer approached. She was almost cut in 2, and in her withered hand she held her letter bathed with blood. My friend Serval added, it was by way of reprisal that the Germans destroyed the chateau of the district which belonged to me. I thought of the mothers of those 4 fine fellows burned in that house, and of the horrible heroism of that other mother shot against the wall, and I picked up a little stone, still blackened by the flames. End of Mother Sauvage. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.
The Singer Mother by Eugene Field. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jacqueline, Burrell, Walton. The Singer Mother. Once, as Death walked the earth in search of some fair flower upon which he could breathe his icy breath, he met the graceful and pleasing spirit who is called Ambition. "Good morrow," quoth Death, "let us journey a time together. Both of us are hail fellows. Let us henceforth be traveling companions." Now Ambition is one of the most easily cajoled persons in the world. The soft words of Death flattered him. So Death and Ambition set out together, hand in hand. And having come into a great city, they were walking in a fine street when they beheld at the window of a certain house a lady who was named Griselda. She was sitting at the window, fondling in her lap her child, a beautiful little infant that held out his dimpled arms to the mother and prattled sweet little things which only a mother can understand. "What a beautiful lady," said Ambition, "and what a wonderful song she is singing to the child." "You may praise the mother as you will," said Death, "but it is the child which engages my attention and absorbs my admiration. How I wish the child were mine!" But Ambition continued to regard Griselda with an eye of covetousness. The song Griselda sang to her babe seemed to have exerted a wondrous spell over the spirit. "I know a way," suggested Death, "by which we can possess ourselves of these two, you of the mother and I of the child." Ambition's eyes sparkled. He longed for the beautiful mother. "Tell me how I may win her," said he to Death, "and you shall have the babe." So Death and Ambition walked in the street and talked of Griselda and her child. Griselda was a famous singer. She sang in a theater of the great city, and people came from all parts of the world to hear her songs and join in her praise. Such a voice had never before been heard, and Griselda's fame was equaled only by the riches which her art had brought her. In the height of her career, the little babe came to make her life all the sweeter, and Griselda was indeed very happy. "Who is that at the door?" inquired Charlotte, the old nurse. "It must be somebody of consequence, for he knocks with a certain confidence only those in authority have." "Go to the door and see," said Griselda. So Charlotte went to the door, and lo, there was a messenger from the king, and the messenger was accompanied by 2 persons attired in royal robes. These companions were Ambition and Death, but they were so splendidly arrayed you never would have recognized them. "Does the Lady Griselda abide here?" asked the messenger. "She does," replied old Charlotte, courtesying very low, for the brilliant attire of the strangers dazzled her. "I have a message from the king," said the messenger. Old Charlotte could hardly believe her ears. A message from the king! Never before had such an honor befallen one in Griselda's station. The message besought Griselda to appear in the theater that night before the king, who knew of her wondrous voice, but had never heard it. And with the message came a royal gift of costly jewels, the like of which Griselda had never set eyes upon. "You cannot refuse," said Ambition in a seductive voice. "Such an opportunity never before was accorded you, and may never again be offered. It is the king for whom you are to sing." Griselda hesitated and cast a lingering look at her babe. "Have no fear for the child," said Death, "for I will care for him while you are gone." So, between the insinuating advice of Ambition and the fair promises of Death, Griselda was persuaded, and the messenger bore back to the king word that Griselda would sing for him that night. But Ambition and Death remained as guests in Griselda's household. The child grew restless as the day advanced. From the very moment that Death had entered the house, the little one had seemed very changed. But Griselda was so busy listening to the flattering speeches of Ambition that she did not notice the flush on her infant's cheeks and the feverish rapidity of his breathing. But Death sat grimly in a corner of the room and never took his eyes from the crib where the little one lay. "You shall so please the king with your beautiful face and voice," said Ambition, "that he will confer wealth and title upon you. You will be the most famous woman on earth. Better than that, your fame shall live always in history. It shall be eternal." And Griselda smiled, for the picture was most pleasing. "The child's hands are hot," said old Charlotte, the nurse, "and there seem to be strange tremors in his little body, and he groans as he tosses from one side of his cradle to the other." Griselda was momentarily alarmed, but Ambition only laughed. "Nonsense," quoth Ambition. "'Tis an old woman's fancy. This envious old witch would have you disappoint the king who would load you with riches and honors." So the day lengthened, and Griselda listened to the grateful flatteries of Ambition. But Death sat all the time gazing steadfastly on the little one in the cradle. The candles were brought, and Griselda arrayed herself in her costliest robes. "I must look my best," she said, "for this is to be the greatest triumph of my life." "You are very beautiful. You will captivate the king," said Ambition. "The child is very ill," croaked old Charlotte, the nurse. "He does not seem to be awake, nor yet sleep, and there is a strange hoarse rattling in his breath." "For shame!" cried Ambition. "See how the glow of health mantles his cheeks, and how the fire of health burns in his eyes." And Griselda believed the words of Ambition. She did not stoop to kiss her little one. She called his name and threw him a kiss, and hastened to her carriage in the street below. The child heard the mother's voice, raised his head, and stretched forth his hands to Griselda. But she was gone, and Ambition had gone with her. But Death remained with Griselda's little one. The theater was more brilliant that night than ever before. It had been noised about that Griselda would sing for the king, and lords and ladies in their most imposing raiment filled the great edifice to overflowing, while in the royal box sat the king himself with the queen and the princes and the princesses. "It will be a great triumph," said Ambition to Griselda, and Griselda knew that she had never looked half so beautiful, nor felt half so ready for the great task she had to perform. There was mighty cheering when she swept before the vast throng, and the king smiled and bowed when he saw that Griselda wore about her neck the costly jewels he had sent her. But if the applause was mighty when she appeared, what it was when she finished her marvelous song and bowed herself from the stage. Thrice was she compelled to repeat the song, and a score of times was she recalled to receive the homage of the delighted throng. Bouquets of beautiful flowers were heaped about her feet, and with his own hand from his box, the king threw to her a jeweled necklace far costlier than his previous gift. As Griselda hurried from her dressing room to her carriage, she marveled that Ambition had suddenly and mysteriously quitted her presence. In its place stood the figure of a woman, all in black, and with large, sad eyes and pale face, "Who are you?" asked Griselda. "I am the spirit of eternal sorrow," said the woman. And the strange, sad woman went with Griselda into the carriage and to Griselda's home. Old Charlotte, the nurse, met them at the door. She was very white, and she trembled as if with fear. Then Griselda seemed to have wakened from a dream. "My child!" she asked excitedly. "He is gone," replied old Charlotte, the nurse. Griselda flew to the chamber where she had left him. There stood the little cradle where he had lain, but the cradle was empty. "Who has taken him away?" cried Griselda, sinking upon her knees and stretching her hands in agony to heaven. "Death took him away but an hour ago," said old Charlotte, the nurse. Then Griselda thought of his fevered face and his pitiful little moans and sighs, of the guileful flatteries of ambition that had deafened her mother ears to the pleadings of her sick babe, of the brilliant theater and the applause of royalty, and of the last moments of her lonely, dying child. And Griselda arose and tore the jewels from her breasts and threw them far from her, and cried, "Oh God, it is my punishment. I am alone." "Nay, not so, O mother," said a solemn voice. "I am with thee and will abide with thee forever." Griselda turned and looked upon the tall, gloomy figure that approached her with these words. It was the spirit of eternal sorrow. End of The Singer Mother by Eugene Field. Recording by Jacqueline, Burrell, Walton.
Sleigh Bells by Hassan Volkin. From Weird Tales, April 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Sleigh Bells by Hassan Volkin. It was cold in the fierce, heartless way of Siberia. The desert of snow stretched on every side beyond the lonely little Musik hut. Within, covered by a sheepskin, lay Andrei Taranov, his son, kneeling at his side, listening anxiously to his heartbeats. For many days they had endured the cold, with even no food, and now the father was about to cross the border. Painfully he spoke. "Dmitri, goodbye." The son was unable to answer. He kissed his father and arose. Moving from the pile of straw, he slid aside a block of wood and exposed a small hole in the door. The moon shone down on a silvery carpet, crossed and recrossed by the sinister shadows of wolves. He studied the glistening fur which covered their lithe bodies, beautiful despite the shudder they caused. They seldom congregated in such numbers around a solitary hut, save when a man was dead or dying. What strange thing told them of Andrei's condition? Now a long, restless howl made his hand tremble as he replaced the shutter. Turning, he said in a low voice, "Father, let me open the door. You see that we shall die in the end. It would be better than this long waiting." There was no answer. His hand nested on the bolt. It turned. "Dmitri, wait!" The careworn eyes of the dying man had opened. He was alert. "Dmitri, don't I hear bells? Droshka bells? Yes, they come from the west, nearer and nearer." The son shrugged his shoulders. "But it could not be, father. No one would come for us." "But listen, don't you hear them?" Dmitri put his ear to the door. The snow crunched under a hairy paw. That was all. Still they waited. Dmitri dreamed, as he leaned against the wall, that the cold which crept slowly up his boots from the dirt floor was a pack of wolves, gnawing at him, and he drew his long Chercheska more tightly about him. The sun rose, and each beam chased away another wolf. Soon the whole world was glorious and golden, save for the two within the hut. The squalor of their existence was almost unbelievable. Although only exiles, their lot had been worse than that of some Saghalian prisoners. Forced to live in a miserable one-room hut, or isba, not even allowed so much as an implement with which to eat their coarse food there. Life was that of beasts. "Now we must wait another long day to die," said Dmitri. "No, no, I cannot be mistaken," insisted the father slowly and painfully. "I still hear the bells. They were very far off, and now they are nearer." Dmitri looked at his father and wondered how much longer he would last. Surely not until night. When that time came, when the pack had once more collected without the hut, he would tear down the door. In a minute, the room would be surging with their cruel, glossy bodies, and in another minute he would have joined his father. Again he resolved himself to waiting. Late in the afternoon, André motioned for water, and his son fed him from a bowl, a dirty mess, half water, half snow, which had filtered through the cracks. Darkness came early, and soon the occasional howls of the wolves were heard. A crunch of the hard upper snow some time later told him that one was just without. He carefully sounded the door. The snow was above his waist, which meant that when the door was opened, it would be impossible to shut. He prayed that his father would not last much longer, and again he was startled at the old man's strength. André was sitting up. His lips formed the word, "Listen." Another howl sounded. Then, faintly from far away, the tinkling of a speeding sleigh reached them. Dmitri could not believe. He held his ears. It stopped. He released them, and again the tinkling came. It was steadily becoming louder. It was just too much. In his exhausted condition, such an emotion was more than Dmitri could withstand. Later, as they were taken into a room where there stood a table with a samovar, a big bowl of steaming sky, and plenty of vodka, Dmitri told his rescuers how his father had first heard his sleigh bells. "But," said the farmer, "it must have been about the time I was starting out, miles from you." So, to this day they wonder how the old man, on the point of death, knew. The end of Sleigh Bells by Hassan Volkin.
Soldier's Home by Ernest Hemingway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soldier's Home. Krebs went to the war from a Methodist college in Kansas. There is a picture which shows him among his fraternity brothers, all of them wearing exactly the same Heighton-style collar. He enlisted in the Marines in 1917 and did not return to the United States until the 2nd Division returned from the Rhine in the summer of 1919. There is a picture which shows him on the Rhine with 2 German girls and another corporal. Krebs and the corporal look too big for their uniforms. The German girls are not beautiful. The Rhine does not show in the picture. By the time Krebs returned to his hometown in Oklahoma, the greeting of heroes was over. He came back much too late. The men from the town who had been drafted had all been welcomed elaborately on their return. There had been a great deal of hysteria. Now the reaction had set in. People seemed to think that it was rather ridiculous for Krebs to be back so late, years after the war was over. At first Krebs, who had been at Belleau Wood, Soissons, the Champagne, Saint-Mihiel, and in the Ardennes, did not want to talk about the war at all. Later he felt the need to talk, but no one else wanted to hear it. His town had heard too many atrocity stories to be thrilled by actualities. Krebs found that to be listened to at all he had to lie, and after he had done this twice he too had a reaction against the war and against talking about it. A distaste for everything that had happened to him in the war set in because of the lies he had told. All of the times that had been able to make him feel cool and clear inside himself when he thought of them. The time so long back when he had done the one thing, the only thing for a man to do easily and naturally, when he might have done something else, now lost their cool, valuable quality, and then were lost themselves. His lies were quite unimportant lies, and consisted in attributing to himself things other men had seen, done, or heard of, and stating as facts certain apocryphal incidents familiar to all soldiers. Even his lies were not sensational at the pool-room. His acquaintances, who had heard detailed accounts of German women found chained to machine guns in the Argonne forest, and who could not comprehend or were barred by their patriotism from interest in any German machine gunners who were not chained, were not thrilled by his stories. Krebs acquired the nausea in regard to experience that is the result of untruth or exaggeration, and when he occasionally met another man who had really been a soldier, and they talked a few minutes in the dressing-room at a dance, he fell into the easy pose of the old soldier among other soldiers, that he had been badly, sickeningly frightened all the time. In this way he lost everything. During this time it was late summer. He was sleeping late in bed, getting up to walk downtown to the library to get a book, eating lunch at home, reading on the front porch until he became bored, and then walking down through the town to spend the hottest hours of the day in the cool dark of the pool-room. He loved to play pool. In the evening he practiced on his clarinet, strolled down to town, read, and went to bed. He was still a hero to his two young sisters. His mother would have given him breakfast in bed if he wanted it. She often came in when he was in bed and asked him to tell her about the war, but her attention always wandered. His father was non-committal. Before Krebs went away to the war, he had never been allowed to drive the family motor car. His father was in the real estate business and always wanted the car to be at his command when he required it, to take clients out into the country to show them a piece of farm property. The car always stood outside the First National Bank building, where his father had an office on the second floor. Now, after the war, it was still the same car. Nothing was changed in the town except that the young girls had grown up, but they lived in such a complicated world of already defined alliances and shifting feuds that Krebs did not feel the energy or the courage to break into it. He liked to look at them, though. There were so many good-looking young girls. Most of them had their hair cut short. When he went away, only little girls wore their hair like that, or girls that were fast. They all wore sweaters and shirt-waists with round Dutch collars. It was a pattern. He liked to look at them from the front porch as they walked on the other side of the street. He liked to watch them walking under the shade of the trees. He liked the round Dutch collars above their sweaters. He liked their silk stockings and flat shoes. He liked their bobbed hair and the way they walked. When he was in town, their appeal to him was not very strong. He did not like them when he saw them in the Greek's ice cream parlor. He did not want them themselves, really. They were too complicated. There was something else. Vaguely he wanted a girl, but he did not want to have to work to get her. He would have liked to have a girl, but he did not want to have to spend a long time getting her. He did not want to get into the intrigue and the politics. He did not want to have to do any courting. He did not want to tell any more lies. It wasn't worth it. He did not want any consequences. He did not want any consequences ever again. He wanted to live alone without consequences. Besides, he did not really need a girl. The army had taught him that. It was all right to pose as though you had to have a girl. Nearly everybody did. But it wasn't true. You did not need a girl. That was the funny thing. First a fellow boasted how girls mean nothing to him, that he never thought of them, that they could not touch him. Then a fellow boasted that he could not get along without girls, that he had to have them all the time, that he could not go to sleep without them. That was all a lie. It was all a lie both ways. You did not need a girl unless you thought about them. He learned that in the army. Then sooner or later you always got one. When you were really ripe for a girl, you always got one. You did not have to think about it. Sooner or later it would come. He had learned that in the army. Now, he would have liked a girl if she had come to him and not wanted to talk, but here at home it was all too complicated. He knew he could never get through it all again. It was not worth the trouble. That was the thing about French girls and German girls. There was not all this talking. You couldn't talk much and you didn't need to talk. It was simple and you were friends. He thought about France and then he began to think about Germany. On the whole, he had liked Germany better. He did not want to leave Germany. He did not want to come home. Still, he had to come home. He sat on the front porch. He liked the girls that were walking along the other side of the street. He liked the look of them much better than the French girls or the German girls. But the world they were in was not the world he was in. He would like to have one of them, but it was not worth it. They were such a nice pattern. He liked the pattern. It was exciting. But he would not go through all the talking. He did not want one badly enough. He liked to look at them all, though. It was not worth it. Not now when things were getting good again. He sat there on the porch reading a book on the war. It was a history, and he was reading about all the engagements he had been in. It was the most interesting reading he had ever done. He wished there were more maps. He looked forward with a good feeling to reading all the really good histories when they would come out with good detailed maps. Now he was really learning about the war. He had been a good soldier. That made a difference. One morning, after he had been home about a month, his mother came into his bedroom and sat on the bed. She smoothed her apron. "I had a talk with your father last night, Harold," she said, "and he is willing for you to take the car out in the evenings." "Yeah," said Krebs, who was not fully awake. "Take the car out? Yeah?" "Yes, your father has felt for some time that you should be able to take the car out in the evenings whenever you wished, but we only talked it over last night." "I'll bet you made him," Krebs said. "No, it was your father's suggestion that we talk the matter over." "Yeah, I'll bet you made him." Krebs sat up in bed. "Will you come down to breakfast, Harold?" his mother said. "Soon as I get my clothes on," Krebs said. His mother went out of the room, and he could hear her frying something downstairs while he washed, shaved, and dressed to go down into the dining room for breakfast. While he was eating breakfast, his sister brought in the mail. "Well, Hare," she said, "you old sleepyhead. What do you ever get up for?" Krebs looked at her. He liked her. She was his best sister. "Have you got the paper?" he asked. She handed him the Kansas City Star, and he shucked off its brown wrapper and opened it to the sporting page. He folded the Star open and propped it against the water pitcher with his cereal dish to steady it, so he could read while he ate. "Harold," his mother stood in the kitchen doorway. "Harold, please don't muss up the paper. Your father can't read his Star if it's been mussed." "I won't muss it," Krebs said. His sister sat down at the table and watched him while he read. "We're playing indoor over at school this afternoon," she said. "I'm going to pitch." "Good," said Krebs. "How's the old wing?" "I can pitch better than lots of the boys. I tell them all you taught me. The other girls aren't much good." "Yeah?" said Krebs. "I tell them all you're my beau. Aren't you my beau, Hare?" "You bet." "Couldn't your brother really be your beau just because he's your brother?" "I don't know." "Sure you know. Couldn't you be my beau, Hare, if I was old enough and if you wanted to?" "Sure, you're my girl now." "Am I really your girl?" "Sure." "Do you love me?" "Uh-huh." "Will you always love me?" "Sure." "Will you come over and watch me play indoor?" "Maybe." "Ah, Hare, you don't love me. If you loved me, you'd want to come over and watch me play indoor." Krebs' mother came into the dining room from the kitchen. She carried a plate with 2 fried eggs and some crisp bacon on it, and a plate of buckwheat cakes. "You run along, Helen," she said. "I want to talk to Harold." She put the eggs and bacon down in front of him, and brought in a jug of maple syrup for the buckwheat cakes. Then she sat down across the table from Krebs. "I wish you'd put down the paper a minute, Harold," she said. Krebs took down the paper and folded it. "Have you decided what you're going to do yet, Harold?" his mother said, taking off her glasses. "No," said Krebs. "Don't you think it's about time?" His mother did not say this in a mean way. She seemed worried. I hadn't thought about it, Krebs said. God has some work for every one to do, his mother said. There can be no idle hands in his kingdom. I'm not in his kingdom, Krebs said. We are all of us in his kingdom. Krebs felt embarrassed and resentful as always. I've worried about you so much, Harold, his mother went on. I know the temptations you must have been exposed to. I know how weak men are. I know what your own dear grandfather, my own father, told us about the Civil War, and I have prayed for you. I pray for you all day long, Harold. Krebs looked at the bacon fat hardening on his plate. Your father is worried too, his mother went on. He thinks you have lost your ambition, that you haven't got a definite aim in life. Charlie Simmons, who is just your age, has a good job and is going to be married. The boys are all settling down. They're all determined to get somewhere. You can see that boys like Charlie Simmons are on their way to being a real credit to the community. Krebs said nothing. Don't look that way, Harold, his mother said. You know we love you, and I want to tell you for your own good how matters stand. Your father does not want to hamper your freedom. He thinks you should be allowed to drive the car. If you want to take some of the nice girls out riding with you, you are only too pleased. We want you to enjoy yourself. But you're going to have to settle down to work, Harold. Your father doesn't care what you start in at. All work is honorable, as he says. But you've got to make a start at something. He asked me to speak to you this morning, and then you can stop in and see him at his office. Is that all? Krebs said. Yes. Don't you love your mother, dear boy? No, Krebs said. His mother looked at him across the table. Her eyes were shiny. She started crying. I don't love anybody, Krebs said. It wasn't any good. He couldn't tell her. He couldn't make her see it. It was silly to have said it. He had only hurt her. He went over and took hold of her arm. She was crying with her head in her hands. I didn't mean it, he said. I was just angry at something. I didn't mean I didn't love you. His mother went on crying. Krebs put his arm on her shoulder. Can't you believe me, Mother? His mother shook her head. Please, please, Mother, please believe me. All right, his mother said chokily. She looked up at him. I believe you, Harold. Krebs kissed her hair. She put her face up to him. I'm your mother, she said. I held you next to my heart when you were a tiny baby. Krebs felt sick and vaguely nauseated. I know, Mummy, he said. I'll try and be a good boy for you. Would you kneel and pray with me, Harold? His mother asked. They knelt down beside the dining room table, and Krebs' mother prayed. Now you pray, Harold, she said. I can't, Krebs said. Try, Harold. I can't. Do you want me to pray for you? Yes. So his mother prayed for him, and then they stood up and Krebs kissed his mother and went out of the house. He had tried so to keep his life from being complicated. Still, none of it had touched him. He had felt sorry for his mother, and she had made him lie. He would go to Kansas City and get a job, and she would feel all right about it. There would be one more scene, maybe, before he got away. He would not go down to his father's office. He would miss that one. He wanted his life to go smoothly. It had just gotten going that way. Well, that was all over now, anyway. He would go over to the schoolyard and watch Helen play indoor baseball. End of Soldier's Home by Ernest Hemingway.
The Thief by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. The Thief by Guy de Maupassant. While apparently thinking of something else, Dr. Sorbier had been listening quietly to those amazing accounts of burglaries and daring deeds that might have been taken from the trial of Cartouche. Assuredly, he exclaimed, assuredly, I know of no viler fault nor any meaner action than to attack a girl's innocence, to corrupt her, to profit by a moment of unconscious weakness, and of madness, when her heart is beating like that of a frightened fawn, and her pure lips seek those of her tempter, when she abandons herself without thinking of the irremediable stain, nor of her fall, nor of the morrow. The man who has brought this about slowly, viciously, who can tell with what science of evil, and who, in such a case, has not steadiness and self-restraint enough to quench that flame by some icy words, who has not sense enough for two, who cannot recover his self-possession and master the runaway brute within him, and who loses his head on the edge of the precipice over which she is going to fall, is as contemptible as any man who breaks open a lock, or as any rascal on the lookout for a house left defenceless and unprotected, or for some easy and dishonest stroke of business, or as that thief whose various exploits you have just related to us. I, for my part, utterly refuse to absolve him, even when extenuating circumstances plead in his favour, even when he is carrying on a dangerous flirtation in which a man tries in vain to keep his balance, not to exceed the limits of the game any more than at lawn tennis, even when the parts are inverted and a man's adversary is some precocious, curious, seductive girl who shows you immediately that she has nothing to learn and nothing to experience except the last chapter of love, one of those girls from whom may fate always preserve our sons, and whom a psychological novel writer has christened the semi-virgins. It is, of course, difficult and painful for that coarse and unfathomable vanity which is characteristic of every man, and which might be called malism, not to stir such a charming fire, difficult to act the Joseph and the fool, to turn away his eyes, and, as it were, to put wax into his ears, like the companions of Ulysses, when they were attracted by the divine, seductive songs of the sirens, difficult only to touch that pretty table covered with a perfectly new cloth, at which you are invited to take a seat before any one else, in such a suggestive voice, and are requested to quench your thirst and to taste that new wine, whose fresh and strange flavour you will never forget. But who would hesitate to exercise such self-restraint if, when he rapidly examines his conscience, in one of those instinctive returns to his sober self in which a man thinks clearly and recovers his head, he were to measure the gravity of his fault, consider it, think of its consequences, of the reprisals, of the uneasiness which he would always feel in the future, and which would destroy the repose and happiness of his life? You may guess that behind all these moral reflections, such as a grey beard like myself may indulge in, there is a story hidden, and, sad as it is, I am sure it will interest you on account of the strange heroism it shows. He was silent for a few moments, as if to classify his recollections, and, with his elbows resting on the arms of his easy-chair and his eyes looking into space, he continued in the slow voice of a hospital professor who is explaining a case to his class of medical students at a bedside. He was one of those men who, as our grandfathers used to say, never met with a cruel woman, the type of the adventurous knight who was always foraging, who had something of the scamp about him, but who despised danger and was bold even to rashness. He was ardent in the pursuit of pleasure, and had an irresistible charm about him, one of those men in whom we excuse the greatest successes as the most natural things in the world. He had run through all his money at gambling and with pretty girls, and so became, as it were, a soldier of fortune. He amused himself whenever and however he could, and was at that time quartered at Versailles. I knew him to the very depths of his childlike heart, which was only too easily seen through and sounded, and I loved him as some old bachelor uncle loves a nephew who plays him tricks, but who knows how to coax him. He had made me his confidant rather than his adviser, kept me informed of his slightest pranks, though he always pretended to be speaking about one of his friends, and not about himself, and I must confess that his youthful impetuosity, his careless gaiety, and his amorous ardour sometimes distracted my thoughts, and made me envy the handsome, vigorous young fellow who was so happy at being alive that I had not the courage to check him, to show him the right road, and to call out to him, "Take care," as children do at blind man's buff. And one day, after one of those interminable cotillons where the couples do not leave each other for hours and can disappear together without anybody thinking of noticing them, the poor fellow at last discovered what love was, that real love which takes up its abode in the very centre of the heart and in the brain, and is proud of being there, and which rules like a sovereign and a tyrannous master. And he became desperately enamoured of a pretty but badly brought-up girl who was as disquieting and wayward as she was pretty. She loved him, however, or rather she idolized him despotically, madly, with all her enraptured soul and all her being. Left to do as she pleased by imprudent and frivolous parents, suffering from neurosis in consequence of the unwholesome friendships which she contracted at the convent school, instructed by what she saw and heard and knew was going on around her, in spite of her deceitful and artificial conduct, knowing that neither her father nor her mother, who were very proud of their race as well as avaricious, would ever agree to let her marry the man whom she had taken a liking to, that handsome fellow who had little besides vision, ideas and debts, and who belonged to the middle class. She laid aside all scruples, thought of nothing but becoming his, no matter what might be the cost. By degrees the unfortunate man's strength gave way, his heart softened, and he allowed himself to be carried away by that current which buffeted him, surrounded him, and left him on the shore like a waif and a stray. They wrote letters full of madness to each other, and not a day passed without their meeting, either accidentally, as it seemed, or at parties and balls. She had yielded her lips to him in long ardent caresses, which had sealed their compact of mutual passion. The doctor stopped, and his eyes suddenly filled with tears as these former troubles came back to his mind, and then, in a hoarse voice, he went on, full of the horror of what he was going to relate. For months he scaled the garden wall, and, holding his breath and listening for the slightest noise, like a burglar who is going to break into a house, he went in by the servants' entrance, which she had left open, slunk barefoot down a long passage and up the broad staircase, which creaked occasionally, to the second story, where his sweetheart's room was, and stayed there for hours. One night, when it was darker than usual, and he was hurrying, lest he should be later than the time agreed on, he knocked up against a piece of furniture in the ante-room and upset it. It so happened that the girl's mother had not gone to sleep, either because she had a sick headache, or else because she had sat up late over some novel, and, frightened at that unusual noise which disturbed the silence of the house, she jumped out of bed, opened the door, saw someone indistinctly running away and keeping close to the wall, and immediately thinking there were burglars in the house, she aroused her husband and the servants by her frantic screams. The unfortunate man understood the situation, and seeing what a terrible fix he was in, and preferring to be taken for a common thief to dishonouring his adored one's name, he ran into the drawing-room, felt on the tables and what-nots, filled his pockets at random with valuable bric-a-brac, and then cowered down behind the grand piano, which barred the corner of a large room. The servants, who had run in with lighted candles, found him, and, overwhelming him with abuse, seized him by the collar and dragged him, panting and apparently half dead with shame and terror, to the nearest police station. He defended himself with intentional awkwardness when he was brought up for trial, kept up his part with the most perfect self-possession, and without any signs of the despair and anguish that he felt in his heart, and, condemned and degraded and made to suffer martyrdom in his honour as a man and a soldier, he was an officer, he did not protest, but went to prison as one of those criminals whom society gets rid of like noxious vermin. He died there of misery and of bitterness of spirit, with the name of the fair-haired idol for whom he had sacrificed himself on his lips, as if it had been an ecstatic prayer, and he entrusted his will to the priest who administered extreme unction to him, and requested him to give it to me. In it, without mentioning anybody, and without in the least lifting the veil, he at last explained the enigma, and cleared himself of those accusations, the terrible burden of which he had borne until his last breath. I've always thought myself, though I do not know why, that the girl married and had several charming children, whom she brought up with the austere strictness and in the serious piety of former days. End of The Thief by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Useless Beauty by Guy de Maupassant, 1850 to 1893. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Thomlinson. Useless Beauty, Part 1. About 5:30 one afternoon at the end of June, when the sun was shining warm and bright into the large courtyard, a very elegant victoria with two beautiful black horses drew up in front of the mansion. The Comtesse de Mascaret came down the steps just as her husband, who was coming home, appeared in the carriage entrance. He stopped for a few moments to look at his wife and turned rather pale. The Countess was very beautiful, graceful and distinguished-looking, with her long oval face, her complexion like yellow ivory, her large grey eyes and her black hair, and she got into her carriage without looking at him, without even seeming to have noticed him, with such a particularly high-bred air that the furious jealousy by which he had been devoured for so long again gnawed at his heart. He went up to her and said, "You are going for a drive?" She merely replied disdainfully, "You see I am." "In the Bois de Boulogne?" "Most probably." "May I come with you?" "The carriage belongs to you." Without being surprised at the tone in which she answered him, he got in and sat down by his wife's side and said, "Bois de Boulogne?" The footman jumped up beside the coachman, and the horses as usual pranced and tossed their heads until they were in the street. Husband and wife sat side by side without speaking. He was thinking how to begin a conversation, but she maintained such an obstinately hard look that he did not venture to make the attempt. At last, however, he cunningly, accidentally as it were, touched the Countess's gloved hand with his own, but she drew her arm away with a movement which was so expressive of disgust that he remained thoughtful, in spite of his usual authoritative and despotic character, and he said, "Gabrielle, what do you want? I think you are looking adorable." She did not reply, but remained lying back in the carriage, looking like an irritated queen. By that time they were driving up the Champs-Élysées towards the Arc de Triomphe. That immense monument at the end of the long avenue raised its colossal arch against the red sky, and the sun seemed to be descending on it, showering fiery dust on it from the sky. The stream of carriages, with dashes of sunlight reflected in the silver trappings of the harness and the glass of the lamps, flowed on in a double current towards the town and towards the Bois, and the Comte de Mascaret continued, "My dear Gabrielle." Unable to control herself any longer, she replied in an exasperated voice, "Oh, do leave me in peace, pray. I'm not even allowed to have my carriage to myself now." He pretended not to hear her and continued, "You never have looked so pretty as you do today." Her patience had come to an end, and she replied with irrepressible anger, "You are wrong to notice it, for I swear to you that I will never have anything to do with you in that way again." The Count was decidedly stupefied and upset, and, his violent nature gaining the upper hand, he exclaimed, "What do you mean by that?" in a tone that betrayed rather the brutal master than the lover. She replied in a low voice, so that the servants might not hear amid the deafening noise of the wheels. "Ah, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? Now I recognize you again. Do you want me to tell everything?" "Yes, everything that has weighed on my heart since I have been the victim of your terrible selfishness." He had grown red with surprise and anger, and he growled between his closed teeth, "Yes, tell me everything." He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a big red beard, a handsome man, a nobleman, a man of the world, who passed as a perfect husband and an excellent father, and now, for the first time since they had started, she turned toward him and looked at him full in the face. Ah, you will hear some disagreeable things, but you must know that I am prepared for everything, that I fear nothing, and you less than anyone today." He also was looking into her eyes and was already shaking with rage as he said in a low voice, "You are mad." "No, but I will no longer be the victim of the hateful penalty of maternity, which you have inflicted on me for 11 years. I wish to take my place in society, as I have the right to do, as all women have the right to do." He suddenly grew pale again and stammered, I do not understand you." "Oh, yes, you understand me well enough. It is now 3 months since I had my last child, and as I am still very beautiful, and as, in spite of all your efforts, you cannot spoil my figure, as you have now perceived when you saw me on the doorstep, you think it is time that I should think of having another child." "But you are talking nonsense." "No, I am not. I am 30, and I have had 7 children, and we have been married 11 years, and you hope that this will go on for 10 years longer, after which you will leave off being jealous." He seized her arm and squeezed it, saying, "I will not allow you to talk to me like that much longer. And I shall talk to you till the end, until I have finished all I have to say to you, and if you try to prevent me, I shall raise my voice so that the 2 servants who are on the box may hear. I only allowed you to come with me for that object, for I have these witnesses who will oblige you to listen to me and to contain yourself, so now pay attention to what I say. I've always felt an antipathy to you, and I have always let you see it, for I have never lied, monsieur. You married me in spite of myself. You forced my parents, who were in embarrassed circumstances, to give me to you, because you were rich, and they obliged me to marry you in spite of my tears. So you bought me, and as soon as I was in your power, as soon as I had become your companion, ready to attach myself to you, to forget your coercive and threatening proceedings, in order that I might only remember that I ought to be a devoted wife and to love you as much as it might be possible for me to love you, you became jealous. You, as no man has ever been before, with the base, ignoble jealousy of a spy, which was as degrading to you as it was to me. I had not been married 8 months when you suspected me of every perfidiousness, and you even told me so. What a disgrace! And as you could not prevent me from being beautiful and from pleasing people, from being called in drawing-rooms and also in the newspapers one of the most beautiful women in Paris, you tried everything you could think of to keep admirers from me, and you hit upon the abominable idea of making me spend my life in a constant state of motherhood until the time should come when I should disgust every man. Oh, do not deny it. I did not understand it for some time, but then I guessed it. You even boasted about it to your sister, who told me of it, for she is fond of me and was disgusted at your boorish coarseness. Ah, remember how you have behaved in the past, how for 11 years you have compelled me to give up all society and simply be a mother to your children. And then you would grow disgusted with me, and I was sent into the country, the family chateau, among fields and meadows. And when I reappeared, fresh, pretty, and unspoiled, still seductive and constantly surrounded by admirers, hoping that at last I should live a little more like a rich young society woman, you were seized with jealousy again, and you began once more to persecute me with that infamous and hateful desire from which you are suffering at this moment by my side. And it is not the desire of possessing me, for I should never have refused myself to you, but it is the wish to make me unsightly. And then that abominable and mysterious thing occurred which I was a long time in understanding, but I grew sharp by dint of watching your thoughts and actions. You attached yourself to the children with all the security which they gave you, while I bore them. You felt affection for them with all your aversion to me. and in spite of your ignoble fears, which were momentarily allayed by your pleasure in seeing me lose my symmetry. Oh, how often have I noticed that joy in you! I've seen it in your eyes and guessed it. You loved your children as victories, and not because they were of your own blood. They were victories over me, over my youth, over my beauty, over my charms, over the compliments which were paid to me, and over those that were whispered around me without being paid to me personally. And you are proud of them. You make a parade of them. You take them out for drives in your brake in the Bois de Boulogne, and you give them donkey rides at Montmorency. You take them to theatrical matinees so that you may be seen in the midst of them, so that people may say, "What a kind father," and that it may be repeated. He had seized her wrist with savage brutality, and he squeezed it so violently that she was quiet and nearly cried out with the pain, and he said to her in a whisper, "I love my children, do you hear? What you have just told me is disgraceful in a mother, but you belong to me. I am master, your master. I can exact from you what I like and when I like, and I have the law on my side." He was trying to crush her fingers in the strong grip of his large muscular hand, and she, livid with pain, tried in vain to free them from that vice which was crushing them. The agony made her breathe hard, and the tears came into her eyes. "You see that I am the master and the stronger," he said. When he somewhat loosened his grip, she asked him, "Do you think that I am a religious woman?" He was surprised and stammered, "Yes." "Do you think that I could lie if I swore to the truth of anything to you before an altar on which Christ's body is?" "No." "Will you go with me to some church?" "What for?" "You shall see. Will you?" "If you absolutely wish it, yes." She raised her voice and said, "Philippe!" And the coachman, bending down a little, without taking his eyes from his horses, seemed to turn his ear alone towards his mistress, who continued, "Drive to St. Philippe du Roule." And the Victoria, which had reached the entrance of the Bois de Boulogne, returned to Paris. Husband and wife did not exchange a word further during the drive, and when the carriage stopped before the church, Madame de Mascaret jumped out and entered it, followed by the Count a few yards distant. She went, without stopping, as far as the choir screen, and, falling on her knees at a chair, she buried her face in her hands. She prayed for a long time, and he, standing behind her, could see that she was crying. She wept noiselessly, as women weep when they are in great poignant grief. There was a kind of undulation in her body, which ended in a little sob, which was hidden and stifled by her fingers. But the Comte de Mascaret thought that the situation was lasting too long, and he touched her on the shoulder. That contact recalled her to herself, as if she had been burned, and getting up, she looked straight into his eyes. "This is what I have to say to you. I am afraid of nothing, whatever you may do to me. You may kill me if you like. One of your children is not yours, and one only. That I swear to you before God, who hears me here. That was the only revenge that was possible for me in return for all your abominable masculine tyrannies, in return for the penal servitude of childbearing to which you have condemned me. Who was my lover? You will never know. You may suspect everyone, but you will never find out. I gave myself to him without love and without pleasure, only for the sake of betraying you, and he also made me a mother. Which is the child? That also you never will know. I have 7. Try to find out. I intended to tell you this later, for one has not avenged oneself on a man by deceiving him unless he knows it. You have driven me to confess it today. I have now finished." She hurried through the church towards the open door, expecting to hear behind her the quick step of her husband, whom she had defied, and to be knocked to the ground by a blow of his fist. But she heard nothing and reached her carriage. She jumped into it at a bound, overwhelmed with anguish and breathless with fear. So she called out to the coachman, "Home!" and the horses set off at a quick trot. Part 2. The Comtesse de Mascaret was waiting in her room for dinner time as a criminal sentenced to death awaits the hour of his execution. What was her husband going to do? Had he come home? Despotic, passionate, ready for any violence as he was, what was he meditating? What had he made up his mind to do? There was no sound in the house, and every moment she looked at the clock. Her lady's maid had come and dressed her for the evening, and had then left the room again. 8 o'clock struck, and almost at the same moment there were 2 knocks at the door, and the butler came in and announced dinner. "Has the Count come in?" "Yes, Madame la Comtesse. He is in the dining-room." For a little moment she felt inclined to arm herself with a small revolver which she had bought some time before, foreseeing the tragedy which was being rehearsed in her heart. But she remembered that all the children would be there, and she took nothing except a bottle of smelling salts. He rose somewhat ceremoniously from his chair. They exchanged a slight bow and sat down. The 3 boys with their tutor, Abbé Martin, were on her right, and the 3 girls, with Miss Smith, their English governess, were on her left. The youngest child, who was only 3 months old, remained upstairs with his nurse. The abbé said grace as usual when there was no company, for the children did not come down to dinner when guests were present. They then began dinner. The countess, suffering from emotion which she had not calculated upon, remained with her eyes cast down, while the count scrutinized now the 3 boys and now the 3 girls with an uncertain, unhappy expression which travelled from one to the other. Suddenly pushing his wine-glass from him, it broke, and the wine was spilt on the tablecloth, and at the slight noise caused by this little accident the Countess started up from her chair, and for the first time they looked at each other. Then, in spite of themselves, in spite of the irritation of their nerves caused by every glance, they continued to exchange looks, rapid as pistol shots. The abbé, who felt there was some cause for embarrassment which he could not divine, attempted to begin a conversation and tried various subjects, but his useless efforts gave rise to no ideas and did not bring out a word. The Countess, with feminine tact and obeying her instincts of a woman of the world, attempted to answer him 2 or 3 times, but in vain. She could not find words in the perplexity of her mind, and her own voice almost frightened her in the silence of the large room, where nothing was heard except the slight sound of plates and knives and forks. Suddenly her husband said to her, bending forward, "Here, amid your children, will you swear to me that what you told me just now is true?" The hatred which was fermenting in her veins suddenly roused her, and replying to that question with the same firmness with which she had replied to his looks, she raised both her hands, the right pointing towards the boys and the left towards the girls, and said in a firm, resolute voice, and without any hesitation, "On the head of my children I swear that I have told you the truth." He got up, and throwing his table napkin on the table with a movement of exasperation, he turned round and flung his chair against the wall, and then went out without another word, while she, uttering a deep sigh, as if after a first victory, went on in a calm voice. "You must not pay any attention to what your father has just said, my darlings. He was very much upset a short time ago, but he will be all right again in a few days." Then she talked with the abbé and Miss Smith, and had tender, pretty words for all her children, those sweet, tender mother's ways which unfold little hearts. When dinner was over, she went into the drawing-room, all her children following her. She made the elder ones chatter, and when their bedtime came she kissed them for a long time and then went alone into her room. She waited, for she had no doubt that the Count would come, and she made up her mind then, as her children were not with her, to protect herself as a woman of the world as she would protect her life. And in the pocket of her dress she put the little loaded revolver which she had bought a few days previously. The hours went by, the hours struck, and every sound was hushed in the house. Only the cabs continued to rumble through the streets, but their noise was only heard vaguely through the shuttered and curtained windows. She waited, full of nervous energy, without any fear of him now, ready for anything, and almost triumphant, for she had found means of torturing him continually during every moment of his life. But the first gleam of dawn came in through the fringe at the bottom of her curtain without his having come into her room, and then she awoke to the fact, with much amazement, that he was not coming. Having locked and bolted her door for greater security, she went to bed at last and remained there, with her eyes open, thinking and barely understanding it all, without being able to guess what he was going to do. When her maid brought her tea, she at the same time handed her a letter from her husband. He told her that he was going to undertake a longish journey, and in a postscript added that his lawyer would provide her with any sums of money she might require for all her expenses. Part 3. It was at the opera, between two acts of Robert the Devil. In the stalls the men were standing up, with their hats on, their waistcoats cut very low so as to show a large amount of white shirt front, in which gold and jewelled studs glistened, and were looking at the boxes full of ladies in low dresses covered with diamonds and pearls, who were expanding like flowers in that illuminated hothouse, where the beauty of their faces and the whiteness of their shoulders seemed to bloom in order to be gazed at, amid the sound of the music and of human voices. Two friends with their backs to the orchestra were scanning those rows of elegance, that exhibition of real or false charms, of jewels, of luxury and of pretension, which displayed itself in all parts of the grand theatre, and one of them, Roger de Saulnes, said to his companion, Bernard Grandin, "Just look how beautiful the Comtesse de Mascaret still is." The older man in turn looked through his opera glasses at a tall lady in a box opposite. She appeared to be still very young, and her striking beauty seemed to attract all eyes in every corner of the house. Her pale complexion of an ivory tint gave her the appearance of a statue, while a small diamond coronet glistened on her black hair like a streak of light. When he had looked at her for some time, Bernard Grandin replied with a jocular accent of sincere conviction, "You may well call her beautiful. How old do you think she is?" "Wait a moment, I can tell you exactly, for I have known her since she was a child, and I saw her make her debut into society when she was quite a girl. She is 36. Impossible." "I am sure of it." "She looks 25. She has had 7 children." "It is incredible. And what is more, they are all 7 alive, and she is a very good mother. I occasionally go to the house, which is a very quiet and pleasant one, where one may see the phenomenon of the family in the midst of society." "How very strange. And have there never been any reports about her?" "Never." "But what about her husband? He is peculiar, is he not?" "Yes and no. Very likely there has been a little drama between them, one of those little domestic dramas which one suspects, never finds out exactly, but guesses at pretty closely." "What is it?" "I do not know anything about it. Mascaret leads a very fast life now. After being a model husband, as long as he remained a good spouse, he had a shocking temper, was crabbed and easily took offence, but since he has been leading his present wild life, he has become quite different. but one might surmise that he has some trouble, a worm gnawing somewhere, for he has aged very much. Thereupon the two friends talked philosophically for some minutes about the secret, unknowable troubles which differences of character, or perhaps physical antipathies, which were not perceived at first, give rise to in families. And then Roger de Saulnes, who was still looking at Madame de Mascaret through his opera glasses, said, "It is almost incredible that that woman can have had 7 children." Yes, in 11 years, after which, when she was 30, she refused to have any more in order to take her place in society, which she seems likely to do for many years. Poor women! Why do you pity them? Why? Ah, my dear fellow, just consider. 11 years in the condition of motherhood for such a woman. What a hell! All her youth, all her beauty, every hope of success, every poetical ideal of a brilliant life sacrificed to that abominable law of reproduction which turns the normal woman into a mere machine for bringing children into the world. What would you have? It is only nature. Yes, but I say that nature is our enemy, that we must always fight against nature, for she is continually bringing us back to an animal state. You may be sure that God has not put anything on this earth that is clean, pretty, elegant, or accessory to our ideal. The human brain has done it. It is man who has introduced a little grace, beauty, unknown charm and mystery into creation by singing about it, interpreting it, by admiring it as a poet, idealizing it as an artist, and by explaining it through science, doubtless making mistakes, but finding ingenious reasons, hidden grace and beauty, unknown charm and mystery in the various phenomena of nature. God created only coarse beings, full of the germs of disease, who, after a few years of bestial enjoyment, grow old and infirm, with all the ugliness and all the want of power of human decrepitude. He seems to have made them only in order that they may reproduce their species in an ignoble manner, and then die like ephemeral insects. I said reproduce their species in an ignoble manner, and I adhere to that expression. What is there, as a matter of fact, more ignoble and more repugnant than the act of reproduction of living beings, against which all delicate minds always have revolted and always will revolt? Since all the organs which have been invented by this economical and malicious Creator serve 2 purposes, why did He not choose another method of performing that sacred mission, which is the noblest and the most exalted of all human functions? The mouth, which nourishes the body by means of material food, also diffuses abroad speech and thought. Our flesh renews itself of its own accord while we are thinking about it. The olfactory organs, through which the vital air reaches the lungs, communicate all the perfumes of the world to the brain, the smell of flowers, of woods, of trees, of the sea. The ear, which enables us to communicate with our fellow men, has also allowed us to invent music, to create dreams, happiness, infinite and even physical pleasure by means of sound. But one might say that the cynical and cunning Creator wished to prohibit man from ever ennobling and idealizing his intercourse with women. Nevertheless, man has found love, which is not a bad reply to that sly deity, and he has adorned it with so much poetry that woman often forgets the sensual part of it. Those among us who are unable to deceive themselves have invented vice and refined debauchery, which is another way of laughing at God and paying homage, immodest homage, to beauty. But the normal man begets children just like an animal coupled with another by law. Look at that woman. Is it not abominable to think that such a jewel, such a pearl, born to be beautiful, admired, feted and adored, has spent 11 years of her life in providing heirs for the Comte de Mascaret? Bernard Grandin replied with a laugh, There is a great deal of truth in all that, but very few people would understand you. Solness became more and more animated. "Do you know how I picture God myself?" he said. "As an enormous creative organ beyond our ken, who scatters millions of worlds into space, just as one single fish would deposit its spawn in the sea. He creates because it is his function as God to do so, but he does not know what he is doing, and is stupidly prolific in his work, and is ignorant of the combinations of all kinds which are produced by his scattered germs. The human mind is a lucky little local passing accident which was totally unforeseen and condemned to disappear with this earth and to recommence, perhaps here or elsewhere, the same or different, with fresh combinations of eternally new beginnings. We owe it to this little lapse of intelligence on his part that we are very uncomfortable in this world, which was not made for us, which had not been prepared to receive us, to lodge and feed us, or to satisfy reflecting beings. And we owe it to him also that we have to struggle without ceasing against what are still called the designs of Providence, when we are really refined and civilized beings. Grandin, who was listening to him attentively, as he had long known the surprising outbursts of his imagination, asked him, "Then you believe that human thought is the spontaneous product of blind divine generation?" "Naturally, a fortuitous function of the nerve centres of our brain, like the unforeseen chemical action due to new mixtures, and similar also to a charge of electricity caused by friction or the unexpected proximity of some substance, similar to all phenomena caused by the infinite and fruitful fermentation of living matter." "But, my dear fellow, the truth of this must be evident to anyone who looks about him. If the human mind, ordained by an omniscient Creator, had been intended to be what it has become, exacting, inquiring, agitated, tormented, so different from mere animal thought and resignation, would the world which was created to receive the beings which we now are have been this unpleasant little park for small game, this salad patch, this wooded, rocky and spherical kitchen garden, where your improvident providence has destined us to live naked in caves or under trees, nourished on the flesh of slaughtered animals, our brethren, or on raw vegetables nourished by the sun and the rain?" But it is sufficient to reflect for a moment in order to understand that this world was not made for such creatures as we are. Thought, which is developed by a miracle in the nerves of the cells in our brain, powerless, ignorant, and confused as it is, and as it will always remain, makes all of us who are intellectual beings eternal and wretched exiles on earth. Look at this earth, as God has given it to those who inhabit it. Is it not visibly and solely made, planted, and covered with forests for the sake of animals? What is there for us? Nothing. And for them, everything, and they have nothing to do but eat or go hunting and eat each other, according to their instincts. For God never foresaw gentleness and peaceable manners. He only foresaw the death of creatures which were bent on destroying and devouring each other. Are not the quail, the pigeon, and the partridge the natural prey of the hawk, the sheep, the stag, and the ox, that of the great flesh-eating animals, rather than meat to be fattened and served up to us with truffles, which have been unearthed by pigs for our special benefit? As to ourselves, the more civilized, intellectual, and refined we are, the more we ought to conquer and subdue that animal instinct which represents the will of God in us. And so, in order to mitigate our lot as brutes, we have discovered and made everything, beginning with houses, then exquisite food, sauces, sweetmeats, pastry, drink, stuffs, clothes, ornaments, beds, mattresses, carriages, railways, and innumerable machines, besides arts and sciences, writing and poetry. Every ideal comes from us, as do all the amenities of life. in order to make our existence as simple reproducers, for which divine providence solely intended us, less monotonous and less hard. Look at this theatre. Is there not here a human world created by us, unforeseen and unknown to eternal fate, intelligible to our minds alone, a sensual and intellectual distraction which has been invented solely by and for that discontented and restless little animal, man? Look at that woman, Madame de Mascaret. God intended her to live in a cave, naked or wrapped up in the skins of wild animals. But is she not better as she is? But speaking of her, does any one know why and how her brute of a husband, having such a companion by his side, and especially after having been boorish enough to make her a mother 7 times, has suddenly left her to run after bad women? Grandin replied, "Oh, my dear fellow, this is probably the only reason. He found that raising a family was becoming too expensive, and from reasons of domestic economy he has arrived at the same principles which you lay down as a philosopher." Just then the curtain rose for the 3rd act, and they turned round, took off their hats, and sat down. Part 4. The Comte and Comtesse Mascaret were sitting side by side in the carriage which was taking them home from the opera, without speaking, but suddenly the husband said to his wife, "Gabrielle, what do you want? Don't you think that this has lasted long enough?" "What?" "The horrible punishment to which you have condemned me for the last 6 years." "What do you want? I cannot help it." "Then tell me which of them it is." "Never." "Think that I can no longer see my children or feel them round me without having my heart burdened with this doubt. Tell me which of them it is, and I swear that I will forgive you and treat it like the others." "I have not the right to do so." "Do you not see that I can no longer endure this life, this thought which is wearing me out, or this question which I am constantly asking myself, this question which tortures me each time I look at them? It is driving me mad." "Then you have suffered a great deal?" she said. "Terribly. Should I, without that, have accepted the horror of living by your side, and the still greater horror of feeling and knowing that there is one among them who I cannot recognize and who prevents me from loving the others?" "Then you have really suffered very much?" she repeated. And he replied in a constrained and sorrowful voice, "Yes, for do I not tell you every day that it is intolerable torture to me? Should I have remained in that house near you and near them if I did not love them? Oh, you have behaved abominably towards me. All the affection of my heart I have bestowed upon my children, and that you know. I am for them a father of the olden time, as I was for you a husband of one of the families of old, for by instinct I have remained a natural man, a man of former days. Yes, I will confess it, you have made me terribly jealous, because you are a woman of another race, of another soul, with other requirements. Oh, I shall never forget the things you said to me, but from that day I troubled myself no more about you. I did not kill you, because then I should have had no means on earth of ever discovering which of your children is not mine. I have waited, but I have suffered more than you would believe, for I can no longer venture to love them, except, perhaps, the 2 eldest. I no longer venture to look at them, to call them to me, to kiss them. I cannot take them on my knee without asking myself, can it be this one? I have been correct in my behaviour toward you for 6 years, and even kind and complacent. Tell me the truth, and I swear that I will do nothing unkind." He thought, in spite of the darkness of the carriage, that he could perceive that she was moved, and feeling certain that she was going to speak at last, he said, "I beg you, I beseech you to tell me," he said. "I have been more guilty than you think, perhaps," she replied, "but I could no longer endure that life of continual motherhood, and I had only one means of driving you from me. I lied before God, and I lied with my hand raised to my children's head, for I never have wronged you." He seized her arm in the darkness, and squeezing it as he had done on that terrible day of their drive in the Bois de Boulogne, he stammered, "Is that true?" "It is true." But, wild with grief, he said with a groan, I shall have fresh doubts that will never end. When did you lie, the last time or now? How am I to believe you at present? How can one believe a woman after that? I shall never again know what I am to think. I would rather you had said to me, "It is Jacques," or "It is Jean." The carriage drove into the courtyard of the house, and when it had drawn up in front of the steps, the Count alighted first, as usual, and offered his wife his arm to mount the stairs. As soon as they reached the first floor, he said, "May I speak to you for a few moments longer?" And she replied, "I am quite willing." They went into a small drawing-room, and a footman, in some surprise, lighted the wax candles. As soon as he had left the room and they were alone, the Count continued, "How am I to know the truth? I have begged you 1,000 times to speak, but you have remained dumb, impenetrable, inflexible, inexorable, and now today you tell me that you have been lying. For 6 years you have actually allowed me to believe such a thing. No, you are lying now. I do not know why, but out of pity for me, perhaps." She replied in a sincere and convincing manner, "If I had not done so, I should have had 4 more children in the last 6 years." "Can a mother speak like that?" "Oh," she replied, "I do not feel that I am the mother of children who never have been born. It is enough for me to be the mother of those that I have, and to love them with all my heart. I am a woman of the civilized world, monsieur. We all are, and we are no longer, and we refuse to be, mere females to restock the earth." She got up, but he seized her hands. "Only one word, Gabriel. Tell me the truth." "I have just told you. I never have dishonoured you." He looked her full in the face, and how beautiful she was, with her grey eyes, like the cold sky. In her dark hair sparkled the diamond coronet, like a radiance. He suddenly felt by a kind of intuition, that this grand creature was not merely a being destined to perpetuate the race, but the strange and mysterious product of all our complicated desires which have been accumulating in us for centuries, but which have been turned aside from their primitive and divine object, and have wandered after a mystic, imperfectly perceived, and intangible beauty. There are some women like that, who blossom only for our dreams, adorned with every poetical attribute of civilization, with that ideal luxury, coquetry, and aesthetic charm which surround woman, a living statue that brightens our life. Her husband remained standing before her, stupefied at his tardy and obscure discovery, confusedly hitting on the cause of his former jealousy, and understanding it all very imperfectly, and at last he said, "I believe you, for I feel at this moment that you are not lying, and before I really thought that you were." She put out a hand to him. "We are friends, then?" He took her hand and kissed it, and replied, "We are friends. Thank you, Gabrielle." Then he went out, still looking at her, and surprised that she was still so beautiful, and feeling a strange emotion arising in him. End of Useless Beauty by Guy de Maupassant. Recording by Peter Thomlinson.